Okay, we should be live now. Welcome, friends. Good morning or good night. It's 1:40 a.m. It's time for another night stream. Try to be soothing, at least for part of it. Now, this is a special request stream. I got an email a bit ago. We're going to actually take a look at Texas. I've not been able to. I've been enjoying. I've not been able to look at Texas because, well, Oregon and Washington and California were dealing with their own stuff. I lost my voice covering it on a case of laryngitis as well. And now we've had a couple of days of rain, which I've been enjoying. This is a lookout fire today for the rainbow. Well, yesterday it's after midnight, but you get the idea. I've used this opportunity to try to groom my room here and get it ready for the new streaming setup that I envision with the furniture arrangement. So I apologize today. A couple fires did break out. And around Dufur and Eastern Oregon, we had rolling thunderstorms. But I wasn't home in order to complete this work and set up this area for the best stream arrangement. I had to move all the furniture away from the walls and do the barrier spray for bugs. Just, bug be gone. Not anything drastic like fumigation or something. But I do that a couple of times a year because I just can't deal with spiders. And they get under my desks and in the wiring, and I get under there, and all of a sudden I'm crouched down on my knees to pull a wire, and I feel a tickle on my head, and some spider is up there, a spider web, and I can't handle it. So the bug be gone is a ritual. So I had to vacate the house today and just hang out, go into restaurants, hung out with a friend, and that part of the room is done though. So now I can move the furniture back and then work on this part, and we'll have a good streaming setup hopefully really soon. So I don't see anybody in chat. I didn't really expect a big audience. I think there's 10 lurkers right now. Say hi, make yourself known if you wish. I'm going to show you this time lapse. After we look at Texas, perhaps one of you guys will help me with what I was looking at earlier. I want to look at some of the Lahaina myths, and particularly one video that went kind of instantly viral, and I wrote a few scripts about my reaction, ready to film a reaction video. This person called for anybody to look at it and try to explain what happened, and he implied that a laser weapon or something melted a car. So I was like, challenge accepted. And I have a lot to say about it. But I've been a little bit too angry after watching it to film it, or it would have been a bit like if you've seen the movie Cleopatra, where Octavian is raging and doing a speech for war with Egypt, and the Egyptian envoy walks up and something happens to him. Gosh, maybe I could find this clip. Should have been the Oscar win for Roddy McDowell. He never got an Oscar because they screwed up his nomination. It was just, wow. So like Cleopatra, Roddy McDowell, the speech, that's probably the most famous part. And the Egyptian envoy comes over and he grabs a spear. And the Roman way of declaring war was to dip a spear in blood and then ride to the enemy territory and throw the spear on the ground. But he did it quite a bit more flamboyantly. And gosh, I don't think we have a proper clip of this, do we? I think he was doing an outdoor speech. Oh man, this should have been his Oscar window. I remember watching it with my mom as a kid. And anyway, spoiler alert. The Egyptian envoy says, "But we can work for peace," or something like that. And Octavian takes the spear and just throws it into the guy's chest. Like, whoa, that woke me up. So I was watching Cleopatra the other day, and I'm gonna finish it later. Hey ACB, how are you doing? Trying to go to sleep. It's almost 5 a.m. Well, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, little ACB. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. All right. Now that is irritating. I want to check some cams, and then we'll look at Texas. I've never tried to cover Texas before. I just did quickly. I'm waiting for Laura to show up. This special request stream was to look at Huntsville, Texas. I assume it's Texas. I mean, Huntsville, Alabama is not that far away. I've only been to airports in Texas. So right now it seems encouraging for Huntsville. If that is a true south wind, I'll have to look at my radar. But I do see that there were GOES heat detections, which are the most usually the latest. And thankfully they're in the gray. So that means that detection happened between 6 to 12 hours ago. And if everything was functional with satellites and if they returned to the same spot, the fires did not reach an intensity greater than it was before and trigger the satellites again. So you want to see things go gray and then disappear. And if we look at VIIRS and the MODIS stuff, they're different. You've got the round, they're much more pinpointy. The round circle is a margin of error. So the snowflake is not where the heat was. It's just the center of the circle. And I was hoping to see today's date, after midnight. That would be a nice thing. But every single circle cluster has its own timestamp and it's right next to the date. So let's see here. Looks like 1 Pacific, 1 p.m. Pacific. Yesterday, maybe, yeah, 1 p.m. Pacific. So we might get a flyover. They'll probably map this. I imagine this is on Inciweb. I could figure out what fire this is. And what I said in my email reply, and I'm not sure if Laura went to bed, but I'd be happy to look at a neighborhood and devise, like, say, if I live there, how I would make an evacuation plan. Of course, the one I make from my armchair is not going to be as good as any local knows on the ground, but a local can learn from what I'm doing and then follow the same steps. The last step is once you've planned everything with maps and satellites, is to go and physically, eyeball, go look and see if things are the same. Like, it could be old satellite imagery. I could say, oh, that baseball diamond is a great fire shelter, or that golf course. But the imagery could be so old that the golf course closed or just got developed, or you know what I'm saying. You have to go verify that these shelter-in-place options are viable, that you can actually reach them, that they're not fenced, gated, etc. That culverts and bridges are big enough to admit a human being inside, that they're not overgrown with weeds or beaver bars or anything like that. I mean, that's the responsibility of somebody on the ground. But I can show people how to do it and what to look for. But yeah, welcome all the lurkers and all that. I guess we should start with Inciweb and see what fire this is in Texas. I wanted to look at California cams and just do a cam roundup. It's been mostly good news. I've enjoyed having a couple days off and not speaking very much. But the Northern California cams are offline. They have been for a day or two. I don't know why. They had power when the rest of the communities did not. Why are all of these offline? What the hell's going on? I wish there was like a news feed for this cam area. Just explain, like, when are we going to get them back? I mean, the cams for Oregon have always been crapola. So we could go to, like, the current movie picture, The Lookout, Death Ball Mountain. It's crapola. Due to 12 hours time lapse. Look at that rain. Making sure that's not a watch duty notification on my phone. Duffer had a fire today, but it's such a small town, and they just had one a little bit ago. I kind of wonder if it was like a reignition of a hotspot. Hard to say. We had rolling thunderstorms roll by today. I had a thunder and light show here in Portland, and it just ceased. And I got a notice from my phone that said that a little bit west of Portland and where it's called Washington County, all the way to Tillamook County, seek shelter for half an inch size hail. That's pretty rare for Oregon. I didn't get any. Just had the rolling thunder, flashing lightning. People in the Salem area, though, said, whoa, we're getting it down here. Portland got like the tail end. That wasn't harsh at all. In fact, there was like a dead calm. Pretty hard rain, but like the leaves didn't move. It was a little bit odd. Hey, Nick, hey, I was about to text you and say I was live. I got a little distracted with the thunderstorm hail warning thing. Did you get some storms down there? I imagine a lot of people in Oregon are awake right now due to the thunderstorms just rammed through. So yeah, let's return to Texas because you can barely see anything on the Oregon cams. Most of the California ones are down. So this is my special request. Hey, Joe Johnson, thou did sleep. Is that a question? Because thou means you. It's the informal you. You would point at yourself and say me, and you'd point at somebody else and say thee. And this is formal, like me and thee. And then thy is yours, like possessive, like thine own children. Mind thine own children. Don't tell me how to raise mine, right? So thy is like your possessive, and thine. And so thou is like informal, the equivalent of saying what's up. Thou dost do this and that. You do this and that. So if it was Old English or Middle English, it would be like I did sleep. Would it be dost thou? Like did you? Okay. I'm a really bad role player, but I try to teach this when I was in Russia, like Middle English, so people, because I tutored English over there, they could not handle it. They were like, thou? It was funny. They got me and thee, though. That came easy. All right, so Inciweb. Then I want to ask you guys questions. I don't know anything about cars, but I want to do a reaction video to the Maui melted car thing that went viral. I don't really want to bring more attention to the person who made the video. However, it's got to be addressed. It really has to be addressed. So while I know a lot about metals and their melting points as a scrapper, I'm not an auto scrapper. Like I could scrap e-waste computers and tell you about what metals are inside them all day. I could tell you about, the how the Copper Age came before the Bronze Age came before the Iron Age, because melting copper is so much easier that mankind figured that out pretty quick. And it took more than 500 years of not being able to get bronze very well anymore, being back to the Stone and Copper Age in a Dark Age before iron had to be. They had to figure out how to do iron because they just couldn't get tin anymore for bronze. The trade networks collapsed and most tin came from England. That tells you something. So mankind had to figure out how to get fires hot enough to smelt iron, and mostly that was with petroleum products like oil, bitumen, and coal, and different techniques such as getting cool air and furnace technology, blah, 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 but mostly using coal and an invention of bellows and stuff like that. So I really understand the melting points of various metals, but I don't understand car parts. Like, everybody goes, check the manifold. I'm like, what the hell is that? Yeah, I'm the embarrassed girl who'd be like, what's a manifold? You know? They're like, well, the clutch popped. I'm like, well, I kind of understand what that is. Yeah, that's the thing you push when you have a stick shift. Yeah, I like that level of understanding vehicles, right? But I'm pretty sure the claim that an engine block melted is BS. Either that, or more engine blocks are being made these days out of what do you call that? Magnesium aluminum alloy, right? I think magnesium should be banned in cars, but sometimes the actual firewall is made out of it. When you put water in a magnesium fire, that's what causes some of those to explode in the faces of firefighters. Like, I don't know, but a lot of people are ignorant about this stuff. I've seen my share of vehicle fires. I stop by, I photograph them. But I guess to Joe Blow, who's never seen one before, implying that it's unusual might trick people. So that will be my response video, but you guys can maybe help me out with the car part thing. So let's go to Inciweb and look at Texas real quick, because this is by request. Texas. Where are we again? It's got to be on like federal land usually. Madisonville. Oh, south of Dallas. Oh, we're in between Dallas and Houston. Okay. Dallas, Houston. Okay, one of these. This is the Game Preserve Fire, which I assume is the one that Laura is concerned about. 20% containment on 3,800 acres. What do you mean Inciweb is unsafe? Okay. Rogue application. So last updated yesterday at some point. Oops. Game Preserve Fire. Yuck, nasty. We've had such high winds and stuff. I've seen some of the crazy Alabama videos. Just wow. Wow. So smoke plume. When? The first. Okay. Yeah, that's nasty. The darker the smoke, the dirtier the burn. Like, burning clean means that most of the fuel is consumed. And usually happens when the fire is hotter and the fuel is drier. Or like in the case of some highly distilled petroleum product or ethanol or something. In fact, ethanol produces like no smoke. But when you get trees and vegetation that are alive and certain types of oily vegetation like Scotch broom and stuff like that, you can have that color. You can also have that color with burning plastic, rubber tires, and unfortunately homes. So when you see that dark stuff, that's, if it's just vegetation, it can mean it's pretty intense. And the stuff that's like, say, invasive weeds like Scotch broom, when that stuff is burning with intensity in the black smoke, then it'll just ignite stuff near it. that otherwise may be a bit more resistant to burning. Stuff that's like, pretty looking healthy greenery, like in this pic. I don't know if, what in the world? Okay. Yeah, that's more of a traditional wildfire smoke look. The weird peachy orange stuff in the background. Oh, this is annoying me. What have they done to trigger HTTPS? Okay, excuse me. Lost my place. Inciweb has gone rogue. Okay, just want to look at the pictures, man. So at approximately 2 p.m. on the 1st, Texas A&M Forest Service received a request for a fire on Lost Indian Camp Road off State Highway 247, 9 miles northwest of Huntsville, Texas. Fire is actively burning in pine timber with grass and yaupon understory. That must be the oily fuel, I would reckon. We'll have to look that up. Elevated fire weather, including low humidity, and winds out of the east are supporting high fire behavior. Dry vegetation is present. In coordination with local fire departments, state resources from Texas A&M Forest Service and Texas Intrastate Fire Mutual Aid System, as well as several aviation resources, they are engaged altogether in the suppression efforts. Multiple dozers are constructing containment lines on the fire. Engine support from the local departments. Multiple helicopters and fixed wing are working to slow the forward progression and provide structure protection. So portions of the State Highway 247 are currently closed. That's major. You can go to drivetexas.org to figure that out. Evacuation has been ordered for all residents within 3 miles of Lost Indian Camp Road. Residents being evacuated should take all people, pets, personal items, prescriptions, papers, and priceless items with them. They're trying to make that something you can remember. The P's, pets, personals, prescriptions, papers, priceless. Well, I don't think anybody will ever remember that, but it's a good effort. Have enough of these necessary items to be out of the area for 24 to 48 hours. Temporary flight restriction in place over the fire. Please avoid the area, and for God's sake, don't fly a drone. Okay, so they didn't say what caused it. This is what you do not want to see, though. In the events section, extreme fire behavior, crowning, group tree torching, and spotting. It's a fuel-driven fire. God, crowning is the fire reaching the tops of trees. It's the wind just blowing the fire from treetop to treetop. It's a nightmare. Even if the tree's like base and the ground is not on fire, the firefighters just look up, go, okay, we can't do anything. Fire hoses don't reach the tops of trees. And so this is nightmare stuff. And then everywhere that the tops of the trees are on fire, the burning branches and stuff, the pine cones are raining down, and then they start igniting the forest floor beneath, but it's extremely rapid spread. So their planned action is to conduct structure protection while dozers create a line and continue with the aircraft. Yeah. Retardant and water drops directly on top of the trees is rare, but something they got to do. Usually it's along roads and stuff to try to contain it. They usually get in front of a fire at a road they think they're confident they can hold, throw lots of retardant to protect the firefighters, and then if they can stop at the front. It's called anchor and flank. I don't know if you guys can even see my hands. I'm sitting here in the dark because I got some eye strain. They get right in the front of it, stop it in the front, then they can go around the sides. It's the anchor and flank technique. But not when it's extreme. When it's extreme, making the mushroom clouds and charging straight forward, that's when you get the heck out of the way. They would mostly try to get in front of it at night. Right now, they may be trying to because, let's see, Huntsville, the last GOES detections we had were 6 to 12 hours ago. So that means that there's, I mean, assuming the satellites have been flying over and over it. I think we had one fly over 9 minutes ago. Assuming that they did and they weren't bugged out like the Lookout Fire the other day, which had lots of camera action, but like strangely no satellite action. I mean, occasionally bugs happen, but if this is accurate, they may get a good opportunity tonight to try to go direct on the damn thing or get around it. So I think Twitter would be a good source of the pictures. And what they think will happen in the next 12 hours is voluntary evacuations are currently underway. Walker County LEM. So in the next 24 hours, they'll do even more evacuations and road closures. Really? Okay, so they're not really they expect it to spread. Now let's look at the weather. Let's see where it's going to want to spread. Hey, Katie, how you doing? Good to see you. Let's see how we're looking at a Texas fire by special request. I was thinking of going live just to ask people like how to help me research the Lahaina. I'll just call them hoax videos. I mean, really, I'd be pussyfooting around if I called it anything else. I'm just trying to figure out how I can explain to the public that it's a hoax, really. And I don't know my way around car parts and what metals they're traditionally made of. So I'd love to show a couple screenshots and see what people think. The way you fight, hoaxes is with education. Whenever there's a fearful situation, such as the deadliest wildfire of 100 years or something that Lahaina is, happened with Maui, you have an atmosphere of tremendous fear and anxiety. Fearful people are much more susceptible to believing fearful messages. And that's why we've got to combat that. That's when a lot of people come out to exploit it. And they laugh all the way to the bank. But hey, we're here. We can shut that down. Okay. Hey, Cheryl, how you doing? How's Canada? Have you guys been able to get any rain? Okay. Let's look at Texas because this might be a pretty bad one. Let's look at my radar. Now let's look at the country. The thunderstorms and lightning and stuff has gone out to sea. It just went past Portland. But boy, do we have some red on the radar and some crazy hail. Not exactly in Portland, but just west. We got some more thunder and lightning going past central Nevada. Man. All right, let's go down here. Port Sulphur is having a crazy thunderstorm with some lightning over southeast of New Orleans. They keep calling it the monsoon, and I'm just so sick of that word. To me, monsoon means like torrential rain in the Himalayas, and shut up about the word monsoon everywhere else, for God's sake. They try to use it and apply it to America these days, and I'm like, oh my God. And sometimes they use that to describe the dry lightning storms that barely have any moisture. That drives me up the wall. Like, just define something for the public and keep it straight. And say, oh, the monsoon over in this part of the world means this, but over in this part of the world it means that. Okay. Sorry, rant over. I just hate it when my job is much harder because people can't agree on their damn terms. Okay, let's see, different wildfire. Where the hell am I? Lost in Texas. Wait, it's in between Dallas and Houston. Okay, over here. Over here. So we do have a little bit of a south wind, and that would mean that the wind speed and direction is correct on CalTopo right now. This adds up. But what is their forecast? If I put the little crosshair right there. So wind speed is a 5 mile an hour, but the gusts are 17 right now. So today on Sunday, they have a 30% chance of what, thunderstorms. So even though Mondays, I say tomorrow, well, today is Sunday. So 17 mile an hour wind gusts today. Tomorrow, Monday, 9 mile an hour ish winds with wind gusts up to 18. But yeah, if it exhibits, whenever you see the word extreme, extreme means the pyrocumulus clouds. There is nothing worse than extreme on their current scale. I think they should introduce a word called mega extreme to describe crazy, insane, record breaking events like the Bear Claremont, what happened at Paradise. But for now, extreme is the very worst. So it's a hold on to your butt situation. It will generate its own winds, create the vortexes, sometimes the occasional fire tornado. This is the kind of thing where a forest, say, of trees 120 feet tall, well, if it was extreme like the Dixie, usually the flame length is whatever's on fire plus that height, sometimes that height and a half. So in the Dixie, when we were seeing trees that were beyond 120 feet tall, 150, we saw 300-foot tall flames. A wall of 300-foot tall flames marching towards communities, and that's what ate up Greenville Canyon Dam, nearly ate up Westwood and Chester. And extreme means like what the Dixie did was it spread, I think, 19 miles in less than 24 hours. Like as a crow flies. That's even more if you counted where it went up, down, up, down, up, down, and up, down the mountains. Like if you stretched out the actual landmass, it's further. But it spotted over 3 to 4 different black lines. Just there's no stopping one. The only reason Chester and Westwood are there today, Tahoe too, South Lake Tahoe, with the Caldor fire is the wind shifted. That's it. Can't do anything in front of those. So that is an example of what the word extreme means. So there is no garden hose defense for this kind of stuff. It is invisible till you see it because there's so much smoke. It's crazy, but something that big, like 300-foot tall wall of flames, can only be seen with infrared because it's producing so much smoke and it's blowing. If it's blowing towards you, you won't see any red glow or anything until it's right up on you. You will hear it roaring long before you see it, and hot embers will rain on you long before you hear it. It's an indescribable sound. So if we look at the current wind forecast and whatnot, come on, okay, don't freeze on me. Patchy smoke the rest of today for the Huntsville area in Texas. Low temperature of 79. Winds 6 miles per hour from the south. Upcoming. And right now the humidity is 79%. That's awesome. The high temperature isn't though. Jeez. In the south, with that kind of humidity and it's 79 degrees, I wouldn't be able to sleep. That's when you have your feet sticky and hot under the blankets. Just awful. Okay, upcoming for Huntsville, Texas. Chance of light rain showers. Oh, just light with a chance of thunderstorms. Oh no. Patchy smoke Skies mostly clear, becoming clear. High of 99. Okay, fires love high temperatures. It's like fertilizer for them. Winds 5 miles an hour from the south-southwest, changing to 9 from the east-southeast. Okay, winds 5 miles an hour from the south-southwest. Okay, so that means earlier the winds will try to push it to the northeast, to the north, to the northeast. But then it says changing. It'll become from the east-southeast. So it'll try to push it to the northwest later in the day. That explains this weird kidney shape. See how it looks like a crescent moon upside down or a kidney or something? If the winds had done that yesterday, shifted like that, then that means it tried to push the fire to the northeast, and then the wind shifted, and then it tried to push the fire to the northwest. So you get points to the northwest and to the northeast. Okay, so I would assume that's what it's going to try to do. Now, that's a bummer. If they had a north wind, it would blow it back on itself, and it would go south towards this highway. They might be able to stop it. East wind, they might be able to stop it west on this 45, which I'd imagine is their best fire line. I'll have to look at satellites. But if it's going to the northwest, to the northeast, to the northwest, to the northeast, I don't see any major east-west roads. Not really on the satellite map. We're going to change the layer. It's better to look at this with the Caltopo anyway. Oh my God. Okay, I sprayed for bugs, but I forgot to readjust the screen, and now there's a huge bug in here. That's ironic. It's one of those crane flies. I like to save those and put them back outside, but he's up at the top of the ceiling, so he can just park there. I'll give him clearance to land over there. Okay. Yeah, I'd prefer to look at this on Caltopo. We do have neighborhoods and such. So the town of Huntsville itself, I'm not concerned about it in the immediate future. Immediate, like, in the morning or tomorrow because of the forecast for the wind. But remember, the forecast has to be correct for me to be not that worried about any sort of town to the southeast of it right now, like Huntsville. But sometimes the worst wildfires that take people by surprise do so just because everybody was shocked by a change in the weather. And this is the South. So it changes really, really rapidly in a way that I can't even comprehend as somebody from California. Like I remember flying into Dallas as a kid and seeing the most tremendously tall, it's hurting my eyes. This is a little bit too bright. Let's get some shade relief. Our plane flew in between the giant thunderheads, and it looked like gigantic volcanic eruptions. And then I saw lightning within those columns. We were flying in between it, and so I was holding a glass of water, and I went, "Whoa!" The fasten your seatbelt light was on, and I'm like tightening my belt anyway. And as I did that with my left hand, the glass of water in my right hand floated out of my hand, and we went into a free fall drop. And I saw the glass of water and a little bit of the ice cubes kind of like come up out of it, a little bit splashed up. And then I instinctively, as we left our free fall, the glass went and touched my fingers again. So I grabbed it and I crushed that cup, and the water went everywhere. It just went. It's like squeezing a banana hard, And I had ice water all over me. I looked at the other passenger. It was almost an empty flight because everybody else had missed their connections because of the storms. The other passenger at the other end of the plane, like the other aisle at the window, looked at me. We were both white as sheets, like, I'm like looking at him like, did your drink just float in the air too? And it's in his lap. And we didn't even say a word, but I got the answer. Like Texas is, holy crap. Um, Bowling ball size hail country. So we must remember that what causes tornadoes and stuff is, I should probably go back to radar for a sec to illustrate this. What causes tornadoes is if you have like cool, dry air and hot, moist air, or the opposite, like hot, dry air and cool, moist air. It doesn't matter. But the moist, hot stuff comes from the Gulf of Mexico. It goes up into the Midwest, and it meets the cool, usually dry stuff from Canada. And where you have those clashes of temperature and humidity, it makes the air unstable and just generates those crazy storms. So I am not a storm chaser or anybody qualified with this stuff. All I can tell you is you just can't trust it. Like you've got to be live with the storm chasers. I had no idea that people did for tornadoes what I did for fires, and I found like Ryan Hall's stream and like Vince's and Brad's, a couple others I'm forgetting, um, Reed, and I've been fascinated by them. I've been taking notes, like how they warn the public and talk to the public. But they do this live because everything changes moment to moment. So I wouldn't tell people of Huntsville like, oh yeah, relax. No, with this monsoonal, portion of the year, it's still summer. There's still hurricanes forming. You know, be ready and prepared for anything. It's part of the reason I don't track fires over here is I don't understand how the weather interacts. I'm really not as qualified to do this, but I know in general how it behaves, and I know how to help people with an evacuation plan. So take that with salt. Now this is like a developing weird. Look at this thing. It's like starting to rotate over by Galveston. Moment to moment, this stuff changes. Now I'm gonna minimize that. All right, back to our thing. Kia123 says you should have seen the moth that flew into my room the other day. It was like a bird. Oh, I love moths. They're actually important pollinators. I don't like the one that eat my clothes, but most of them are actually really good. Joe Johnson says I believe magnesium aluminum alloy, if heated to temps high enough, burns like thermite. It might, Joe Johnson. That's why I want your opinion about. There's some crazy firefighting videos, which I'll show you guys, where even to me, a firewall in a vehicle would be like protecting the people in the cabin for a bit from the engine fire, right? The engine is the hardest thing to extinguish other than the tires. So if it's on fire, you want to buy the passenger some time to get out or get rescued or extracted. And a way that I've seen it before, like, car chase videos, the guy, the perpetrator wrecks and he was injured in the car. And when the cops saw, smoke coming from the hood, and I can't show that video because it's gruesome. Like the guy doesn't make it. He crashed. Like they spike stripped him recklessly in front of a roadblock where a semi truck was parked. I mean, they should have put the spike strip behind the semi truck where there was just no other vehicles, but they did it, and he spun out into the truck. And the cops come and they get out their own fire extinguishers. Every cop has one, and they try to put out the engine fire. And while it dampens the fire down, and they're still trying to move him without crushing his spine and stuff. They say, okay, there's still some heat in there. So they get water bottles out, and it mattered. It helped. But if you have a magnesium fire, it's just like that lithium stuff. It just fuels it. I don't know what it's doing. I haven't taken chemistry since, well, a hell of a long time ago. I believe it's a lot like the lithium fires. It fuels it because it's able to split the water molecule and use the oxygen. I mean, in swamps, when I took a tour of the Okefenokee Swamp and they talked about the Great Fire in the 30s or something, um, they said it exhibited crazy fire behavior. The methane in the swamp burned 3 feet underwater. Um, some stuff is wild. It must have been a blue underwater flame, but it churned up a lot of bubbles, and somehow it got its oxygen underwater. So if you see these videos, and the firefighters come and they put water on the engine and it like blows up because it's the something like a magnesium alloy firewall. That does not make sense to me. Why would you have a flammable firewall? I don't know. I just don't want to see magnesium in vehicles. I think it should be banned, but that's just the opinion of me, the an endangered species, the person with true common sense. Broken passes and Canyon Dam, we watch trees explode. Oh God. Chester is populated throughout. Yeah, by dozens of old timers and hardened souls who refuse to leave no matter what. Yeah, they are also, encouraged by the fact they had a big lake there. You know, that's where I grew up. We had a cabin on the West Shore. Thank you for your service, Broken Past. If you could please email me, I'd like to talk to you about your experiences. Um, I want to make a Dixie Fire documentary. I already filmed a lot of the Caldor, but I've got to go back. And I want people's personal experiences and photos and things for it. Um, this is my email. You got crickets, Katie says. Yeah. I had crazy crickets during the thunderstorm. Um, the bash mode, hey, welcome, says Rats, I need to go to sleep and just saw it. Save for later. Yeah. Yeah, Debash, I'll be on again. I'm trying to groom the room for turning this into like a professional streaming studio as best I can. So crickets are okay. I hate frogs. Oh my God, I want to go on a shooting spree if frogs do their thing at night. It's mostly because they're erratic. Like crickets, they do their thing rhythmically. You can kind of tune it out eventually, but frogs, they'll do that. And it's silence. And I go back to sleep. Oh, what? Okay, it's gonna be rhythmic, right? Oh, it stopped. Okay. Ah! Ah! Okay. Makes me want to just tie a fork to a broom handle and say, I walk out amongst them and say, next one of you makes a sound. Okay, Animus says I got a pond next to the house and love the frog brigade. I can't do it. Okay. Okay, what were we doing? Yes. Oh, Joe Johnson says, if not you, then who? You do a fantastic job at a much needed under service resource. Go, Lisa. Yeah. So, Charles says, read Timmer. He's been a meteorologist for 17 years. You can ask him for an interview. Maybe he'd help. Wow, yeah. That'd be pretty dang cool. The streaming setup that Ryan has, though, is amazing. But he also has helpers. He's got lots of helpers. Like he's doing this thing in his living room, but off to the side, he's got people with at other like tri-monitor workstations. So they're feeding him stuff, and he's more like a news anchor instead of somebody doing everything at once with octopus arms like I am. I'm reading my own comments. I'm creating the stream. I'm also monitoring the stream health, monitoring the fires, and then going back to make sure that you can see the same thing I'm seeing, and then look at the phone with just a whole bunch of things at the same time. So yeah, that's a great idea. I need to learn from the people who are experts and have them take them under my wing. Like take me under their wing, like John Bruno did. People are like, "You're not qualified for this opinion." I'm like, "Well, it's not my opinion. It's, you know, retired, extremely experienced, class teaching, retired fire chief John Bruno who says that, and because he says that, I say that. Okay, you're arguing with him. Like, you think I just wing it? That would be irresponsible. If I see something I don't understand, I go, "Hey, experts, help me understand," and then I do. That's the way to go. I'm the communicator, not the expert. Those that can't do, teach. And that's not an insult. It means that oftentimes the people with a gift for communication and people with huge amounts of talent and experience are not the same people. That's a tall order in a person. So that's the way it is. Okay. Let's look and see. Oh, I was going to look up that fuel type. What is that again? See, I'm not even familiar with the plants down there. I would have, in order to cover competently the south fires in the south. I mean, I've been to like Georgia and Florida, but my God, Texas is as big as countries. It has like 10 or 15 different climate zones. Itself would be like its own specialty. So, okay, what is this? What is the fuel again? It's in, where's, it's an unfamiliar word to me, but what is, under, Yapon, Yalpin? Yalpin? I can try to define Yalpin.
Yapon.
Yapon, okay.
Yapon.
Yapon. Now, how would they say that with an X? It's Yapon. A holly, a holly bush in the southeastern U.S. with bitter leaves that contain caffeine, traditionally dried and brewed as a drink by some native Indians. Really? Neat. So this is, I wouldn't know this is, I wouldn't assume this is an oily bush at all. So anybody pine, it's burning in pine timber with grass and yapon understory. So bushes, grass, and pine. And pine is so bad. Pine promotes fires. Now the cedars, like Texas red cedars, right? And oaks, those are fire resistant. You want a mix, or to minimize the pine and the fir stuff. They drop the needles to encourage fire. They're like suicide trees. They're like, hey, let's die. you know. But when Mother Nature sets up a forest, she has a mix, and unfortunately, the slow-growing cedars and such are usually not replanted because it takes too long to get them back to harvest. I mean, there are some Texas red cedar forests that highly prized. Ticonderoga pencils used to be made out of Texas red cedar. We used to sharpen them. Oh, that smell was freaking addicting. But you know, an American company in the 1700s just had to be bought out by some foreign corporation, and now they're made in China and India, and they smell like toxic paint. And they're probably made from rainforest wood. But here we are. I still have some white box Ticonderoga pencils from the 80s that I found on my mom's desk that I'll just treasure. Now, this is all piney stuff. Nightmare. So we've one of the ways we've messed up the landscape and encouraged bigger fires to happen on accident is, well, by cutting down a mixed forest, a mix of fire-resistant trees and fire-promoting trees, and well, we just replanted the fast-growing piney stuff for. We're treating our forest not as an ecosystem, but as some sort of a lumber farm. Yeah, I'm going to use that term in the future. Lumber farming equals bad. lumber farm versus forest ecosystem. Yeah, I need good little keywords for the public so I don't babble at people. People remember just key concepts like stop, drop, and roll. Is this a forest? Not really. It's a lumber farm, but we can fix it. Okay. We also just replanting, monoculture like that. We're setting up these trees to get dry and attacked by fungus and beetles because not only are they the same species, and so disease spreads rapidly, but sometimes they're like almost identical clones of each other from the same nurseries and the same seeds. So part of fixing this all will be to rediversify the forests genetically as well as anything else. Um, all right, that's right. Let's look at some satellite images. What's at stake? Shade relief, global imagery. Let's crank that up. It's fairly flat. Tell. Generally, that's good. Much easier to do things, but the slight hilly nature can really suck. It's harder to build a bulldozer over like some gully wash ridden hills that have rocks and stuff on them. So it's without some super high res imagery that's current, it's hard to. Oh, the poor thing. I want to rescue you, crane fly. Just come over here. We used to call them mosquito hawks as kids, but they don't really do mosquitoes, do they? So we've got an old plantation looking thing. You can see where the old rows used to be. They would section these off for crop rotation and letting the field fallow, your traditional pond or two around a course, the cattle or whatever. That's dense. I don't see enough roads. Sometimes if there are roads and you kind of see their shadow, and yet part of it's when did the satellite pass, what time of day it was. But part of it is, are the roads so dang narrow that they're kind of useless as fire breaks anyway? They'd have to be groomed extensively to be feasible. Like this is a nice one. That's nice. If this is at all current. And I'm looking down at the fine print. I cannot find a year. Oh, data of 2019. Farm USDA Farm Service Agency something. But I don't. Okay, this could be possibly 2019 then. That's a good one. You've got cleared vegetation on either side of the road. That's what firefighters will do to make a line, assuming that that's still like that. Assuming it's like short grass or something, that they keep it that way. But I was hoping for more of a grid, like a explantation grid thing, rather than what we're seeing. Turn off Modus and Veers. And it's hard for me to even figure out what we're looking at here. Replant trees, Christmas tree farm style, or are they bushes? Is it like cotton? I have no idea what I'm looking at. Okay, we got a nice grid here. Okay, there are some east-west road options. They'd have to widen that. But mega fire, like in exhibiting extreme behavior, will go right past that because the density. I mean, if an ember is going to fly off a tree and go downwind, if it falls into a grassy meadow area that has some grass over here, some ponds over there, the ember may not do nothing. It might just go where the rocks are, where the sand is around the pond, or into the water. If there's a forest that's a bit thinner, then maybe it just kind of goes to the forest floor and doesn't accumulate enough to really light anything, right? It might be a place where it's not really that big of a deal, but if you have just back-to-back touching everywhere trees, then that means that most of the branches on the underside of the trees may just be completely dead because there's not enough light. I was looking up mushroom hunting in the Willamette Valley. Hunting, I thought truffle was growing in my yard. So Willamette Valley's by Portland, right? I should say truffle. And we actually have truffles like in Europe. So I think more people are understanding that now. It was kind of like a secret. Some of the world's most expensive food pound for pound. Yes, here it is. This gives me the willies. Now, mushroom hunter would go, yeah. Can I enlarge that? I just want to enlarge that one image, please. Please. You see the dead trees? It's basically a tree farm, so they're planted in rows and way too dense. And so not only is there a ton of dead stuff underneath, but like all of the branches are dead, except treetops. Incredibly unhealthy, but it's maximum paper harvest, right? But you know what happens if they're on fire? Man, group tree torching. Like, how would you deal with that? Um, Let me just get tree farm. Dark. Let's just look. What the heck? Minecraft. Mushroom hunting. Let's just put like that. More likely to get appropriate things. Or not. Maybe I should have said mushroom hunting in a tree farm, but oh well. I think you get the idea. Tree farm, dead limbs. No, don't look up. One of these existed by my friend's place, and she and her family seemed to be blissfully aware that off their back porch, behind their horse stable, was basically a tremendous fire load of most of the branches being dead on the trees and gigantic amounts of the limbs and needles growing at the base. What? This is it? What? This is it for images, Google? For God's sake. Is it me or has Google search gotten worse? It used to show me things I was looking for with keywords, but okay. Like if any fire had happened out there at all, there'd be no way to save their property. Like all their horses would be toast. Okay, I just keep giving up on that. So I'm just gonna interpret this. Lapan, yapan. Bushes. It's bushy, piney, thick. Um, we could try Google Maps. Little gold man. Joe Johnson says marijuana crops. Yeah. Good night, Katie. Good night. Cheryl says Fire Smart has a list of plants that are considered high risk. Oh, that's cool. I doubt this tropical south plant is included in the list. Do you think it's included like plants from around the world or what? Yeah, anytime you guys need to sleep, go ahead. I can moderate. Everything's fine. I'll go since I'm not feeling this. I would probably have to look at some of the fire behavior via Twitter, which is probably usually copyrighted. I'd have to study this a little bit more. I'll try Google Maps now and see if we have any street view that'll give us some clue as to what they may be facing with this thing in Texas. And then I'm going to go back to how do cars burn? I need to research car parts and what alloys they're made of. Make a little list of the temperatures. at which those metals burn, because I know in general what they are, like which one burns before that. Like copper melts, lead melts before copper, and then it's copper, and then it's aluminum, and other parts of the car like eventually would do the brass, and brass would melt before steel. Steel would be the most fire resistant thing in a car, and you just don't see vehicle fires where the steel melts unless there's an extraordinary circumstance, such as, a horrific traffic accident with a oil tanker truck. Like if your car's in the middle of that oil spill, like, I can do it. Okay, so we were at Huntsville. Let's see where the little gold man can show a street view and the kind of vegetation. The Blue Lagoon. Sounds like an awesome restaurant name. Oh, the Blue Lagoon. Like the scuba place. I think I've heard of this on Dive Talk. Dive Talk's a great channel. Oh, yeah. The Blue Lagoon. Yeah, this shows our vegetation pretty well. I wonder if they're evacuated. Let's go back to the fire area. Activity. The Blue Lagoon, Texas. Caltobo should have it. Okay, so the fire's just northwest of it. Okay. Yeah, where's their evacuation map? I assume they'd have a map for this game preserve fire. Okay. Fire information map. It's just a perimeter. Why do you have to go fishing for the evacuation maps? Not to figure out what county it is. Or what Facebook the stupid fire is. Or what Twitter to find the damn map. Oh God, why is it in one place? I'm gonna have a seizure. Okay. College Station. Texas. Okay. You're telling me about the highway. What the hell county? Cause undetermined. Okay. Timber with, medium logging slash. Okay. So then maybe that is a timber replant rather than say cotton or something. Logging slash is the stuff that falls out off of trees when they're disturbed, like when they're jostled by a chainsaw or when trees are falling next to other ones. It's chunks of bark, it's the branches, broken pieces of tree. And trees are constantly attacked, especially in the South, by fungus. It's one of their biggest enemies. That's why the sap is medicinal for us, because trees are always attacked by plant-killing fungus, plant-killing bacteria, plant-killing viruses. And since fungus, bacteria, and viruses that attack plants are so similar in, well, what they are to what attacks humans, that's why the plant's immune system, which is their oils, their resins, their saps, work medicinally for us. That's why pine salt is a cleaner. It's, made from, pine sap, essentially, or turpentine, which is really similar. It's disinfectant, and it really is natural. Like, it's really old. It's 1800 stuff. That's why it cleans your floor and disinfects, because it's part of the immune system of that tree. That's why herbs are medicinal. I should say anti-infection, antimicrobial. But boy, is that sap flammable. So when these trees are attacked by fungus, they will emit sap to try to smother it. Same thing with beetles, insects. And the slash, like when they do the tree felling, takes all the fungus from, like, say, on one individual tree. Now it's down, right? Well, now the fungus has been splashed all over the ground the length of the entire tree, and maybe a little bit further where the stuff rolled out as it fell down. In order to maintain the health of the forest, that they want to gather that up and burn it, because what is a nightmare is when a diseased tree falls down, for any reason, it's now throwing that same fungus at the base of another tree. Especially the roots are vulnerable if there's chunks of bark missing, and boom, you've infected a new tree. It's like how the disease is spread. So it's to maintain health of the forest, they will rake up the slash, the bits of the limbs, sticks, burning, pieces of tree into big piles, and then when it's appropriate, they'll burn the piles. Usually on like rainy days. That's why you see wisps of white smoke in the hills when they're burning the logging slash. Now sometimes the weather does not allow them to burn, and it's just still sitting there. Or maybe the wildfire broke out and they were in the middle of their logging operations and they had to run. So logging slash means there's that stuff on the ground. That's what that means. Joe Johnson says Brooke Shields' movie The Blue Lagoon, best not watched alone. Oh, is it because it's romantic or is it because it's scary? This is a really famous place, isn't it? Texas premier dive training facility. Now I'm a diver, but I haven't been certified in a long time. Just open water. I tried to become Oregon's youngest scuba diver. I just had an interest in being an underwater, like cave diver, filmmaker, and it was during my oceanography and volcanology class type thing. I was in advanced placement classes, so there's an experiment of putting college level classes down into junior high kind of level. And I don't think I was in that quite yet at the age of 12. I was interested in diving in general. Then later, when I took those classes, I wanted to have a cave diving type of career. But as soon as I learned that you could take lessons at any age, you just had to be able to carry the tanks and all that. I was already a extremely strong swimmer, having grown up in a pool and played saxophones. My lungs are already like amazing. I was already calm in the water and used to holding my breath for long periods of time. And my dive instructor says, okay, not many people would take it. I think it was 11 actually, 11-year-old, and teach them that you have to be able to carry your tank, do everything the adults do, and you have to pass everything. Like you have to understand your dive tables so you don't kill yourself getting the bends, blah, blah, figure out all the math. And I'm like, math, oh God. But it motivated me. Suddenly I was good at math when my life depended on it. He says, as long as you can do all this stuff and pass my test, which is like, I'm going to grab you by your ankles right now, hold you upside down in the pool, and you better just hold your breath calmly. I'm going to dunk you a bunch of times. You better just hold your breath calmly and like exhale slowly over time. I said, can I pinch my nose? Nope. Hands behind your back. I'm like, oh my God. So he did stuff like that, and I was totally cool. He was fine. All right. You're calmer than most adults. Fine. You can do it, but don't get yourself killed now. I think age of 12 was technically when you could get certified. So I was like, woohoo, I'm going to be Oregon's youngest certified diver ever. But that's a different story for another day. They didn't make gear that fit me. Nobody makes wetsuits for 12-year-olds, especially not petite 12-year-olds. And I looked like I was 8. Everybody in the class was like, seriously? I'm like, seriously, bro. Wearing my kids' sunglasses. But I would love to go there. That looks amazing. I'd love to get recertified. Anyway, What was I doing? Sorry, it's stupid o'clock. It's almost 3 in the morning. That's right. We're going to look at vegetation. So this is to the northeast of the fire where it's going to try to spread. Tomorrow's southwest winds will push it. And this will be what I'm going to call a horned fire. I bet Texans are going to love that. I'm just going to invent names because as the wind changes, that explains the kidney shape of its growth. When the wind comes up from the southeast, it pushes the fire towards the northwest. But then the wind change happens, and wind comes from the southwest. Well, that's going to try to push the fire to the northeast, and that explains the kidney shape. This will eventually look like two horns. But there you go. Cheryl Simpson says, clawing and debarking of the tree's trunk, which releases a sticky resin that clings to the bear's fur. In the present study, this resin was shown to repel parasitic ticks. Absolutely. Because the trees are beset by insects. So their sap is an insect defense. It's the whole plot of Jurassic Park, right? Amber forms because trees feel the burrowing. Their bark is basically their skin and their armor. It's their fireproofing. And their bark is their bug proofing. It's just like our skin. If it's broken, we could get an infection. So when their bark is broken anywhere, that these little chinks in the armor are where the viruses and the bacteria and the fungus get in. I used to walk around with dirty pruning shears in my mom's backyard and then prune this plant, then prune that one, the healthy one, and then the sick one. And I thought I was doing great. I was spreading disease to the rest of the plants. It is just like surgery. You better sterilize your tools in between plants. Like now I walk around with rubbing alcohol. And I switch several times and leave in the sun my pruning shears. So I found out when you prune, you have just opened a huge wound in the plant. And so it's best to squirt some neem oil on it, NEEM oil, to help that plant recover. It's like putting iodine on it to help it. And if you're pruning an unhealthy plant, you better sterilize those shears, leave them in the sun, and use some fresh ones for the very next plant. Give it some time to not sterilize, sterile is like boiling water, but sanitize. People don't realize those are two different words. Sanitize is getting rid of a lot of the germs, but not all. Sterilize is all. That can only really truly be achieved with boiling water plus gamma rays. Like I have a set of scalpels that are gamma ray sterilized. Like that's the way to do that. People think their dishwasher sterilizes. No, it doesn't boil water. You should never put anything dirty in your dishwasher. But our culture is stupid. The little heating element is for the drying. It's not, it's somewhat lukewarm water. And the reason that it can get your dishes clean is you're not supposed to put anything dirty in there. In fact, you're supposed to actually sanitize your dishwasher, clean it with bleach every once in a while. And people put dirty sponges in there, dog toys, dog bowls and stuff. I want to puke. That is not sterile. You are now consuming the dog germs. That's how a lot of people get sick and suddenly get irritable bowel syndrome and stuff. Yeah, you contracted your dog's germs. Whatever the hell else you put in there. Just don't. The reason your dishes get clean is they were clean to begin with when you ate off of them, and only your saliva dirtied it. So you wash off the food, which was clean, it was food, and you put it in the dishwasher. Now it can handle it. It's not meant to handle anything truly dirty. Like, oh my God. I go now even sex toys say dishwasher safe. I go, like, this makes me want to bring my own plates to some people's homes. I do actually. There's a family member I had, a step family member, in-law, and she would feed her dogs off her own forks and use the dinner plate. She would just take her own dinner plate, put it on the floor, and let her dog eat off of it. And then her dog would proceed to clean its own rectum with its tongue the rest of the evening. And I'd go, "Ugh, God, okay. Are you hungry? Nope, I'm not. Not at all. Oh, thank you so much, Larry, for the kind donation. Thank you for supporting us and keeping us ad-free. Really appreciate it. This is a midnight stream by request looking at Texas. And while this road is okay, I would have liked to see a lot more right away. The trees need to be cleared back. This would be a lot of mastication if it's still in the state. I would like this to be wider. Oh man, nothing quite grows like the South. You turn your if you did all this work, like this is a fine job. This is a good day to take this picture. It's like woohoo. This says June 2022. You could do this. Like this is amazing for the South. Like the running lawnmower and all this epic grooming. Well, you can go on lunch break, turn around, and it's like 6 feet tall kudzu. Like what? I mean, it's so hard to keep up with the brush in the South. People are like, they think of the forest like it's a park, like city people. No, like that's the forest, unless you groom it for wildlife and for human use. Like a park is a lot of work. Like this is what you can barely push through it. This is machete stuff. This is the jungle. This is the South. Um, Oregon is getting like that because of our stupid invasive black bears. But how are you doing, Larry? And Joe says, Father saw me watch another kid swim, turned and asked Mom, can't he swim yet? Of course not. He's only 5. So he threw me in the river, threw the dog in with me, and said, do you like the dog? Did you? Did you do like dog? Wow. You know what my dad did? And I'm glad he did. I have no recollection of this. But while our first house was being built in California, there was a rental and it had a small pool in the back and no fencing. And the plans that my parents made for the house under construction had no fencing around the pool either, because well, that's unsightly and so inconvenient. You just want to, walk from underneath the breezeway and the patios, walk right into the pool. Wouldn't that be neat to have the pool go right up underneath the breezeway and be shaded a little bit, almost have like a swim up bar? Well, I was playing with a ball in the backyard in winter. I had a little white fake fur coat, and I think my parents saved it. So tiny it like fits a doll, right? Let's look at other places where the fire's gonna go. I'm hoping someone went down this road. No, no such luck. Oh, a cemetery. So we've got a picture in the middle of all this. Whoa, an old one. See, this is like a park-like setting. This takes work. At least it looks maintained. May 2017. Good. It's a lot of piney stuff here, but that's good. Okay, let's look elsewhere on the 45. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's good. Okay, that's more like it. Unfortunately, the fire is not going due west because east winds haven't been a factor, and I don't think they're in the forecast. Because this would be a great place to stop it. Unfortunately, it's running parallel to this 45. So the straight east-west roads like this might be a good one. Let's hope this is a good one. 2989. Not bad. Not bad. I mean, assuming this is still like this. I would like to see the length on each side of the road, of course. But a little bit narrow as far as roads go. But yeah, they can work with this. I would assume, oh God, power lines. That makes it really difficult. I was saying maybe they should just widen this section. Because wait, no, that's the southern section. Never mind. The fire's coming. Actually, it is. Yeah, fire's coming from this way, from the south. So I would assume the best way to make this fire break improved is actually just cut down more of these trees in a straight line. That's way too dense anyway. And unfortunately, though, power lines, that makes it extremely hazardous to fall these. Extremely difficult to save the power lines too. If they buried the lines, though, which should in the south, I mean, God, you have to replace them like every 10 weeks anyway because of the last storm, then they could just go to town on this. They could just punch your bell or masticate that, mow it down, bulldoze it, and quickly have a good fire line. We just got to stop partying like it's 1899 with the telegraph pole thing, man. We got to put it underground. Oh, my story. I'm sorry. So I got to kind of do two things at once. So, in the backyard pool, I was playing with the ball, inflatable, and it rolls over to the pool's edge. And I'm sure my dad had told me as a 3-year-old or whatever I was to not approach the pool's edge. Not without daddy around, right? I went after the ball. I reach for it. It goes into the pool. I reach over the edge and I tumble it, coat and all, And so the average parent might just rush over and grab me out, right? So dad let me figure out I was in trouble, though. He walked over to the edge and he said I did the right thing. I stopped, let the ball go and tried to get back to the edge, trying to reach up for it and all that. And he expected with this heavy coat thing I was wearing to like kind of just go under immediately. He goes, actually, I was doing pretty good keeping my head above water and constantly attempting to reach up for the edge. And so he's impressed by that, he said. I'm like, oh, okay. But he let me tread water for a bit and get tired and understand how much of a danger this was before he plucked me out. And it was cold, pretty damn cold. It was like December. So apparently that was a good way for me to learn my lesson, but it was a better lesson that my parents learned, and that is put a damn fence around the pool or kids drown. You cannot watch them every second. Animals do too. Every once in a while you'll find a floater in your pool, and it's tragic. Um, so they redid the plans for the house under construction, and they put the kid and small animal fencing around it. And we never had a tragedy in that pool, and I hope the people who own the property today never had one either. All right, be right back. I've got to roll up a window. Actually, since I'm up, I'm going to use the bathroom too. I'll be right back. Okay, friends. I'm wanting a coffee. I want a decaf. Let me get you an image that's like not boring to look at. I'm sorry. I try to keep the screen dark at night. A lot of people on their phones. It's like shows up as a light in your face. I'm sorry. Um, Now there's just not a lot to look at on the cams. We lost all the cams in Northwest California. I wanna see the progress. I'm so happy that the people of Gasquet can repopulate. They have to be on alert, but they can repopulate. So many evacuations were downgraded, but the cams are just grayed out and down. Oregon's never had good cams. Now, this one is cool. You'll see a rainbow on this one. This is the 12-hour time lapse of the lookout, the Smith Ridge cam. Wait a second. This is the rainbow one. I put it in my thumbnail. I could show you also the smoke dance of a time lapse the other day that was unreal at the lookout. Wait a second. It was looking the other direction. But there's been so much rain in Oregon that when the sun's rays hit it, that's all vapor. It goes back up into the clouds and rains again. And you can tell the actual smoke is over here because it never stops. Even though it becomes overcast and the other places are not as warm and the little columns disappear. Smoke is also white here, but it doesn't stop. So you can tell, like, this is a smoke column, some of these over there, but all that dewy moisture, humidity stuff. Where's the one with the rainbow? Just awesome. Yeah, no idea how happy this makes me. If we had another week of like pure heat and stuff, and like high winds like Labor Day of 2020, we're coming up on an anniversary. I don't even know that I want to revisit it and like do an anniversary stream of the day most people's anniversary dates for when they started streaming is like a happy day. I don't know that I want to relive that crap. It's important to tell the public because it was one of the craziest natural disasters of the United States history, and yet the media didn't even give it a name. I did. I called it Red Monday. We lost more than 16 different towns in like 72 hours just in Oregon. I haven't even calculated the other states. So almost once in a lifetime wind event, like a Santa Ana wind event style for all three Western states. Um, yeah, Cheryl, isn't it a good video of how clouds are made? It's just sweet. Yeah. Cheryl says our highways aren't all that wide up here. It might be 2 lanes. Why do you think that is? Is it because it's so boggy in some places? I know that it's hard to make a road with good drainage. Canada has a lot of like snow that during summer and that in the frozen ground like melts and then it just becomes like a bog. That's why moose have like legs as high as giraffe. And they would sink down into it and they just gotta walk through mud. And that's why they're really good swimmers. So if you're gonna build a road and you're gonna gravel that and make that bed, I can see why they wouldn't want to make them too terribly wide. Um, so Joe Johnson says after making sure I wasn't drowning, he grabbed a beer from the esky and turned to Mom, "You can now," and then he went back to his fishing line. Was your father intoxicated? No offense at this moment by any chance. Oh my god. Hold my beer. I gotta throw my 5-year-old in the water to teach him to swim. Oh, oh, good old days. Okay, let me leave you with an image that like if I get off this time lapse, it's just grainy black and white crap. Um, what can I show you that? Hmm. We can go on to the vehicle fire thing now. I think I've done all I can do for Texas. Um, yeah, this is supposed to be in the examples tab. But see, these are offline. Ugh. I mean, it's great when I struggle to find a fire on any of the California cams. But in this case, they're still there, but the cams are just down. Why? Now, some of the coolest to look at, if you just need something to look at, are the things that face west during the sunset. Today we had an amazing sunset in Oregon. It was orange and stuff. Birds. Are those ravens? One day I'm going to see a condor, guys. One day. Joe Johnson says, you got it, but Crocodile Dundee style. Oh my God. Okay, please tell me it wasn't gator infested. Hey, cattle showed up. That was a cool one. Oh, I could tell you some of my dad's stories. God, I have to have him as a guest on my show. Stories with dad would be amazing. I researched ghost towns. I wanted, not paranormal crap. Sorry if that insults to people, but when I say paranormal crap, most paranormal shows and all that is fraudulent. Hasn't changed since Harry Houdini's day. And it is not at all investigative. So I just roll my eyes at that stuff. And mostly the people who take it seriously are the ones who have just been defrauded by the frauds, right? I want to go back to this. This is amazing. So what kind of birds do we have? Are they crows? Ravens? That one has white feathers on the other side. Occasionally you get a pied crow. Pied means the animal is black and white. Like the Pied Piper of Hamelin might have been a guy who had black hair with shocks of white in it, like a skunk. Okay, where's the birds? Cattle show up. Give me cameo. Well, that one is farting. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the end of the birds. Let me leave you another one. I'll go get the coffee on. Oh, Sutro. Maybe that one caught. Oh, it rotates. I was hoping this one would just look at the sunset over the water. Oh, for love of God. That's going to drive me insane. Nope. The ones that go over Tahoe are the best. Let's just go to Tahoe. Let's just go to Tahoe. And they're on the old style ones. Don't ask me why. So Zephyr Cove, yeah, tends to be completely awesome for sunsets. Well, just awesome in general. I mean, it's like Tahoe. All right. Sunset, sunset, sunset. Be golden. Oh, it's behind clouds. I'm going to rate that a 2 out of 10. Okay. Cheryl says the one to Yellowknife is only 2 lanes, and Mayor has complained of the infrastructure issues to the feds. Yeah, it'll be expensive, but wide roads, especially with at least a low brick wall, really, really help prevent fire spread and help them hold the line. Okay, it's coffee time. I wish I could just set these up on an automatic time lapse. Is it nighttime? somewhat boring, really. Does this one rotate? Diamond Peak, Nevada. Sorry, I'm going over. I'll just talk about random subjects like I have to do, so people don't think stream ended. Most people watch and listen, watch for a second and listen for the most part. Okay. Now I'm drinking bottled water only. I do not trust what they say about Portland's water with the fire at the Bull Run watershed. I mean, we're supposed to. First, a scandal comes out earlier in the week that says cryptosporidium bacteria has been found in Portland's water supply and in the drinking water, and a warning about, oh yeah, how it'll only affect the elderly, the children, and the immune system vulnerable. Like we're chopped liver. Sorry, what? Media downplaying that? Like, go to hell, really? The real scandal was they've been detecting it in the water for months, at least since May. I know I got a bunch of mystery illnesses. This is not the first time. Went to a college in Portland for a lecture thing. Drank out of the damn fountain, and it wasn't like a regular kind. It was a new style fountain where you fill up your water bottle with purified tap water, filtered tap water, right? Be green. And at the college, they're like, we're trying to ban plastic water bottles. So they took all of the, fake green, really. They took all of the vending machines that had plastic water bottles out of the building. And you could only buy, for the scam price of $20, a steel water bottle with the twist cap, And people buy those and think, oh, I'm going to be green. And then they put them in the recycle bin like a week later because it tastes like crap. It's like drinking out of a canteen. It tastes like steel. Whatever metal your water is in, it tastes like it. It actually gets the molecules in it, and you can overdose on that. So where's my decaf? There it is. Ah, I like that smell. Decaf. This one's fresh. I'm gonna do a cappuccino style with the froth half. Yeah. All right. Okay. First, we gotta microwave that half and half, and we must prepare our sugar. Oh man, I'm almost out of Lucerne half and half, guys. We have to go to Costco for some Dairy Gold. Costco's got the cheapest milk, eggs, and half that you're gonna find. I was like the egg hero of the neighborhood. I came back with some like Costco 52 packs of eggs. I'm like, hey guys, want to buy some eggs? I was like a sketchy Rolex dealer in the corner of the street in New York, Okay, I tried to mute for the microwave button sounds. I can't stand it. I'm gonna be rich. If I can design stuff, I will just design things, everyday objects, to not be annoying anymore, and I could make $1 billion. I'd start with the microwave. I'm like, guys, have you ever thought about how freaking annoying that sound is? Do you realize that it's a digital speaker? You could have pleasant tones in there. In fact, you could just make it like a smartphone where you can make your own sounds. And that would be great for the hearing impaired who can't hear certain frequencies, like my dad in the Air Force. Can't hear high-pitched sounds like that. So, like, why when you shut the microwave door, is that got to be so loud it wakes up the house? Like, we have been on the moon. We have been on the moon. We could change this, did you know that? And black appliances, that's banned. Anybody in my company who says we should build a black appliance, you're fired. You're fired. It's a guy thing. It's weird. It's depressing, and black plastic is likely toxic. Okay, now I know I'm tired. Because while I opened the lid for the decaf, I closed it and put it back on the shelf. What the hell's wrong with me? It's not in the basket. I'm like, why does the basket feel light? So we'll make every drawer in the kitchen close gently and silently. We do have the technology, gentlemen. This can happen. All right. And blinds, no longer will they ever again have the child strangling cords. You don't need them. There's other methods. Children don't suffocate in the cords. They play and they bounce around on their beds and stuff. All right, specialty cappuccino mode coming up. You know how there's two cords? So usually people tie them together at the base. Well, that creates like a noose. And so a kid gets that wrapped around their neck. And the way it goes up underneath their chin, it cuts off the blood flow to the brain. And usually death can occur in less than a minute. Brain death. Doesn't matter if the heart's beating, because if it doesn't reach the brain, you have loss of consciousness within 20 seconds. You're not going to cry out or anything. And this happens all the freaking time. But there's other ways to adjust blinds up and down, like sticks. And I have no idea why they're not banned. It's one of the number one killers of children. And it's annoying. You can never get those cords to be the same length anyway. That's why you got to tie them. And then you yank on one and only half the blind goes up. Like, this will be no more. There'll be no more. Just not going to have that. And what about bells? Brass bells? You know, they should be in appliances again. I always like the pleasant ding. I like the old style toaster oven. That's very low energy use. That's what's green. The shrill beeping crap can go to hell. Where it was invented. What annoys you about everyday stuff that just doesn't have to be like that? Why do we have to look around for a light switch? They should be illuminated. I mean, the wiring comes from the wall for the switch, so there's already power there. And like, it's just now hitting the market, things on Amazon and stuff, where there's a border around the light switch. It's illuminated when the light's not on. Freaking genius. Why didn't anybody think of this already? Really damn easy. All right. Why is there so much energy wasted in refrigerators? Why are the coils inside of the building? If I design a refrigerator, it's so ironic, it's a heat exchange, but it's inside your building. So when it cools itself off, the fridge and freezer, it does so by putting all the heat inside of it on the coils, and that vents the heat into your room. What if it's already really damn hot in your room? You don't want that. You want it to vent to the outside. And what if it's cold out? Perfect. Your refrigerator would basically use no power whatsoever if you had the coils on the outside of the building. And so all you do is turn like a valve. So that's either using the coils inside the building and mounted to the wall of the kitchen or to the outside of your building. So when it's cool out, The heat exchange is awesome. Like, it's always cooling the coils, so your fridge is just naturally cooled and it's not using electricity. Refrigeration, and it's kind of a big one. And then your house is not being heated up in the summer by that heat exchange. So you don't have to have as much air conditioning. But in the winter, if the coils might actually freeze, you don't want that. So you twist the valve, the heat would stay inside your dwelling, like, for Canada or something. Like, why don't we do this already? Oh, decaf. I was looking at ways of heating and cooling things, and air cooling stuff, which is what a refrigerator does, just tries to cool everything by making the air in the fridge cool. That's the least efficient way to do anything. Heating and cooling, like, I learned this studying computers. Like, you can use air fans, but air fans have to go a million miles an hour to do the same work if there's just a simple radiator and a water block. My processor is way too hot. It can't even be air cooled. They don't make one for the market that works, so I knew that going in. I didn't realize it's so dang hot that even most aftermarket 3-fan, 240 millimeter radiators don't work for my computer either. Like, it needs the mega thick stuff. Okay, I'm back. This sugar is going to revitalize me. Oh, Joe Johnson says crypto is not and was not, will ever be sporidium. Doesn't that mean non-existent bacterial element? Cryptosporidium. Funny joke. So this is the scandal. Bull Run, Portland Water Supply Cryptos. I can't spell, but I think that's it. Yes. So this broke on August 24th, and then not too long ago, the fire, Camp Creek fire, broke out with our latest round of lightning there. And so they're telling the Portlanders, oh, yeah, you don't have to boil your water. It's safe, even though there's retardant and everything being dumped in Portland's water supply right now and around it. It's safe. Well, I wouldn't trust them as far as I can throw them, because this was the week before news. Potentially disease-causing microorganism found in the Portland water source. It causes cryptosporidiosis, a serious disease. Oh, that's not a... Oh, it's a parasite. Oh, God. Diarrhea, vomiting, fever, and stomach pain. Well, oh my God. Those with healthy immune systems can recover without medical help, but immunocompromised may experience even more severe symptoms. In rare cases, it may be life-threatening. I wonder how many people died, like, in hospitals on immune suppressant drugs from things like organ transplants, and nobody tested them for this. Water later tested positive for it in May. And so they knew about this since at least in May. And they were supposed to treat for it. But the Portland Water Bureau does not currently treat for it, though it is required to do so under drinking water regulations. According to the Bureau, Portland is working to install filtration by September of 2027 under a compliance schedule with Oregon Health Authority. Until then, public health officials have implemented watershed protections and monitoring, which means did nothing and didn't tell us. Portland Water Bureau serves nearly 1 million residents in the area. However, health officials say customers do not need to take additional precautions. Bull beeping beep. The areas that receive their water from Bull Run include Burlington, Gresham, Sandy, Tualatin, Green Valley, GNR, Hideaway Hills. What's GNR? Lake Grove, Lorna, Domestic Water, Lusted, what's Lusted? Palatine Hill, Pleasant Home, Raleigh, I know that. Rockwood, Skyview Acres, Tualatin Valley. Well, that's a huge area. Two Rivers, Valley View, West Slope, water districts. Portland's with concerns about the quality of water can call this number. Oh, and be lied to even more? So now they're saying Camp Creek fire. This you don't have to boil your water or anything yet. Whatever. I'm on bottled water now, and I'm doing better. Hey, Express, how you doing? Yeah. So Express says the Burning Man event is a man-made disaster in the making. It's about to get serious out here. Really, on the playa due to monsoon weather pattern. 73,000 are sheltering in place tonight. Wait, what? The people at Burning Man are sheltering in place because of a fire? Is that what you're saying? What? I thought that would make the news and I would see. I've never understood Burning Man. It's a weird avant-garde thing. That is supposed to, I guess, teach how even great works of art should be burned and destroyed because we shouldn't be material with our culture or something. So they spend a lot of time out there making a big effigy of a human and then burning it. Very, very pagan-esque, whatever. And now it's turned into the most commercial thing ever, I hear, with like booths and tremendous trash buildup. There was a bunch of hippies that, well, I assume they're hippies. Burning Man people are more avant-garde than anything like a hippie. I even asked them what it is, and each one of them gave me a weird, different answer. But oh, it's flooding. That's why I was wondering, like, is it mudslides? But okay, let's look at the radar. My take on it is it's now just an excuse to go into the desert and get high. That seems to be part of it. Um, um, where is it held? I guess that should have been my first question before I pulled up a map. All right, let me Google that. Where is Burning Man held? Black Rock. Oh, in Nevada. Yeah, they just had crazy thunderstorms, flash floods. Oh dear. Okay. They've been told to. CNN says tens of thousands of people attending Burning Man in the Nevada desert are being told to conserve their food and water and fuel as they shelter in place after a heavy rainstorm pummeled the area. Uh-oh. Is it going to rain out the Burning Man, the giant statue of a person? Attendees saw their campsites transformed by thick, ankle-deep mud, and organizers halted the vehicles traveling in or out after the heavy rain started. Oh, crap. Some festival goers hiked miles to reach main roads, while others hoped the storms forecast to hit the area wouldn't worsen the conditions. Whoa. So the desert sand has turned into a thick clay, and puddles of mud are everywhere. People are wrapping trash bags and Ziploc bags around their shoes to avoid getting stuck, while others are walking around barefoot. Whoa. There's a way to walk in mud without sinking, and I saw it demonstrated on Dirty Jobs. Um, Wait, Joe Johnson says, is that Northwest Alaska on fire? Well, whoops, let me put this right back. What do you mean is that? Like the map of the United States here? That's California. Like that's San Francisco Bay. Um, Alaska always has some fires. But you can see that Nevada we're talking about here. Black Rock, Nevada. Okay, I always forget what his search is. Black Rock. Nevada. No results. Okay. Find it elsewhere then. Let's see. Directions. Oh, it's telling me how to get there from Portland. Yeah, that's quite a drive. It's only 10 hours and 24 minutes. Okay, it's northwest Nevada. So, like, over here. Light. All right. Somewhere like right over here. Now, if we put on a different map layer, maybe we'll see some stuff. But I want to get to the cars, guys, the burned cars in Lahaina. I need guidance on what the heck engine parts you're supposed to be seeing and not seeing. Now, funny enough, here's some things with some labels. Funny enough, I wrote this script, but it was a bit too angry. I am not happy with this video and the conduct of the people who made it. It's extremely disrespectful to the wildfire victims and whoever's car that was, if that person's even still alive. Now, I'm also angry at another thing, like us legitimate journalists, not really calling myself one, but I'm more of one than I guess I ever wanted to be. But like the ones with true press passes and it's their job, like the true professionals with codes of conducts and actually there to just document things and not stir up controversy for clicks and likes and whatever the hell. Just record reality and not interfere with what authorities are doing, with what professionals are doing, with what the heroes are doing. You have a really damn grim task. This is you can't forget this wildfire is the most fatal one America's had in like 100 years. I think only the Peshtigo has been worse than Lahaina and Paradise. And that was like turn of the century. In fact, maybe that was the 1800s. That was the night of the Great Chicago Fire. I'm going to get off this map. So this is one hell of a crime scene. And you have to treat it like a crime scene. You don't touch. You look, you do not touch. And so that's what I expected at first, is it would just be this melted vehicle thing that I would analyze and calmly explain, well, I think this or that's happening. I've seen this before. Something will know. They start kicking the vehicle and tearing it apart, literally tearing it apart. And just imagine. It's obvious they're not imagining what the locals have been through and what that would look like to a local to turn on YouTube, try to find some news out at Lahaina. Maybe your wife is missing. You made it out. She drove the other car behind you and she never made it and you don't know where she is. I'll just show you guys a video now. Let's go to that. I have to write down the timestamp. We are 2 hours into it, but it was important to look at Texas. And the stream is always driven by what you guys in chat want to see. If there's some other fire right now that you need to know about, just let me know. We stop the jibber jabber and we look at it. That was a special request, and I wanted to cover that first because if Laura wakes up in the morning, she can just see that, right? So I'm just going to write down these timestamps. Intro, and we first covered it was called the game reserve fire or something. What the heck is this called again? I'll game preserve fire. Okay. Preserve Texas. And like I said, I'm not worried about it for the next 2 days. Wind is going to blow it more to the north than anything, and that the town of Huntsville is to the south. So she was specifically worried about somebody in Huntsville. That doesn't mean that the weather forecast can't be dead wrong, change at the drop of the hat, fire chews through a bunch of power lines and telephone poles, and the people who are waiting to be told to leave never get told to leave and just have to figure it out themselves. That's the worst scenario. I mean, hell, it's still like tornado and hurricane season. Anyway, going back to Lahaina. I thought it was going to be a respectful video by people just going in there to film. Then I realized who filmed it. It was the same guy who flew the drone over the active wildfire. So my respect level is already pretty low, unless he did it in conjunction and permission of the local fire department, which I don't think he's ever explained. I was hoping he would. He also puts his own business as a watermark on the top of his videos. So there's an incentive there to have clickbaity headlines and scary headlines, just like yellow journalism, and say evidence and proof of something weird going on here, you know? Oh, yeah, that'll get you a lot of likes and subs. And I don't want to do a personal judgment. So I'm not him. I don't know him. I do not know his true motivation, but I have like a scale of trustworthiness. You know, when you're trying to find out the truth, right? And here's part of my research tabs. When somebody's presenting you with something, you can look at the evidence presented, but you also have to look at the person presenting the evidence and figure out how trustworthy are they. Hey, Abu, artist formerly known as Derek, how you doing? Yeah, the BBC is certified. Yeah. Now, it's relatively easy to get a press pass these days. I've thought about it, but I have to be affiliated with some local paper or something, you know? I don't want to be a fire chaser. I don't like it. I don't want to be near it. I don't do well in smoke, and I don't think me going up and taking pictures of it will be that useful. It's even more difficult to track fires from the field than it is from my living room. Besides, real professionals are doing that. You have to have all kinds of training and special kinds of insurance for your vehicle because you're very likely to lose it one day. I'm glad you're doing well. Now, it's time for myth busting, right? I'm an open-minded skeptic. I am both Mulder and Scully, and everybody knows my motivation. I've already lost friends to wildfires. I almost lost two of my brothers, one in Paradise and one near Nevada City. And, that was my big wake-up call. My brother in Paradise did not know that he was in walking distance within a perfect shelter. Instead, he drove through flames and barely made it out. And I see this mistake being repeated again, where people feel like the only way they can get out is by vehicle, and they're doing it after the window of opportunity closed already. It's the number one way people die is oftentimes, unfortunately, getting into a vehicle or getting stuck in one when walking to a shelter-in-place option is better. In Lahaina, there's a big double-decker parking lot. That was perfect shelter. A lot of people drove right by it, got stuck on Front Street, and that was an inferno. people could have just, if they instead didn't get in their cars and just looked at the rest home, the nursing home, they could have just helped the residents out into the parking lot. Like, mass fatality didn't have to happen. So it's going to be education. I can teach people to survive fire situations. I can't teach anybody to survive a damn laser beam because, you can't. So as long as people believe in laser beams, they sit there and they won't get educated. They won't figure out how to survive. We won't get anywhere in progress. We won't demand change, such as power companies actually stopping these deadly fires. Power companies are responsible for most of the massively destructive town erasing and forest erasing fires. It's a new trend, not an old one. It's a new style of greed, but the same old song and dance. It's like the Ford Pinto thing. They count their beans and figure, we can't charge the customer for days they're without power. In fact, we have to reimburse people for what they lose in their refrigerators. It's a money-losing endeavor. And maintenance, oh man, maintenance is such a money-losing endeavor. Why don't we just have good insurance? And if accidents happen, people die, whatever, insurance will pay out. Same Ford Pinto thing. It's just psychopathic. But that's the way corporations are. They'll do that if they can get along, as long as they can get away with it. And a lot of them have been allowing their maintenance to lapse, and they only replace lines after failure. That's terrifying. So unless we actually push for change, we're not going to get any. And as long as people believe in space lasers and aliens and old people and whatever is being responsible, then these people get away with murder and laugh all the way to the bank. They've all had the wake-up call since Paradise, and yet they're still not changing. Pacific Power found guilty of making all the wildfires worse at the Beachy Creek in 2020. I had to evacuate my mom from that one, so I'm not happy about that. People need to wake up to the fact that corporations are a conspiracy hiding in plain sight. Like, it's there. Governments don't want to blame local governments don't want to blame these corporations. Excuse me. There's a reason I'm showing you hubcaps. This will make sense in a minute, but I gotta bring the other windows up that I'm looking for. It frustrates me so much that these CEOs can get away with manslaughter and never go to prison, but you and I can't. The companies don't even suffer any real losses because they'll be considered too big to fail, like PG&E, and bailed out, like Newsom did for PG&E. They get to raise the rates on the victims to pay out the victims, and it's laugh all the way to the bank. And the government and you and I, the taxpayer, get to clean it up, and we take the death toll, and we lose forest after forest and town after town. That is what is occurring. So while they may not be planting the rumors of space lasers and stuff, they actually have an incentive to, like, they're benefiting from it, just laughing at stupidity here. And what I can't stand is anybody who will take an already terrifying event where the victims are hurting. They'll be traumatized the rest of their life. They don't have a capital for the people here do not have a capital anymore. This was their capital. This is like Washington, D.C. burning down. You have to remember that a lot of people are still waiting to hear back if their loved ones' remains have been identified. They're submitting their hair and DNA and blood and DNA samples. Okay, I think I found the video. And then these people come along, and they're not thinking of that. They're not there to help. They go up to this vehicle where the person may not have survived and film it. They make these extraordinary claims. And they film themselves touching and pawing all over it, and then even kicking it at the end. Man, if I was a guy and my wife was missing and I had a Jeep Liberty or whatever that vehicle is, which I think is a Jeep Liberty, I want your guys' help. We just find it here. Off screen and drag it over. Uh, wait, I think I got it. Nope. Nope. Sorry, I have so many more tabs off screen than you know because I was trying to research this. Did I drag it over already in preparation for showing you and then put it behind a tab? I probably did. Let me try that. Let's see. The Maui. Oh, is it here? Yeah, here it is. Okay. I don't want to drive traffic to this guy's site. I'm going to mute this. But I need help from car people. I think this is a Jeep Liberty. Yeah, you guys can see it on that screen now. At least a Jeep of some sort, I would think, because of that characteristic hood with the circular headlight pattern already in the hood. That's unusual. They got the trademark circular headlight thing. Now remember, Jeeps are like the original SUV, so everything else copies them. However, as I kind of looked at this, I thought, you know what? It might be a Liberty. I don't think they make them anymore. This might be a somewhat of an older car. But I noticed it has a front winch, and the Liberty had a front winch package. It also had a very similar grille, like the plastic remains of it are right there. A lot more parts of cars are plastic than you ever think, and they're disguised as metal in a way that they either electroplate, they'll take electroplated metal and actually bond it to the plastic. That's one way to do it, like on a surface, but that scratches and peels off easily like chips. So I believe there's a secondary process for ABS plastic, which does not burn, just melts. Where they take like a metallic powder so that, say, a hubcap, for example, and you scuff it against a curb, and it doesn't look like complete dog crap. Like, even though it's scuffed, it still looks like it's metal in general, right? So the reason I was showing you guys these hubcaps is they're pretty cheap. The cheapest are like $50 for 4. What I have for serious questions about this video and skepticism is, how can I, this chick who has no interest in cars whatsoever, like, I really don't. I like 1920s Rolls Royces, like Great Gatsby kind of cars, like Gary Cooper's Grey Ghost kind of cars, right? Other than that, cars bore me to tears. Sorry, I like horses, not my thing. BBC is full of corruption and people abusers. They are? Oh, do you mean the... Okay, we can't go there on this topic. The P word we're not going to discuss. I know that you're talking about a guy who had a children's show. Cannot talk about that, okay? I'm talking about like on the scenes journalism, like they go to war zones and stuff. So the BBC was in Lahaina, and they were traveling with the Whale Conservancy or whatever that was, that used their boats to ferry aid to the victims like ASAP. And they verified that their charity was legit. Like they were on the boat with them, taking supplies and ferrying them back and forth between the islands. And so that's why I said, if you want to help with immediate aid, I trust that the BBC is not lying about that. And so this whale watching company put up a thing that said this goes to the victims, not the Whale Conservancy thing. And so I said, if you want to help them immediately, donate to that one, at least for these first couple of days before the charities get registered and stuff. I'm not impressed with the Red Cross, honestly. They'll even say, like, excuse me, I gotta get a tissue, that we won't donate all the money we raise, that you guys donate to this or this disaster, because we save it up and we still help the people of non-popular disasters. And when I interviewed Caldor fire victims, it was pathetic what they received. Red Cross gave them like a gift certificate to Goodwill for less than $40 or something. I'm like, wow. Doesn't mean that they don't do good things, but it won't go as far as if you just directly donate. And who knows, it's up to their discretion on what they want to do with the funds and where in the world they want to spend it. So Cheryl says, did you know your leader of Congress, Kevin McCarthy, was in Maui and gave a song and dance speech? I have no idea what you're talking about. What I'm talking about was how BBC journalists that like go to the scene in the war zone are legit and they don't interfere with firefighters. They don't interfere with authorities. They don't go around poking stuff. They don't destroy evidence. They're legit, but these people are not. They, as I thought we were just going to be watching a car, like, I thought this would even be fun, where I could just point out some glaringly obvious stuff to the public, some of which is hilarious. Like, they confuse these hubcaps with metal, and so they think only a laser could turn them into powder, and I'm like, oh my god, that's plastic. I thought this would be fun at first. And you get to the end of the video, and they're taking the car to pieces, just destroying evidence, tampering with evidence, kicking it, open up the hood, they touch it all over. And all the while they're remarking on how suspicious this fire is. Like, how did this car burn when it's parked on gravel, and dirt? Well, if it's suspicious, don't freaking touch it. That's called an arson investigation. Don't paw around in there. Don't break the hood and everything. They reach in the back, and all of a sudden, yeah, here it is. They reach in the back. Watch this. And they pull out jumper cables attached to what looks like a cell phone, right? It's inside the vehicle. Could that start a fire? Oh yeah. So if this was a case of insurance fraud or a firebug taking advantage of chaos, they come out into chaos. Some people think, oh, I've got a broken down vehicle, and if I just torch it, I can claim insurance and say it was part of the bigger Lahaina fire. I do not think that happened here, by the way. But you don't get to decide what you think happened and therefore what you can touch. So you reach into the vehicle. If there were fingerprints on this, well, you just smeared them off now, buddy, didn't you, and added your own? Yeah, that can start a fire. It's a jumper cable with this thing down here, which they confuse with a cell phone, I believe, is an emergency car starter. You can go to emergency car starter. So they look exactly like this. And how is it that I'm a woman that could recognize this thing? And these car guys don't know what the hell they're holding in their hands. This gets me very suspicious that they're being perhaps disingenuous, faking ignorance. Because I can't believe I'm more informed about cars and how they're made and what's inside them and what these things are that are just normal in the back seat. These aren't new. Some battery with some jumper cables and you can jumpstart your car, especially in emergency. And I know that traditional, like if you're trapped, say in winter, you need to start a fire ASAP. You get your own jumper cables out, put them on your battery, and then you connect the positive and the negative to a stick, and boom, you got a fire. Each ends of the stick. And if you touch them together, the black and the red, you get some sparks, baby. So what happens when you take this device, you charge it up, and then you touch the red and the black to itself, or maybe clip it to a car seat? You're going to get a fire. I don't think it has any special safety shutoffs. So this is what they're holding. Now get this, though. This is not the original video. This only has 12 likes. How many views? 156. Because the original was just taken down. Now, my original script here, the one that I thought, you know what, I can't do this original script. I'm too angry. I basically rant about you don't have the right to do this. It's the most disrespectful thing. Imagine if this was a case of arson and you just destroyed the evidence. They brought it outside the vehicle. Watch what they do. They speculate on stuff. Oh, that thing fell off. Now they're just remarking on, oh, is this copper burned? Oh my God. Did this copper melt? Like, that's unusual. Copper age happened for the Iron Age for a good reason. It's got a way lower melting point than anything else. And jumper cables are not a single solid strand. That would make me $1 million when I recycle them. No, I strip them all the time and recycle them. It's stranded. It is not at all number one copper or number two. It's low class number two because of the strands. Now, scrapping terminology, I'll explain that some other day. But the thicker the strand is, like, say, for example, stripping the wiring out of a house, abandoned house or something that's about to be demolished, and you take the ground wires, that's great. It's a single strand, thicker than a pencil lead. Awesome. It's higher class. You get more money per pound. The stranded stuff is like a bunch of hairs woven together, like he has in his hand. Jumper cables are just a bunch of strands. That's why they're somewhat cheap at the auto parts store. If they were one solid core, holy crap, they'd be a couple $100. It's way higher quality, than you need to jumpstart a car. Plus, they wouldn't be flexible, not nearly as so. It would be like having a pipe in your hand that you try to mold, right? Oh, Joe Johnson says, please play my original script. Ooh, ooh. Oh, yeah. I gotta have a lot more caffeine and be a lot more awake to do that justice. But I'll do it like Octavian, and I'll take that spear and throw it into somebody's heart, figuratively. Mm. Watch what they do. Just watch. All the while, at the end of the video, it's like cognitive dissonance. Here they are destroying evidence, just taking shit apart. Excuse my language. There's another reason I wanted to do this after hours. Oh no, it's morning in the East Coast. Crap. I start cussing. This makes me so mad. I'm like, you stupid beeps. They're baffled by what that is. They're like, well, what is that? It's called melted aluminum. Where did it come from? Like, they're acting like they're morons. Now, I'm not saying they are. Everybody has really moments of stupidity. It can be because you're very tired and exhausted. Like, that's the number one reason for a smart person being temporarily stupid. Another reason is, confirmation bias. If you're told that you're seeing something, you're more likely to kind of get tunnel vision on that and not think, well, maybe what I was told I'm seeing is not what I'm seeing. Like, they're baffled. How did this aluminum run uphill? Honey, aluminum doesn't run uphill against gravity, and you should calm the hell down because that is a tire. Looks like the spare tire was removed or fell off somehow. The rear rack. Notice there's no tire on that rack. And that's the aluminum wheel. It didn't run uphill. You're looking at it. Honey, they're like, this will break science. Scientists say they can't explain why the aluminum ran uphill. Oh, for God's sake. In fact, isn't that two tires? Car guys, what is this thing? Is that a tire changing tool? Maybe I could try to make it bigger for you. I can't really make YouTube bigger, but I can try to do this in a way. No, it just doesn't get bigger. I was wondering if somebody was trying to change a tire when they had to abandon the effort. Okay, the other things that make smart people stupid is fear, anger, or rage, right? And it is a scary, anxious situation. However, the tone that the voice they're using is not fearful. It seems excited and amused. Now, anxiety can cause that kind of tone to happen, but I'm just not thinking that that's it. There's way too much of a fiscal incentive to do these extraordinary claims, just get a whole bunch of clicks. He has his business logo there all the time, advertising his business on all of these interviews with the victims, stories, and stuff he's doing. I looked at when this video was still up on his channel. This video got 72,000 views in 3 hours. And boy, as his subscriber count skyrocketed. It all started that night he flew the drone over the wildfire, which is one of the biggest no-nos ever. So I think he took down this video because part of my rant was, sir, enjoy the heat you're about. That is the unholy rain of fire that is about to rain down on you of your own making. He acts very persecuted too. He's like, why did the cops chase us away? Oh man, if I was that cop and saw you doing this to an active crime scene. Yes, this is an active crime scene, one of the biggest in United States history, because it's the highest fatality event caused by any wildfire in 100 years. This is a gigantic crime scene. Hawaii Electric is probably going to be charged initially with reckless arson. They'll probably plea bargain it down to guilty to manslaughter in the X, Y, or Z degree, like PG&E did. But they'll do that because they'll plead guilty because there's no consequence. None of the CEOs or anybody can go to jail because corporations can't go to jail. Just you or me, if we did this. Like if we disturbed a power line and knew it would start a fire, and oh boy, we'd be in prison. But like I said, until laws change, corporations can commit manslaughter, but there's nobody involved will be in prison. So blame corporate personhood. It's a very, very bad thing. And it wasn't Supreme Court or some morons ruled that corporations were people back in the day. Therefore, like, they can lie because it's freedom of speech and just ridiculous crap. Oh, Joe Johnson says it might be the rear window holder up thing. Yeah, okay, I did have that idea. Now here's the wiper right down here. I'm also noticing that the ball hitch is missing. So what is this over here? This seems to be the spare tire. And on the ground in front of us, it had a aluminum rim that melted. Aluminum's got a pretty low melting point. I'm going to make a chart because I don't remember numbers off the back of my head, top of my head, because I have numbers dyslexia. But I know, the stages like lead first, and it's easier to smelt copper, and it's easier to smelt aluminum, then brass, then steel. So basically, what's in a car. They claim that steel has been melted here, and I'm like, where? They claim it, they don't show it. Steel would not be the shiny metal. Only the lead and aluminum is going to be shiny. Steel is dirty as hell when it's smelted down, especially in a dirty environment like this with all that. It would look like a just pile of slag. It would look like that rusty crap, like what you see in front of you. It would be dirty, grayish gunmetal, black in some places, and rusty. It would look like a pile of crap, but a metallic pile of crap, right? But are we looking at two tires? And if so, why? Now this coil is more neat over here. I think you're right. It could be it's like a piston thing. If you open the back of a SUV, it kind of automatically lifts it up the rest of the way and keeps the hatch open for you. I just don't know why that would be on the exterior of the vehicle, but I think I've seen some of those sorts of things before. But I'm trying to figure out the tire count. Like, if this is the spare, ball hitch is missing. Could they have an extra tire? Because could they have been towing? And could there have been a spare attached to, say, a trailer? Could they have managed to free the trailer and back it up during all this? Or is this not another tire? were they changing a tire or did they all melt in place? Like they go around the vehicle and I want to double check this because that looks like a neat coil compared to that. Now they do have the package. I believe this is a Jeep Liberty, but in fact, let me show you what I have that tab open. On different, yeah, Jeep. In fact, let me completely switch tabs. Hang on, let me rearrange, guys. I have one that's all dedicated to this. Wait, no, I don't. Okay. Let's just put this here then. Doesn't that look really similar? So you got the two windows, of course, passenger and driver, and you got the window in the back. You got the luggage rack. But look at the. This is one without the front winch. Winch is what I'm trying to say. I wonder if the neat spool of cable on the ground can be some extra cable for the winch or something. This is one without the tow package or the winch package. They stopped making Liberties, I think. But look at the vertical grill. We have a similarity there. We got the hood with the round notch in it, and we have the plastic fenders. So we have the antenna hole in the same place. We got the same general placement of the door handles. So God knows what year it would be, but I mean, it could be other types of Jeeps. I haven't owned a Jeep in a long time. I had a Wrangler, but these were popular and all over the place. So, yeah, I didn't even check the rear, but see how the tire is attached in the back here. Oh yeah, this one got crushed on eBay. So I guess we're not going to look at an intact rear, but we get a good idea of what this vehicle may have kind of looked like. So ABS plastic, there's two types of plastic in this world, the kind you can recycle that melts. And then there's something called thermoset plastic, like it's set and it's going to be that way and you can never melt it down again. Heat it up and it'll just burn. That's the kind of plastic that you cannot recycle. Plastic you can recycle because it melts, right? So thermoset plastic is still on wiring. And I know this because being a scrapper is a big temptation, instead of stripping the wire, to just load a whole bunch of it in a barrel and light it on fire and burn it. Oh, good, we got an engine shot. That'll be helpful. I've seen other Jeep Liberties, though, of very different design of their engines, so this might not be as helpful as I hoped. There's some that have a lot of plastic right there in the back. But we'll look at different years. So you have the two types of plastic, and both are found in the vehicles. Pretty much all the wiring is going to be thermoset. So as soon as it ignites, it's gonna burn. And boy, is that stuff toxic. That's why nobody's allowed to burn wire. If you take burned wire to a scrapyard, they call the police immediately to make sure that you didn't do that. And also they downgrade it because you heat damaged it. You contaminated it with impurity. They have to burn off the impurity at the smelter, so they don't like that. Strip it nicely though, and it's nice and nice. So if we go back to the video, let's do a direct comparison of kind of what it looks like. See, I don't know if that's another tire. Like, why would there be a spare tire and another tire? Maybe that coil is for that winch. Maybe it's spare. I don't know. You guys know? But there's the evidence they dropped on the ground, and later they look at it as if they just found it and go, "What's that? A cell phone?" No, that's part of the emergency car starter that you tore up in your hands, and potentially a cause of the fire, like arson related, but you just all messed it up now, didn't you? If an arson investigator were to arrive on the scene, he wouldn't know that that could be a potential ignition source because it wouldn't be intact and it wouldn't be inside the vehicle anymore, would it? So these people fully acknowledge that it looks strange that a vehicle parked on dirt could have burned in a quote grass fire, right? Well, yeah, all the more reason not to touch it and let pros do this. So we do see that the front driver's side tire was on the vehicle because I believe that little thing down there, that little pile behind the vehicle, the tire, is the more of the what threads? Is that what it's called, guys? Cheryl says looks like an old tire changer. Yeah, maybe. Why is dirt black in the square versus outside of the square? Oh, let me go back. I'm sorry, Cheryl, I didn't see you. Oh, ash. It's charred. So a tire fire is tremendously hot. It's probably one of the hottest things in a vehicle fire, unless it's a hybrid now with the lithium-ion battery stuff. Ooh. So vulcanized rubber burns tremendously hot, makes that crazy black smoke. Now it's a nightmare for firefighters because they can put out a tire fire, and if you ever see one at like a used car parts dealership or a junkyard, when the mountain of tire goes up, that's like a 5 alarm fire that takes days to extinguish, and most of the city downwind will be evacuated. Like those are nightmares. Even on a vehicle, you'll see them try to put water in the tires first, if not the engine. Like if people are not trapped inside, right? Because they're trying to cool the tire immediately. Because as the vulcanized rubber burns, it kind of runs away into more intense and more intensity until the air inside the tire explodes, and they'll do that gunshot bang sound, and then you'll see the car settle, you know. And what that can do is throw flames into the undercarriage, and um, you can try to prevent them from blowing if you put water in immediately. And you want to cool that down, especially the rear ones, because they're right next to the gas tank. And so they're going to heat up the gas tank, and the gas tank can blow because of the vapors inside getting heated up in a container. It's like a boiling kettle. So even if they say extinguish the tire fire, the tire fire, say the rear tires are on fire. And this is from definitely the tire fire. This that charred the ground pretty fierce. Um, they can go around to the front, put water in the engine, and then push the fire reignited in the rear tires. It has a tendency to reignite. And this is not me making stuff up. I just looked this up. I already knew some of this because as a truck driver. So if we were ever dragging a tire or blew one, our first priority was not just bring that truck to a halt, but get the hell out, call the fire department before we even figured out if it was on fire. Because even though say we get out with the extinguisher and it's just smoking and it's not really on fire yet, they may need to cool it down because it could reach the ignition point and ignite. They tend to reignite. It just traps heat in there inside the tube and all that. So the rim could be quite hot by this time on the inside, and that hot metal against it just keeps it going. So why wasn't the rest of the dirt charred? Well, it is in a pretty wide radius around the tire. Remember, 65 plus mile an hour wind gusts, a lot of the dirt blew away. That's a pretty big char area back there. It's they don't really zoom out way too much, you know. Now here's another thing: was the tire on attached to the vehicle at the time it burned, and did it fall off in the process of burning, or was it on the ground? So that's another thing that I was wondering about. Looks like there are 3 lug nuts attached. Now I've never done this before. I'm pretty petite with an arm injury, but if somebody had removed it, um, would those nuts, would the nuts have been twisted off there, or have they been? I don't really know what I'm looking at, guys. When you look at the rest of the ground, I don't think that it would have charred much of the ground, mostly where it was in contact with it. Remember, heat rises and flames rise, especially the hotter something gets, the more that the air is heated by the fire, and so hot air rises. And so as that hot air rises, it creates like a vacuum, and more of it get more fresh air from around the ground gets sucked into it, and the flames will generally reach up. Now we know that the vehicle is facing the water. I've yet to find out exactly where this is, but I see an intersection later that they walk to, and I'm trying to figure it out on Google Maps later today. So we're at the timestamp 5:37. See that intersection tank in the background. I was trying to hone in on it when I got the special request to go live. So uphill is where the fire's originating point was, at least for this section of it. And remember, the fire blew all the way down to the sea and rolled off the hills and down to the sea and trapped people that way. So it's facing the sea. Now, if I was, now these people assume something, and it's a mistake. I'm trying to make a tally as I watch this very long video, again, it's 40 minutes, of their thinking errors and assumptions, and they just go with their assumptions rather than opening their mind to other possibilities. It's not good in an investigation. So you have to completely clear your mind. They start out with the assumption that this car was parked and nobody was around, and a grass fire lit it on fire, and because there's no grass, this is somehow mysterious. Uh, okay, what about the possibility that the vehicle was on fire and somebody pulled off the road into the place they thought it was safest, such as a place with no grass? That's what I would do if, remember, these people drove, perhaps panic drove out of, I guess this is by Lahaina, wherever town was on fire. So they may have driven over very hot pavement and live power lines, perhaps. Or you could just have a very bad day, and at this moment, you know, something goes wrong with the vehicle and you're dragging your tire or you blow a tire. Maybe you just, this is the moment, because it's the worst day of your life, that you hit the nail in the road and it's an explosive tire. And the damn thing starts on fire, and you're like, oh my God, oh my God. Maybe this person ran over a flaming bush and it got wrapped around the wheel well. You wouldn't see evidence of it because it'd be burned up. This car could have been on fire or had a major problem and then pulled over. Who said it was unattended, right? Also, they're making a lot of assumptions. They're saying this, and this near the car did not burn up. So explain that. Why did this stuff burn but not that? Honey, it's been weeks now. We covered this live. It's this video was uploaded, what, 3 days ago? Or like the 31st, something like that. Honey, that's a busy highway. They're already removing debris and other cars driving by. There's been two other high wind events as other tropical storms moved by. So he points at a somewhat charred piece of fiberglass, wondering why it didn't burn. Who says it didn't just fly off the back of another vehicle right now? He's making the assumption that the scene is exactly the same as it was weeks ago, and that everything new at the scene, things that could possibly new at the scene, he's assuming that they were there. So there's a lot of thinking errors here. I go into it with a completely open mind, with the discipline of, okay, I'm in investigator mode. I check all of my expectations at the door and just go by what I'm seeing. So there are two possibilities. It was already parked here, unattended, and in two different versions, attended or not by human beings, and the fire approached it. The other is it was already on fire and it was stopped. or somebody driving the vehicle not on fire drove through fire and stopped. Or maybe the vehicle broke down as a third option and flaming debris rolled up against it. And they had to abandon the vehicle. And there's a little bit of evidence of that they abandoned this vehicle. I don't think it was unattended. And the most obvious option is just flying embers could have obviously lit this. I don't think these people quite understand what an ember storm looks like and just how far embers can travel, especially in hurricane force winds, tropical storm force. Like he marvels, he goes and looks at the hillside and says, the fire was way up there, therefore it's too far away to have started this. Like, dude, spot fires begin with embers 5 miles away. Look at it, they're just having a good time, you know. See all the burned hillside up there? They're assuming it was a short grass fire. You have no idea. The abandoned plantations are full of guinea grass, which is known to grow a foot a day, like kudzu of Hawaii. And it can be 6 feet tall and extremely thick. It tends to break off at the base. That's why it's such a fire hazard. And then the entire flaming 3 or 6 foot long grass pieces fly up in the wind like rattan furniture put in a blender. And yes, they can travel for long distances. Like I'm watching Lahaina videos, and it's insane what burning stuff flies by. So yeah, definitely the embers up there could have lit this car on fire, especially if, say, a window was down, but they're completely baffled. Now, if you look, I want to point stuff out. I believe if what they're saying is true, then the passenger window was down, and the door was probably wide open. When these people abandoned the vehicle, if you look, the passenger seat is reclined. See how the driver's slightly reclined, but the passenger's all the way back. In fact, they're looking down. He's pointing right now. He says the window melted down to the door. Well, if you look at all the other windows, especially the driver's side, there's clear shattered glass on the ground. So glass reacts in 2 ways. And tempered has a little bit of a laminate and is slightly different than, say, Coke bottle glass, right? But just bear with me. Glass under heat reacts in 2 ways, either shatters or it melts. Melt is a lower temperature, slower process. Shattering is a heated up fast kind of thing. So why would the passenger window just melt? Because it was rolled down. It was protected from a lot of the heat by the door, which has insulation in it. So they're baffled as to how could fire have gotten in this car? There's no grass around here to burn. Well, yeah, there's plenty up on the hillside. And they look at the grass down the hill and say, well, the grass down the hill could not have ignited the vehicle. Au contraire, it could have. Because what tends to happen in high wind fires and grass fires are called flashy fuels because, boy, they burn with a ferocity. They burn up quickly and deplete themselves quickly, but they burn with a ferocity. They create extremely high heat. High heat, hot air that rises very, very fast goes into a twisting pattern. And that creates a vacuum that sucks in even more air at the bottom, which makes the flames even hotter. And I would not be surprised if flaming vortexes, which were like think dirt devils, but fire versions, were swirling all around down there. The wind will change direction as the fire gets worse. Like I said, the fire pushing heat up into the sky will draw in drafts from other directions. And these dirt devil things on fire, these vortices, will travel around with a path of destruction, kind of like a tornado. Like one section will be burned and other places will be untouched. The strange thing about wind in a fire is, yeah, it really fuels destruction, right? It also saves things from destruction in a strange way. Once the vortex and the twisting pattern starts, wind is no longer just pushing the fire one direction flat against the ground. And that's when the fires start to reach for the sky. And so stuff right next to the flames is completely untouched because the flames are going vertically up into the sky. So when the fire gets its most intense, that's when you have the really bizarre things like this area, this part of it, this grove of trees is okay, and this nearby meadow and other grove of trees is obliterated, or this house is okay and those others are obliterated. That's when you get the bizarre stuff like a house burned down to the foundation and a car that's parked in the center of the cul-de-sac is okay, along with a bunch of recycle bins. Well, A, there's nothing really to burn in the center of the cul-de-sac. The car would have been toast if the wind was still flattening the flames against the ground. But once it goes into the vertical vortex, most of the heat, most of the flames are going straight up. So nothing here strikes me as weird at all yet. So you tell if what they're saying is true, we never get a clear view of melted glass in the door, but they say that it is. I don't see any shattered glass on the ground, although they don't linger on that shot very much. So let's just say what they're saying is true. They're pointing at melted glass. Passenger window was down. There's bits of flaming grass everywhere from upstream and an ember storm. Embers are like blizzards. Snowflakes in a blizzard, but they're on fire. And I'll just show you an ember storm. The same fire that killed my friend, Cascade Fire 2017. I'm going to recap. I use this as a teaching video all the time. Embers will just start raining down long distance and starting spot fires. They can do this from miles away. There's the security cam footage. These people try to defend their home with garden hoses because they have no choice. They're actually trapped. And they have balls of steel. They do a pretty good job, but they lose their outbuildings and they lose their trucks and stuff. So this was a power line fire. Two separate ones in the two nearby towns, Bangor and Limerica, and I used to live in this general area. So our friend dies this night because we moved out of the way of this fire, but he, I mean, we had moved years prior, but he still lived in the same area. So these people were not given any notice. Power lines went down in the Santa Ana Diablo type wind event that California has. Remember this October. So if you think fire season is over for California, oh no, October through January is the worst. It starts out kind of mild at first. You think, oh, maybe I could defend my property from this. But it's about to go into a raging inferno mode in a drop of a hat. So if you watch the timestamp, it's 3:58:40. And this will get unreal very, very quickly. As soon as the wind gusts come back. None of these people had warning, even though there is reverse 911 and stuff, because when the power lines went down, they all lost power. So the next thing the fire chewed through was a telephone line. And the one nearby cell phone tower that this area had, we always had crap cell phone service. So people woke up mostly with their roofs on fire already, with a red glow in their window. And the winds were so strong that little gravel bits and rocks tap against their window, and the tapping sound wakes them up. So they have some protective gear. They got some respirators and stuff. They're better prepared than normal, but can you imagine? I mean, they're doing a decent job, but look, kind of futile. Watch how their truck disappear. Look how bad it's getting over there. You turn your back on it, and holy crap. Now, a lot of people find success if they start wetting things down early enough. They've got decent defensible space. That's a very critical thing here. They got a rock garden wall thing, and we'll look at the trees going. And they got the grass down. I don't know if it's still green. Probably is. Even if it's dead, being really low to the ground is key here. But I'm going to fast forward a tiny bit. Just remember, it's only 4 o'clock in the morning now. Just moments later. Actually, I won't fast forward. Just watch. That little one ember landed over and created that spot fire. And you might have been tempted to run out there with a truck or gator or something and try to put that out real quick and come back to your dwelling, but this will go insane quickly. Now, a lot of these are oak trees, fire-resistant trees, but they'll still lose their leaves. But there's the taller trees are the piney stuff, sap impregnated and all that. And boom, torching begins, and it's about to get real. And the camera flashes into color vision for a bit because it's confused. It thinks it's daytime with so much light. There's a 911 call that my family friend makes. Says we try to escape. The car's on fire in the driveway already. The roof is on fire. We can't open the garage door to get the motorcycles out because there's no power. And besides, we couldn't get past the burning car in the driveway. We're going to try to put it out with the hose. A lot of people survived here by getting into the culverts underneath their driveway somehow. Like those are not big, but entire families stuffed themselves into there. That's how I found out how life-saving a culvert can be, even a tiny one. But you can't just run around and chase the embers, and they're doing their best. But I would have focused on the house. There's no way to fight the ember storm that's going to come at these trees here. You have full tree torching at this point. So all the little bits of the tree's branches, whenever the wind picks up, are just going to be thrown all over the property. And it's just 4:02, like it's 2 minutes later, and the fire is beginning to surround them at this point. And the funny thing is you might think, oh, there's a lull in this activity. Well, the fire changed direction for a minute because the wind did. And I can guarantee you that happened in Lahaina. Winds are not always constantly in one direction. It just doesn't really work that way. When fires are gust-driven, which they usually are if they're spreading rapidly, there'll be these moments of crazy gusts and crazy activity, and it dies down, and then it'll pulse back up to crazy activity until it reaches a threshold. When there's so much heat, it just starts to twist, and you get the fire devils and vortexes. See, it's beginning to twist over there. See that twisting action? Just get the hell away from anything doing that. Another warning sign from firefighters is you might see tiny, tiny fire devils, maybe even a foot tall, but it's a sign of unstable air, and possibility of a fire tornado is very possible. See that twisting action? This is when the flames are reaching for the sky. But as it consumes a lot of the fuel, the twisting action will stop, and then the flames will ride the ground again as they're pushed by the wind. So it really gets bad. I'm glad these people survived, and they obviously did, and their security cam did. And we don't have the full thing and the full night. Like they go over there trying to get that going, but I wouldn't be out there, and I wouldn't put my back there. But you can't even see, going back to the beginning, 3:55 in the morning, you can't even see the fire, but look at the embers raining. This is why defensible space is so important. If they had any trees and stuff right next to the house and bushes, this would not be possible. We wouldn't hear any about this. Would they just be a statistic in the paper? But they've got good defensible space. Pretty decent, but look at that. All those embers are coming from way over there. He must have really good vents. They must have had a fine mesh on all their soffit vents. Otherwise, what most people don't realize about the fire hose defense is it's not really the roof exterior that you have to worry about so much. It's these embers they blow up into the little round vents and the little square ones underneath the roof. And if there's any tear in the screen, and you want a metal one, not the plastic crap, any little tear, see how they're raining down like snowflakes? They accumulate in the attic, and they light the attic on fire from the inside out, and you just can't reach it with your hose. And that's why most garden hose defenses fail. You have to really have seriously groomed your home. And usually you won't. You need an endless supply of water. You need to make sure your pump house survives. You're screwed on a well. You should have your own type of hose. You need your own water tanks, your backups, full sprinkler set going, and you need hoses that are thicker than a garden hose. So going back to the car at Lahaina, that's an example of an ember storm. Not even the best example. Most cameras and stuff don't survive the crazy ones. I can show you I can show you the ember tests. Warning, fire trigger warning for survivors. Fire ember test. Yeah, so they wanted to figure out why some buildings survived fires, like the Miracle House in Lahaina, when the other homes in the neighborhood burned down. So they compare one with pine needles and stuff on the roof, blah 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 blah. So they make a wind tunnel, blah 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 blah. Do it, show it. So turn on the fans. God, I hate this. See that? That's a true ember storm right there. How are you going to defend that with a garden hose? That is insane. So this is what's raining down on the car. Hurricane force winds, you betcha. Like this is a bunch of embers thrown in front of room fans. And that's hopeless. And you may think, oh, well, I cleaned my gutters. Well, hundreds of pounds of flaming stuff is gonna dump in your gutters and on the roof. Like you just can't have overhanging trees and stuff. So if you can imagine the amount of embers hitting that car, what happens when the passenger door window is open? Anything in there is gonna ignite. Everything from the upholstery to stuff on the dash, it's going to ignite. So they're baffled in the video, saying, "How can grass light this vehicle on fire?" Well, that's how. Not only is the window open, I think the door is. I mean, the handles have melted off. Is there a way to open a car door easily without the handles anymore? I mean, we have to admit that this is like weeks later, unless they filmed this right after the fire, which I don't believe they did. There's a lot of traffic on that highway for it to be right after the fire. There's nothing smoking in the distance. Cheryl says, has California changed the housing codes for fireproof housing? They've changed some. Unfortunately, a lot of the elderly people in Paradise could not evacuate because they could not reach up and have the strength to open their garage doors with the manual release handle. I struggle with it. Like I remember once hanging off that thing with my entire body weight hanging off, and it wouldn't budge. Like I have to call stronger neighbors. So unfortunately, the elderly were in their own little communities, their own little trailer parks for the most part. They couldn't even help each other. So they had cars, their car keys, ready to go, couldn't open the garage. So one of the biggest changes to code, most important, was battery backup for garage door openers. That will save a lot of lives. The rest, sprinkler systems mandate. They introduced that legislation like after the Station nightclub fire in 2002, and every time there's a big fire, It's pointed out, especially like when it erases towns, that sprinklers would have gone a long way to helping firefighters, save buildings and stuff. And the sprinkler code will probably never pass, even though it's introduced to Congress every single session, because it's called the tax incentive for sprinklers. It's supposed to help, landowners, well, business owners and developers, anybody, retrofit their buildings and build new ones with sprinklers with a tax break. But here's the problem with that. It's so depressing. I'm going to turn the AC. My computer's making heat. Oh, I hope I don't lose my voice again. Jeez. This laryngitis has been a bit difficult to overcome. I should focus on the car probably, because this is stuff I know. I'm trying to look at you guys for things I don't know, right? But these are good questions. What was I just saying? It's 5 in the morning. Oh, the sprinkler thing. Unfortunately, the change to tax code just to do something beneficial, like help businesses pay for sprinklers, might set a precedent for changing the tax code in other ways. And there's a big feud between Republicans and Democrats about two things. We can't make it this easy to change the tax code. And if we provide all these incentives, tax incentives to businesses to put sprinklers in, we'll go deeper into a deficit because we'll lose the tax revenue. Oh my God. You understand how expensive it is to clean up after a disaster? It's a penny of prevention is worth like $1 million of cleanup. We still have mass fatality events because of our stupid fire codes are still in the 1920s in most states. And Congress is worried about a deficit. Okay, what about this whole billions of dollars for war stuff, but not to save lives? Like, is a very bad statistic that pretty much accidental deaths in almost every sector are declining as safety standards improve. And fire is not. Fire is now becoming higher and higher on the list of accidental causes of death. It's almost one of the highest now in the nation because everything else is getting so much more safer. Flying is getting safer, automobiles are getting safer, and structure fire deaths, wildfire deaths are climbing because the others are going down. And besides, power companies are now routinely killing people and erasing towns. That's pretty new. Sad thing is they may have always kind of had who cares if people die kind of corporate, idea. I mean, PG&E has been killing people for a long time in California, long before. Well, to use a grim analogy, they were doing it before it was cool. Now the other power companies are doing it, right? Well, the reason it's all happening at once is they may have been neglecting their maintenance for a very long time, and now is kind of the breaking point where much of it's breaking down. During these epically dry last couple of years because of El Nino and La Nina. So when power lines fail in wet storms, it doesn't even make the news. When they fail in a dry storm and erase towns and kill people by the dozen, people wake up. But keep blaming space lasers, they won't. So if you see the, let's go back to the vehicle. I'm just going to assume they're telling the truth that the passenger window melted in the door. The only way that it would have melted and not shattered is it was protected by being inside the door, rolled down. Now the driver's side door shatters, and why? It could be that the interior is already on fire. They're also assuming that the interior ignited by itself which is also ridiculous. I don't know that the interior was what was on fire first. Like I said, it's very possible the way this was carefully pulled off the road into a pretty safe area, like away from grass, meant that this person was probably trying to save themselves. They put their rear end to the wind, which is just a survival instinct. It's the best thing to do, um, because you don't want the smoke going into your vents. So if you face the smoke, you you also can't see anything. And just human instinct is put your back to the wind. And this person may have pulled off the road and wondered, am I dragging a tire? Did it explode? Is it on fire? Maybe they saw it was on fire, like, damn, in the rear view or something, or the side mirror. And maybe they just tried to park in an area where, there's no dry grass. Because, just think about it. Oh, my car is possibly on fire. Should I drive on the dry grass and then get out and then be burned by the grass on fire? Like, that just doesn't make sense, right? I think this bears the hallmark of somebody trying to be safe. I do think that this was somebody driving it and pulling over. Just that's very likely. So the other thing about this is the passenger seat is reclined fully. I believe this person was probably a single occupant. I mean, maybe there's a passenger behind the driver, but the passenger seat is down because I think they probably wanted to put more possessions into the vehicle as they left and evacuated. I think this is south of the town of Lahaina. That would be a generally good place to go as a direction and on the main highway. Um, Now, if I had dragged a tire or what I was trying to say earlier, another reason the vehicle could have been on fire and the person had to pull over was people don't realize when you evacuate, try to let some pounds out of your tire pressure if they're full, for sure. Like you do not want to be driving over hot pavement with your tires completely full like they should be. Let some pounds out. It's just I'm not a car person. I don't know what's okay. 5 or 10 maybe. Because if you drive over the hot pavement and or flaming debris, or God forbid a power line, whoa, hot air expands. So the air inside of the tire will expand. And if it just gets hotter and hotter as you keep driving over hot pavement, or if you get stuck on hot pavement, the air will explode. That's why you want to drain a few pounds of pressure, at least 5 or 10, I don't know. And you've given yourself some leeway there. So remember in Lahaina, a lot of people were just kind of stuck, just sitting there, and fire got close to their vehicles and heated up the roads, and the power lines were dancing around on the roads too. It could be that a tire blew, but would you want to stop? Like in the town that's burning down, you might just be tempted to run on the rims, like it's a police chase. So these people may have, hey, morning, November 6th, golf, Mike Leva. Are you a car person? I mean, almost any male is more car educated than I am, but I'm trying to make sure I get this right. These people assume this car was consumed by a grass fire, but since there's no grass immediately near it, they think it's evidence of lasers, which is, I will be the first person to say, hey, I think this is unusual. The laser weapons are part of warfare now. They're mostly anti-missile and defensive. They're incredibly expensive and huge and difficult to deploy and not at all stealthy. But fire is a part of warfare. It has been since war began. So if I see anything unusual, I will alert the public. It's just, I don't see anything unusual. I don't see why a $1 trillion weapon would be used against a non-strategic, sleepy tourist town. Pearl Harbor is a strategic target, you know. And why would you use a weapon when a $5 road flare would do the same thing? Militaries that stupid aren't smart enough to have secret weapons. But fearful people, they have when people are already scared, they're more likely to believe more fearful information. That's the way it works. We are programmed to take threats seriously until we think about them later. We just sort of leap and grasp onto them. So when somebody says, "Hey, you're under threat," like we take notice, we click, we look, right? And so unfortunately, a lot of people take advantage of that. So I'm trying to figure out are they kind of stupid here? I'm not calling them stupid people. They went through this disaster, I think, too. And so they could be affected by fear, and they definitely are affected by confirmation bias. But they also could just be perpetuating a hoax that's profitable and taking advantage of the fear situation and don't care if they're increasing the misery of the survivors. And it sure got them a whole lot of likes and clicks and subs. And his business logo is on all these videos. Burned car in Lahaina is not many people will click on it, but if you say evidence of what? Melted. Engine block melted. And they even claim that cast aluminum was turned into powder. What could do this? Well, you say crap like that, people are going to click on it and know all about your business. He's also collecting money for fire victims, so I'm not making an accusation. I am saying that looks suspicious, though, because I looked it up. Let me just show you guys. First thing I did was look up his charity. He makes a little bit of a slip up. On his website, he says his charity, and he asks for money time and time again in this video, which is, he says it's for the charity, and his website says the charity is for the victims, and yet he says in the video, if you want to support independent research like this and filming, it's like, oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Where's the money going? Do you have a separate fund for yourself? Yes, November 6th Golf Mike Lima. Vehicles are extremely flammable. The paint is too. So I'm having trouble believing. I mean, I'm having trouble believing that these grown men who seem to know things about cars could be this duped, this gullible, and this foolish. How is it that I, who am a furthest thing from a car enthusiast as you could possibly get, how can I understand more about the metals and situation involved in here? So the passenger seat is fully reclined. So I think they crammed the vehicle likely with things as they try to evacuate. I think there's possibly just one driver in here. Now, I think they got out, saw the vehicle on fire, or tried to change the tire. Maybe they just blew a tire and they just pulled over to change it. I mean, what a bad day, huh? And the Ember Storm prevented them. I mean, you have no idea what it's like to be and smell that smoke. I remember trying to load my mom's car with family heirloom things like just lightweight trunks and luggage, and I had to sit down and pant. As you're breathing in wildfire smoke, the carbon monoxide replaces some of the oxygen on your red blood cells. It builds up, and you just get exhausted. The embers would be burning your scalp, going down the back of your neck. The smoke is hot. You would be sweating like a bull immediately. You'd be panicky. One moment you could see and you could breathe and you could hack and cough and everything's getting in your eyes, by the way. The wind will be picking up the dirt, the hot embers. Hot ash in my eyes was what I was not prepared for. It was like hot sand. You know, like being in a fight that went dirty and someone threw sand in your eyes. Every time I blinked it out, I had no more tears after a bit. I had a full N95 mask on. I just didn't think about goggles or something. I'm loading the car, and mind you, we were more than 10 miles away from the approaching wildfire. Hot ash was still raining on our heads, right? Now this is very close to the wildfire. This is a front row seat. Fire's up on the hill, and burning bits of grass are falling all over these people, I can tell you that. They're probably looking out the front window, the front windshield, and seeing fire vortexes swirl around like little mini tornadoes. I gotta tell you the hell that this person would be in trying to change a tire, do anything. I think they abandoned that effort, if that's what was happening, real quick. Opened up the passenger door, knew the car was toast, there's no way to deal with this. Flagged down a passing vehicle, and I hope they survived. And luggage in hand. Maybe they couldn't even get their luggage out. Maybe they abandoned it. Now, if the window and door are open, like seems to be probably the case here, but mind you, this car's been sitting here for maybe weeks. Somebody else may have somehow opened the door for some reason. I think it probably was just already open during the fire. I don't know how to open a car door without the handles. In fact, a handle fell off of my car. It's all cheap plastic crap these days. And I couldn't open the car from the outside. I even shone a flashlight in there. I just could not figure it out. So what I don't quite get is why is there like 2 spare tires? And did the spare tire burn off of the vehicle and fall over? Or did they take it off? Like, what is that to you, car guys? Like, is everything taken off that needs to be to get the tire off? Yeah, and November 6th says, this is what stolen, burned down cars look like in Sam's Club parking lot near me. You live in Compton? No offense, but whoa. But yeah, just doing basic Google searches for burned out cars, I see a lot of images like this. Plus, I've seen some. I can share with you some of my own videos of just how weird a car looks after it's burned. But I'm still thinking Jeep Liberty at this point. Trying to arrange my tabs up here. Now this is a little bit messed up, but I really do want to know, was the tire removed? That would tell a lot more of the story here. Now, what I thought would be hilarious until I found these guys tampering with evidence and destroying it, and that pissed me off. Let me put this Ember Storm under examples. Okay, like that's the amount of embers raining down on this car. How would you change a tire in that? You know, it's hell. Okay, Jeep Liberty, handle is up here to the right. Handle's up there to the right. It's got the same pattern for the big old cheap ass plastic fenders. Now, a lot of people think that the fuel efficiency mandates come about by making the engine somehow more efficient, and it's not really that. It's making the car lighter. Let's make everything plastic we possibly can. And then the terrible decision to use magnesium alloy in car parts, which you put water in magnesium fire, it blows up on you. Well, that was the other example video I needed to show. Water on magnesium fire vehicle. There's a couple real short. Oh, this one, yeah. Look out. Wait for it. This is why firefighters hate magnesium. looking out the front windshield of a fire truck. It's very hard to put out tire fires. They often reignite. You can see the fender is thermoset plastic. The fender is burning instead of melting. So yeah, a lot of things in a car are flammable. And I think what he hits is a magnesium firewall. It's going to react to water in a bad way. Boom. Oh, that's why you need turnout gear. Yeah, exactly. A lot of engine components are now plastic. These fuel efficiency things maybe have gone too far. Like, magnesium has no place in a vehicle. Did you see him get showered by molten metal? Let's see that again. Oh. Dang. I've heard the firewall's made out of magnesium. It's like, seriously? Doesn't that defeat the purpose? So that'll be tucked in my example video section, along with the others. Put it over there with the others, Gridwald. So I'm still thinking it's probably a Jeep Liberty. Now, where they tamper with and destroy evidence. By the way, guys, this video was taken down. I'm so glad this Joseph person has re-uploaded it. I think an attorney or something maybe tapped that real estate guy on the shoulder and said, "Did you know you filmed yourself committing a crime?" Or 3, that all the burned areas of Maui right now are a massive crime scene, that Hawaii Electric is likely to be charged with reckless arson, perhaps a homicide charge. They'll probably plead down to guilty manslaughter in the X degree. So when you are allowed to go in and film, that's a privilege, not a right. You keep that privilege by being respectful. You don't get in the way. And here they sweet talk officers, and then officers go away, then they trash talk them. Great. And they act persecuted. They just don't want us to feel the truth to the world. Oh my freaking God. And then they whine about not being able to fly the drone. Now, this is still a TFR over there, temporary flight restriction. Nobody could go and see what they're doing over there. Well, yeah, buddy, that's because they're doing body recovery over there. And you're whining about not being able to film it? Serious? So the part where they destroy the evidence, I should timestamp this for my video. Right here. Remember, arson for insurance fraud is a major thing. And people take advantage of chaos. I don't think that occurred here, but what you have to look at, you have to have a completely open mind. Now, if an arson investigator came in here, he'd probably note the open door and window thing, and also look around for a source of ignition that looks weird or suspicious. What do? They reach inside. They touch and handle everything they want. Can you imagine if your wife was missing and she was driving the Jeep Liberty, and you see this video, and you see them just pawing all over it, smiling and kicking? Yeah, they kick the vehicle later. Yeah, they destroy a lot of stuff. Here they're holding jumper cable attached to a device, and they're like, they don't even notice what it's attached to, but they let it crumble in their hand and it falls to the ground. Now they're smearing any possible fingerprints on this. And they're baffled at what it is. And they're also saying, the spring is weak. What kind of heat can do that? Any heat, really. God. Springs lose their tensile strength in heat. It's actually very hard to get them right in the first place. The Hudson Bay Company, trapped all over Oregon in like 1815, they had a blacksmith shop. And they tried their best to get the heat correct to make springs springy. For the beaver traps, they found a gigantic pile of failed attempts to make these springs, and they had to import them all the way from England because it's very hard. And anybody who has like a museum or something of beaver traps or anything like that, even if it burned to the ground, the beaver traps were there, they would no longer have a spring because the heat would ruin it. It'd be weak as a newborn kitten. So, duh. Why are you surprised by that? I'm female and I've never had a physics class in my life, and I just kind of know basic crap. So, this definitely could start a fire. This is one of, I guess the other one's still in there, of the jumper cables, and what I believe it's attached to is a car starter. They're baffled at what this is, by the way. Whoops. Where did I put it? I have to go back to the rims. Yeah, it's one of those emergency car battery chargers. So I know that if you touch the black and the red together, you get sparks and survival. You know, if you want to start an emergency fire in the woods, black goes on one end of the stick and red goes on the other end of the stick, and boy, you got your fire started. So could somebody have touched red to black, turned that thing on, tossed it in the back? Could they have clipped these things to the upholstery? Oh yeah. Could their fingerprints still be on it? Could this be insurance fraud? Could this be a firebug running around causing chaos? Could this vehicle have started the fire downwind? Yeah. But boy, that thing fell off right there, didn't it? And you crumble apart the wires in your hand, and then you drop this outside instead of putting it back. Oh, he puts that back. But, oh, he gets a gold star. But the rest of the evidence is now outside the vehicle. Fingerprints are smeared. His new fingerprints are all over it. And arson investigator wouldn't know that that was inside the vehicle or connected, and you just screwed up, possibly, and prevented a family from getting justice. They're baffled as to why this tire. How did aluminum flow uphill? That's the wheels, dear. Aluminum wheels melt. So you look at car fires, just look at regular vehicle fires. It's really easy to tell. There's two types of wheels. I'm female and I know this. Like, they should know this. They're baffled by this. So I should find one that's totally burned. Vehicle burned. Well, unfortunately, fire departments try to put out these fires. To find one that's totally done usually is, all right, there we go. Like wildfire situations or rural crackheads, torching the stolen car after they stripped it or whatever. So here, you can always tell what kind of tire wheel you had. If it's still intact, it was steel, just like the rest of the steel of the car. If it's not, it was aluminum. And here's a perfect example, I think, of the hubcaps. They're plastic. These days, hubcaps are plastic. It gives you more fuel economy and makes you a better racer, and they're cheap as hell. So, let's get a good example of these. Where's one where the wheel's totally intact and it's steel? That would be a steel tire. And you can see the brakes. Man, there's a lot of plastic hubcaps out there. Remember, they put water on the tires immediately, so unless you have a completely burned down with nobody in attendance kind of vehicle. Anyway, if you see the wheels, it was steel. But what these gentlemen do is they confuse the wheel with the hubcap. Okay, there you go. That's steel right there. See, it's all intact. Blah blah. Pretty well burned out, melted hubcap back there. Now here in my Amazon, There's a $75 for pair 4, but I've seen them as cheap as $50 for pair 4. Like, so what I looked this up. How can plastic look like metal? Exactly. November 6th, Golf Mike Lima. Fear-mongering gets more views. So the thing I have is 3 questions. They're either being temporarily stupid due to whatever reason, lack of fire education, seeing what they want to see, confirmation bias. But I'm not really buying it. I just don't see how men educated about cars can fail to realize plastic when they see it. I'm leaning towards perpetuation of a hoax for likes, clicks, subs, and they're also asking for a lot of money. Now that would be an accusation if I said, well, they're doing it. No, I cannot confirm whether or not they're doing it. I'm trying to figure out if they're just ignorant, but well-meaning. Like doing a hoax as like a merry prank on people. They seem amused at some point. Maybe attention seeking is one of the reasons. But then there's a third option that would be benefiting their business and or getting money. Keep asking for money. So which one of the 3 is it? It's got his business logo on everything, and I'm just having a hard time understanding how I can look at this with basic, like, common sense. They say steel has melted, and they do not show any steel melted in the entire video. Steel has a higher melting point, but than aluminum, lead, brass, and parts of the car. And we can tell. We can get a good range of temperatures by doing that. In fact, I was going to write that down. This is my melting point chart I'm going to create. Okay, melting point. So you got your copper, as in the jumper cables, right? And the wiring. Other common materials in a car. Let's see what has the next highest melting point. I think lead is first, actually. Lead wheel weights. So melting point of lead. And mind you, the lead may not be pure. Okay. Yeah, it's a very, very low melting point. So we got lead. Practically do that over a campfire. In fact, I think you can. The musket ball manufacturing was over campfires in the Revolutionary War. Okay, so let's go to copper. Okay, so we got copper at 1,984 degrees. This is all Fahrenheit because America. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't write down lead. That says 621.5. Should probably just round up. So we see the lead wheel weights. Now the 2 metals that are going to look shiny on the ground is lead and aluminum. So we got lead, copper. I don't know if aluminum magnesium alloy melts has a higher or lower temperature than straight aluminum. So let's see. Whoops. Oh, I just closed it. Okay, melting point of aluminum. Just kind of has a cool preview there. So we'll go aluminum. Now nothing is going to be straight magnesium in this car unless there's some crazy reason for that. It's very lightweight, but I don't think they're going to use the pure stuff because I just can't believe that anybody's fire code would allow that manufacturing, right? I'll allow that comment. The reason I wanted to talk about this was at night because I keep cursing so much. I'm gonna put it to them this way. Now, the reason I think their video got taken down is they realized that they filmed themselves committing crimes, and tampering with evidence in a major arson investigation, destruction of evidence. They were allowed to film, but did more than filming. I think that's a separate charge. I think the law is going to rain down upon them. The FAA is going to rain down upon them for flying a drone over an active wildfire. I think he claims to be a realtor. I'm going to look it up. The Realtors Association is way beyond. Okay, if you get your real estate license, you're a real estate agent. Association of Realtors with capital R, which is trademarked, okay, which he puts on all his videos. That is an ethical, like, what do you call it, trade association? Like, you pay to be a part of it, and there's higher standards. They say you can trust us because we have ethical standards. And the ethics board for the Realtors Association is going to bring the hammer of God on him, probably. And he might get arrested. And I'm sure he's going to just play the persecuted thing if he doesn't get it. Oh, they just don't want the truth to get out. Well, okay. Dude, you wanted to film body recovery from a drone, and you're whining about not being able to film where they're doing that. You walked up and destroyed this evidence. You said you were just going to film. You basically lied to police if what his story is true. And is he just lying to the camera, though? Like, where is your melted steel, dude? Is he foolish? Does he just not know steel from aluminum from lead? I don't know. But melted steel would be this rusty, dirty, gross color and a pile of slag, and I don't see any evidence of that. So, because what we're doing is we're making this chart, right? So straight up aluminum is 1,221. Oh, I forgot brass. Brass, which would be the radiator. This is how we're going to find out how hot the engine got. He claims it was so hot in there that the entire engine block melted. That's his claim. So we're going to look in the hood and see. I don't know anything about engines. All I know from looking up and just asking a few friends is what the hell is an engine block, right? Like, to me, I'm thinking like ABC building blocks as a kid, right? I'm thinking Legos, right? But apparently it's where the pistons and stuff go. So it has like little round holes, right? So some say that even those are being made out of aluminum these days, like, oh my, or not aluminum, but some have magnesium, but I think those are sports cars to reduce. I don't even know how that's possible. The engine block is supposed to contain, it's an internal combustion engine, but magnesium is combustible. Is it a weird alloy? I don't know. But people start talking about things like manifolds. I'm like, what the hell is that? But I did look up Jeep Liberty engines, and there's a whole bunch of plastic in the area where they say that the engine is missing. So I bet you just look down there and it's probably melted at the bottom. Okay, so now we got to do aluminum. Oh, brass. That's okay. I'm sorry, I forgot brass. I have to swap that in my thing. Yeah, that's right. Aluminum melts easier than copper and brass. I forgot about that. Yeah. So the reason that the world didn't have an aluminum age, because you can melt it even easier than copper, is because it's scattered around in the soil. Like, you don't find chunks of aluminum in a mine. It's incredibly rare. It's like dispersed in the soil. And so in the 1960s, refining it, for one thing, they made breakthroughs. And so that's when you get this miracle thing of aluminum, and everybody wanted it for camping because you didn't have to carry around a steel canteen anymore, and all those aluminum lawn chairs were suddenly portable. You didn't have to carry around wood to camping or sports events, and it was a cool thing. Okay, I've got to revise my chart. I put aluminum above brass for some reason. So copper, though, and I'll show you my chart in a second. The Copper Age It's 1,984 degrees happened way before, in the Bronze Age, happened way before the Iron Age, because that's just a straight iron, 2,000. So there's a big leap between copper at 1900 Fahrenheit and iron's 2800. So steel is a form of iron that's lighter and more flexible. There's many different types. Don't get me started on that. Iron technically would be what most people are familiar with is like cast iron. It doesn't flex. Very heavy, very dense. Think Eiffel Tower. Doesn't bend. It's great for some things like bridges, but nothing that needs to flex. So like Victorian era was like cast iron. And steel was known about, but it was handmade. So you don't have the steel revolution until the Bessemer steel process, which was a guy who was a genius. Like the whole world knew that cold air was more oxygen rich, and cold water was more oxygen rich than warm. A lot of species of fish, like salmon, need really cold water. That's why they let a lot of the water out of the dams in California, even during the drought, because they don't want all the salmon that are migrating to spawn to completely die when they enter the Sacramento River. You have to have enough water for it to be deep enough for the salmon to have oxygen down there. So this genius, Henry Bessemer or whatever, figured out, oh my God, fire is hotter when you use cold air in your blast furnace. He patented this, compressed cold air, added it to his furnace, and all of a sudden the fires were hot all day long to allow the mass manufacturing of steel. Boom! Suddenly that revolutionized everything. Everything was stronger and lighter. Tanks, ocean liners, cargo ships. You get that era. You get welding and instead of rivets. Rivets are there to hold like crappier material together. I don't think the Titanic had high quality steel. It's pretty crappy compared to what the mass manufacturing stuff did later. So let's see. When was the Bessemer steel process invented? Blah blah blah. There's a little bit more to it, but mostly he figured out the cold air thing. Da 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 da. Oh, 1856. It was also invented simultaneously by William Kelly, although the claim is controversial. Oh yeah, whatever. So once his patent expired, everybody could do it. So we enter the new age of steel, and you get Empire State Buildings because all of a sudden steel's cheap enough, it's mass produced, make that stuff. And perhaps maybe I was off on my timeline. Maybe that's why we have the Titanic, because steel became cheap. It just wasn't good quality though. Okay. So, sorry, what were we looking at? The iron. So I'm just going to write down iron. Think cast iron here. 2,800 degrees. So I'm going to just make sure, because steel comes in varieties. It's an alloy. That's why it's light and flexible. They're going to mix in stuff. Stainless is going to be, depending on the type of stainless, cobalt. They found out the Chinese were making stainless steel. You know those terracotta warrior guys? Some of them were holding weapons that never rusted in their hands, made out of cobalt-infused stainless steel. The Chinese forgot it. There was a lot of turmoil in their internal civil wars, and their libraries burned down. They had their own great libraries too that burned down, but they forgot it. But isn't that incredible? If libraries hadn't burned, we could have had stainless steel at times Julius Caesar. Like, holy crap. So, mind you, there's a lot of types of steel, as many as you could just, you know, let's see, I'm just going to put steel. It's a good range, 2,500 to 2,800. All right. So the other steel alloys, you have what was considered an impurity, like carbon, high carbon steel, rusts like anything, but really good for surgical implements, one of the sharpest kind. But we'll not get into that right now. We just got to know the basics. Now we need aluminum, magnesium, aluminum. I was hoping the alloy, it's also going to change depending on its alloy. Wait a second. Why did aluminum say 1,221 degrees? That's got to be wrong. Chemistry stack exchange. They're saying aluminum is 9. Okay. Kelvin. Oh, get out of here. Fahrenheit. Blah, blah, blah. Why are they so similar? The melting points of aluminum and magnesium are so similar because they are both light metals with similar atomic structures. Yes, yes. They're both in group 13 of the periodic table, meaning they have similar chemical and physical properties. So maybe this doesn't change aluminum that much. But boy, what I want to know is, does magnesium burn out of the aluminum, or does it just melt into a slag? The way they put water on there, that was quite a reaction, but I guess it doesn't matter too much. Okay, I think we have our basic metals. What else is in a car? Hey, A Squirrel, how are you? Have you ever considered discussion of Hawaii real estate guy live on air? Wait. How could you arrange that? I would like him to answer some questions. If he is a guy just trying to help, it's very possible he is. That he's very misguided. He's not thinking in his quest to see a lot of people who really believe in this stuff, that there's something shadow government-y going on, right? They have a motivation to try to protect the public. It's just like mine. He's been through a trauma. He's more susceptible to believing the conspiracy theory stuff, because that's what happens in these situations. I've met many fire victims that didn't believe in anything of the sort, and then the moment that fire roared through their town, the mind wants to latch on to some answers. And it's a coping mechanism to believe in conspiracy. It's a normal psychological thing. When you have a terrifying, scary experience that you can't prevent in any way, like you're not in control of whether or not the power company is going to be ethical or not, turn off the power next storm. Power companies are now killing and killing and killing again and again and again, and almost causing mass death situations. Just like Pacific Corp found guilty of the Beach Creek thing in 2020. That was a fatal fire, helping spread it. PG&E just keeps starting wildfires again and again and again. Not only did they kill at Paradise, they killed the year before with my friend dying in the Cascade Fire. They caused what happened at Santa Rosa and other places. They probably started the almost fatal mosquito fire of last year. And the McKenzie fire seems to have involvement with power lines that they were investigating Pacific Corp for. SoCal Edison may have started the Bobcat fire. In fact, it's almost a slam dunk case. However, the fire investigator couldn't pinpoint how their equipment surged and the fire started at their equipment, but they couldn't figure out, like, how did vegetation touch it and stuff due to a non-cooperation of other agencies. Oh boy, don't get me started on that. Who withheld evidence and wouldn't allow the fire inspector to look at it. So you got power companies all over the place, playing with people's lives, and you can't control it. A coping mechanism that many reach for is somebody is in control. That is comforting. But then the second thought is, well, people are in control. They've got to be evil. And then the mind goes to, why are they evil? And then that goes to crazy town. So could he be as susceptible as anybody else to this? Could he have real positive intentions? If he doesn't want to look bad, you can't put your business logo on this kind of stuff. You have to really separate your personal crusade from your line of work. I do not take money for fire victims, not directly. Occasionally, at my discretion, I will just see one in need and just do it. But I do not take money for fire victims because I'm not a charity. I don't know how to be one. I don't know how to make sure that people are true victims. I just try to connect people to their Kickstarters and whatever, and I do not even have time to vet charity stuff. It's not, I would like to one day. Do I have any time? No. I just want to teach survival. I just want to guide people through it. That's my main deal. And later I want to help bring people's awareness so that they can push for laws and change and vote for the right people and not the same corrupt bozos that enable this. There is a conspiracy. It's out in the open. It's hiding in plain sight. It is power companies failing to do maintenance and making these wrong decisions when they know full well that could cost lives. But where are the inspectors? Like PG&E, the line that failed, the arm that swung down, and trying to find good pictures here. It's very hard. Most of these cars are half extinguished. I'm trying to find a good solid image that you can see where a car. Oh God, here's more of the same thing. Boy, there's our Jeep Liberty. It's a star now. Let's go see what that fact check website has to say. Let's see if they're echoing me. I haven't even got to most of my points. See how much of a rambling windbag I am? That's why I was writing a script. Mine had a lot of cursing in it, though. A lot of how dare you. If he wants to look not like a bad guy, you got to do several things. You got to register your charity, bro. The first thing I did when I looked up his charities, he's got a website. He's taking money for victims. Says it's all going to the victims, but in the video he says, well, if you want to support more investigations like mine, well, wait, what? That makes you look quite bad. Yeah, if he wants to explain his motivations, thought process, that'd be great. I would want to tell him, look, I think you're not understanding how severely this video he made could hurt people. They are hurting bad. There is a plea from this gentleman. In fact, I've got it over here ready to show. You can see the pain in his eyes at the city council meeting. He says, stop running around using our tragedy for your agenda. And oh God, I couldn't agree more. Just look at the pain in his eyes. Let me find it. I'm sorry. Here it is. I have to drag him to the correct windows. You could just see he's traumatized. It's a city council meeting, and these are I don't know if they're members or doing testimony. It's chopped up, but he is saying, stop using our tragedy for your personal agendas. I couldn't agree more. This is not a game. This is one of the worst things to have ever happened to America. This is like, would you laugh and poke around and kick at one of the upside down ships in Pearl Harbor? Would you laugh and kick at anything at September 11th? This is their ground zero. This is Hawaii's second Pearl Harbor right now. This is not a game. You don't touch evidence. You don't disturb things. You don't lie to the cops. You don't laugh about it. You don't joke about it. You don't try to film where they're covering bodies. You respectfully get the hell out of the way and just film what's going on. And you think about what would it be like if you were the husband, like say this is a woman that drove this Jeep Liberty, and oftentimes, people take two cars out, try to fill it with as many possessions as they can, and they try to follow each other out. And there's a lot of tragic stories of them losing contact with each other, and one doesn't make it because one makes a wrong turn. I've seen that in many fires. So what if she hasn't been found yet? She's a missing person. You're asked to give her blood for a DNA test. Maybe it's your daughter, you know. Maybe you're asked to dig her hair out of her hairbrushes in your luggage. You need to give the authorities her hair for a DNA test, and they're kicking out the car and saying, give us money. And so the first thing I did was I looked up Hawaii charities, and I really thought I would find his charity registered. It's been a while now. First thing I said first thing I found when I was digging this up, excuse me, I have no idea where I put that entire tab group. Here it is, State of Hawaii. Oh, and here's the damaged car that I was trying to show people. This is very similar. This is just a normal car fire. You see that the aluminum wheels totally melted down. You see the black charred ground where the tire fire was. But those are ABS plastic hubcaps. And they do that. It's metal infused plastic where the plastic will melt out, leaving behind the metal powder that makes it look like metal. They kicked that to try to test if they call it powdered cast aluminum. It's not just, oh my God, it's not. It's not cast aluminum. Aluminum melted off. The aluminum was the wheels in this thing. Like that's the remains of the wheels. This is the spare tire in the ground. Later, when they kick this and they paw through the engine, they break things apart to get it open. Can you imagine if your wife or daughter drove that vehicle and here they are just tearing it apart? No police presence, pawing through their things. And what if she's dead down there? What if there's only some teeth down there in that field? Like that's a possibility. Sometimes when victims are like cremated, like all it is at cremation temperatures, like in Paradise, they found some victims that had zero remains intact. But on the bed, most victims, when they're defeated, they crawl in bed and throw the blankets over their head. They could tell where a victim was because there would be a necklace up here, earrings up here, a smartwatch on their wrist here, a zipper here, and the position of a person prone, right? And it falls down into the mess of springs and the ash. And you gotta literally take shovels and stuff and metal detectors and stuff to try to find that stuff and try to keep it where the victim was. Like the level of disrespect that this is showing is not making them look good. Like, just don't do it. See, where's the video? They just kick stuff later. I'll have to timestamp that. Taking apart that thing. Let's see. Kind of goes on forever. I really got to timestamp this and kind of cut it to something manageable. Oh, by the way, if that's a brass radiator, then we know the engine fire didn't get above 1700 degrees. So they're saying it was hot enough in there to melt an engine block. And I think the engine block is still right down there. I think the plastic parts right there burned off. I just don't see missing engine parts. Not from what I've seen. So what con artists do is they'll often invoke the name of God and try to motivate people. Like I just don't see them missing anything. I sure as hell don't In fact, there's some wiring. It's charred. I can't tell if that's copper, but I don't even see melted copper. Like there's your engine. There's the belt where the belts go. There's your radiator. I mean, you're totally tearing it to pieces here, but now one thing an arson investigator or any other kind of investigator would know about is if the hood is up, that's usually because a fire department came by and tried to put it out. Or it could tell you whether or not the vehicle overheated, but when somebody pulled over, it could tell the story. But here they just break apart the front dash and everything to open the hood and then paw around in there. So let's see. And by the way, so you can tell that the wheels, they melted off. This is a plastic hubcap. ABS plastic. Doesn't burn, just melts. And what's left behind is like I said, the powdered metal that made it look like it was metal. But you can see the steel lug nuts completely intact. Looks like a tire did burn here. We got more of the things. So this is a shattered driver's side window. We have a melted windshield, and that happened slowly. And the reason the windshield melted is it's away from the hottest part of the fire, which is these tires. They burn like nothing else. The fenders would have burned off because, like watching that other vehicle burn fire, we know it's thermoset plastic. Chunks that were burning were falling off. So that also heated things up. There's a front winch package here. The plastic thing assembly burned off, and so pieces fell on the ground. On the Jeep Liberty with a front winch, it's got a lot of plastic. The front winch, front bumper winch package, and a lot of it's custom aftermarket stuff. But it's kind of like that, So with so much of it burning up, you see the characteristic up and down plastic parts of this grill. Well, he crumples in his hands when he opens the hood, but that's what makes me think it's like maybe an early 2000s Liberty. The steel cabling is found up under there. Just the disrespect when they kick at it. I just think they're definitely not thinking of how does this look to other people. There could be a physical danger. Like somebody seeing this could be absolutely enraged. Like what if they just got confirmation their loved one is dead and they're just doing this to the car? They laugh and they find like chapstick or something like that and then throw it inside the car. I don't know. This is one of the few shots we get of the whole thing. If you look at Jeep Liberties, just doesn't have that many side shots really. Somebody asked me in the comments section before it was all shut down, how would say the window was open, right? And embers got in there, and upholstery and objects inside began to burn. Well, how did it get to the engine? Oh, that's easy. Excuse me. It's totally easy to explain. There's the wiring goes into the engine through a bunch of holes. See the holes? It's not a solid thing. From the inside, it's even easier to tell. See, these are the up and down. Well, before he picks them apart, see the vertical messed up plastic of the grill. So it really could be a Liberty here. There's the steel cabling there. So I don't even think this engine got very hot. The brass radiator would have melted at 1700. Steel, the very lowest melting point of steel is 2500. Now, any aluminum parts of the engine could definitely have melted at 1200. because brass is 1700. So I think then it's easy. Somewhere between higher than 1200 degrees and lower than 1700 degrees is the temperature of the fire in the engine. I just don't see anything unusual about that temperature. That's not particularly high. Notice the wheel missing because it's, well, aluminum. They melted off. And there's those stupid hubcaps right there. I don't see any melted steel. Not even these thin cables, not even the stuff on them. So he makes the extraordinary claims that an engine block melted off, and I just don't see that. Plenty of things intact in the engine. There's a lot of plastic goes here. Yeah. So I don't want to make this a let's hate somebody, but I'm angry. If we could change his mind and he could become respectful, he could be a really good force for good here. Redemption is better than crucifying somebody. And sometimes when you get tunnel vision and you're on a mission, especially a traumatized person, I mean, this is where he lived, that can occur. So, but right now, I would like to see that charity registered. I tried to look it up, and one of the first things when I was Googling it is the state of Hawaii, right here. I got it right here. Sorry, this is a lot of tabs to have open. It says AG warns of Maui wildfire charity scams. And yeah, they always come out of the woodwork, right? State Attorney General Ann Lopez is cautioning residents to be careful when considering making a donation to one of the many fundraising efforts that have propped up. So what you need to know, any charity that solicits donations in Hawaii must be registered, and its status can be verified here. So I clicked on that. You know, the same thing. Welcome to Hawaii Charities Online. Who is required to register? Blah, blah. I'm sure they let this go for the first week or two. Registering a charity is not that easy. It's one of the reasons I haven't made one yet for like fire victims. CPRO is on the board of a couple of these now, and he says you have to have like a mission statement and you have to have a board of somebody. So you have to like have a treasurer, have a director, and all these positions. It's not really that easy. However, the charity that this gentleman set up is a .org. It used to be charities only for those websites, and now anybody can do it. The public's not aware of that, so even having a .org gives people a lot of like, oh yeah, it's got to be legit. I could not find his charity on the website. So if he wants to look legitimate, he can't be doing this. Having a website taking money for victims, failing to register it, putting his own business logo on what should be tragic and somber videos. Can't be clickbait titles and stuff. I have no idea why he published it without first just kind of Googling stuff like I do. Why does he make claims on the videos like we found melted steel where? What's even more foolish is they point to the roof rack and say that this is melted cast aluminum. The roof rack parts are plastic. This right here. Here it is. Oh, let's just turn on some sound.
That is a windshield right there that is completely melted.
Yeah, the windshield melted because there's a relatively low temperature where the windshield is. It's not near the tires. Now, the passenger window, assume it was down. Once the driver's side shattered, probably from the tire fire, could have been from the heat of the interior. That created a wind tunnel effect through both of the front windows. And so that allowed the heat to escape. And so now there's constantly cooler air coming in from the outside. So while there's a meltdown of the plastic and the 8 quarts of fuel, they seem baffled. What could make the engine burn in here. How could the temperature get hot? I don't know. There's at least 8 quarts of fuel. I Googled that at Jiffy Lube in a Jeep, plus whatever was in the fuel injection lines. And in the undercarriage, eventually, the tires are going to boil over the gas tank. It's kind of going to blow, and then whatever fuel in the vehicle is going to fuel that. But this is, if the window was the ignition point where the embers got in, then this could have been a relatively slow melt of the windshield. Now, somebody told me, oh, it's tempered glass. So it has a laminate in there. The laminate melted even if the glass shattered, and I don't think they're correct. Melting and shattering are two different things. So even though there's maybe some intact glass pieces in there, I worked with glass for a long time, making stained glass windows and stuff. I'm sure glass could have just slowly melted in here, as long as it's protected by something. The windshield was protected by the closed hood. It's away from the tires. There's a wind tunnel effect allowing cool air to go in there. So the passenger door is going to melt. The glass is going to melt in there because it's protected by the door. You can see the shattered glass though, the driver's side. I'm not sure about the others. I haven't. Okay, yeah, the rear. Yeah, the shattered glass by the rear over there. Okay, yeah. Oh, sorry. I just went past it. He's opening the door. I don't see shattered glass down there. So I'm just going to believe them that they say they see melted. So you can't do that. You can't tamper with evidence. See that? That's one of those emergency car starter things. They ignore it. Later they see it on the ground and say, is that a cell phone? No. It's attached to that thing. If that was arson and that was the ignition source, you just messed up the evidence. So there's nothing unusual here. People are like, well, how did the fire get into the engine? Well, it could have definitely gone through the wiring. Like I said, thermoset plastic is used for electrical wiring. That's why so many meth heads steal wiring, and then they burn it in a barrel. They're too high to strip it. You know, they're going for quantity here, and they don't care about the environment or people's health. Thermoset plastic burns there, therefore you cannot recycle it. So you see the dash wiring has to get to the engine area. So, whoops, in the dash there's plenty of holes. I'm sorry, I went right past it again. I'm just going to point that out. So it doesn't matter where the ignition source happened. Even if just the interior was burning, it would go to the engine would melt up and burn up. I'm sure a lot of the plastic in the engine is also thermoset, being something that could ignite and burn. The tires would have been the most fearsome heat. And definitely the rear area where the gas tank is, assuming it didn't run out of gas. I mean, that would be an assumption it had gas. I mean, they could have pulled over because they ran out of gas. I think they pulled over because they blew a tire or the car was on fire already, like they dragged one, or they maybe blew a tire because they went over hot pavement. The tires were already full of air and they had nowhere to go. The expansion popped one. They rode on the rims, pulled over, grabbed their stuff, and got out. I hope they got out. So the luggage rack part that disintegrated in his hand, that is also plastic. I just don't see anything unusual at all about this entire situation. But I do think it's unusual these people that seem to know things about cars are this ignorant about what goes into cars. So does he really know nothing about cars? Do I, a woman who has no interest in cars, somehow know more? Yeah, the paint burns. Mm-hmm. So are they trying to deceive the public? A lot of people who believe in conspiracy theories are actually children and young teens. I mean, they could be from all over the world and have very poor educations. And the bad thing about the old YouTube algorithm and other things was once you clicked on a topic and watched a few videos, basically YouTube said, oh, you like that topic, we'll serve you more of that topic. So if you ever clicked on like an Al Qaeda beheading video like I did as a kid, oh my God. Guess what you got? You got more Al Qaeda recruitment vids. Even if it was out of curiosity and you're horrified. This is how YouTube fueled Al Qaeda recruitment and ISIL stuff. It just kept throwing the propaganda at young, impressionable Muslims who suddenly got the idea that they had to jihad against the Western world because the Western world was trying to kill them all and sterilize them all. And they all went anti-vaccine, thinking it was an anti. That's why polio is still in the world, because Muslims and the Taliban decided to say that the Western world was trying to sterilize them. Just weird conspiracy crap. And we almost had eradicated polio. It's just in Afghanistan and Nigeria, these places where there's crazy Taliban-like, cult-like military groups. And so the problem still a little bit with the YouTube algorithm is you click on one of these and that's all you see. You do not see the rational stuff, the explaining stuff. The only thing that YouTube does now is it takes whatever is trending and popular, which is fear-mongering stuff for the most part. Oh, here the police arrive. And serving more of it. It's the echo chamber, blah, 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 blah. You guys know what I'm talking about already. Yep, kicking the tire. There it is. Let's timestamp that. That pisses me off. I'm sorry. In Butte County, after Paradise, if somebody had seen that, man, would they have been beaten to a pulp. I'm sorry. I did witness a lot of wannabe journalists, youngsters, running around Paradise when I was there trying to. My brother asked me to check on what remained of his home because he didn't want to go there. He said, "Tell me if there's anything to go get." And I went, "Okay." The answer was no. He wanted to know if his aluminum boat survived, and it had a giant shark bite out of it, like a big hole out of it, which I thought was weird for a second until I puzzled out the scene. And this is funny. I've seen conspiracy people online with pictures of my brother's boat with the big round chunk out of it, like a shark took a bite. A huge great white shark, by the way. And say, lasers, this is where the beam focus, right? And I looked over, and what doomed my brother's house was a big tree fell on it. It was on fire. He didn't have defensible space. A whole lot didn't. And so even if the firefighters, they saved the neighbor's place across the street because it had defensible space. Even if they had tried to put water on my brother's place, it would have ended the moment that the big ass pine tree fell on it. So it crushed the house, and then it hit the boat. And where the pine tree burned, the huge log of it and everything, the exterior, where it burned, it melted the aluminum in that circle. And so when I came upon the scene, they only opened that street to the public again because they had to remove all the hazard trees first, because that was ready to roll down the street, crush people, and hit cars. So the tree had been removed. So one of the thinking errors that people have is, oh, it's weeks or it's months later, but the scene is just the way it was on the day of the fire. No, there's something called mop-up. Firefighters will take stuff that's contaminated after the fire. They'll put it like in the vehicle that was on fire, especially if they know it happened, like a traffic accident. And it'll be easier for the tow company to just tow the contaminated crap. They're also trying to clear the road a little bit so people don't run over stuff. And I have some pictures here I could show you of me coming across a vehicle fire. Do you want to see them? I was very puzzled by this. In fact, you guys want to play a game? Oh, and November 6th says those lines are rubber and aluminum. There's flammable fluids like brake fluid, and gas, all in the lines that go across the entire bottom of the car. True. Yeah, the brake lines. I looked up hydraulic fluid. Is it flammable or not? So it can burn, but not readily. Like it's got to be reaching a pretty high temperature in a confined space. So I don't know. Exactly, Cheryl. When he was only thinking of his own perspective, not those of victims. And that's what's troubling. Is it's not about the cops in his mind didn't have motivations to say protect crime scenes, you know, protect evidence from being tampered with, to prevent looting, to prevent exploitation of the victims. That is their job, to make sure that people filming are just filming and not doing anything else. I mean, they do this with an extraordinary brazenness in the open. I'm pretty sure somebody called it in, like, what the hell are these people doing? And then they walk over, right? They said they weren't supposed to be there, but a cop or a sheriff let them in. Wow, they just got that person in trouble. That's against the code of journalism. Somebody lets you in, you don't rat them out. Man, that person's in hot water now. The TFR is so that people don't film the body recovery, because guess what? A lot of people exploit that. This the station nightclub fire. Now, this could be an image that the firefighters wanted to capture. This image from above. It's very famous now. This is one of the structure fires I studied. I had an interest in being a fire inspector at one point. Now, the tarp is over the body pile and some of the other victims. Now, this is 2016. There's really not a lot of like drone. This is a helicopter shot. Now, this may have been the damn media, right? This is why cops have to get out the tarps. They have to put the bed sheets over the gruesome car accidents, because somebody's going to go take that picture. And there's a fine line sometimes. Sometimes you should take that gruesome picture for a teaching thing, like the reality check pictures where teenagers get their driver's license. They should see what happens with a couple of car accidents if you don't wear your seatbelt. But there's a tasteful way to do that. Like, don't show the victim's face. If you're there, you work with the authorities. You contact the families and make sure they're okay with such a thing, right? But then there's always the media that just wants that gruesome shot, the paparazzi-esque, the ruthless, the kind of don't respect. You should take pictures of heroism, firefighters giving mouth to mouth to that baby coming out the front door of a fire, right? But gore is there for a specific audience. It's the kind of audience that jacks off to this. I'm sorry for my crude language, but they get off on it. They are amused. They love to look at it. And that's why the cops have seen all these people come around. They don't like it at all, one bit. So what I'm really mad at is the real journalists, like, who go to fires and stuff. And this is the kind of shot people would take. Body recovery efforts in Lahaina. Yeah, they would. They would. Just like what happened with this tragedy, they would. We're losing access because we're losing the trust of the authorities. So they're shooting themselves in the foot. If their goal is to get more access, and I do believe journalists are very important, ethical ones, even citizen journalists too. We do have to show the public what's going on, or the public imagines something evil. But there has to be a trust to not do anything that's just goddamn sinister, and that's selfish. The cops can't babysit you. They got a job. They got to go chase after the looters and stuff. You have to have a code of honor and ethics. You're just not going to do such a thing. You're not going to exploit tragedy for your own gain, personal gain. And for God's sake, before you upload a video like that, you better ask your own people if it's unusual or not. You don't just ask the world. I say in Jesus' name, share this. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm so sorry that white people act like this, especially on native lands, and then invoke the name of Christ too. Like, oh my God, it's such a mistake. Like, this is so offensive. Yes, white people live in Hawaii, duh. But holy crap, remember the history. This is their capital that they just lost, their ancient capital. Like, this is a very specific ethnic tragedy as well as all of us newcomers to the scene. But it's like they lost their White House. It's like they lost their Washington, D.C. It's like they lost their Buckingham Palace. And there are museums too. We just shouldn't behave like that. And so that's why I feel like it's a bit disturbing when he's only considering from his own perspective. Well, the cops must be chasing us out because we were going to tell the truth. What? Oh, they must be keeping us from filming because they got something to hide. Yeah, you have bodies. Yeah. That's just not something to be filmed. But let's switch gears. This is very depressing. And it makes me curse. And now it's definitely morning on the East Coast. Sunday, so kids could be listening. So we're gonna zip our potty mouths, right? Let's play a game. What vehicle is in front of us, friends? You know how weird this looks. When I first came upon this vehicle fire, these are my own personal photographs. One, it's a great example of how vehicle fire can kill the vegetation nearby. I mean, all that stuff's dead. Just the leaves. It got so hot that like that tree's dead. Even it's a pretty fire-resistant cedar-looking thing too. It just doesn't have the age yet to be fully protected from fire. But you see, the leaves didn't burn off, but all those plants died and shriveled up because of the intense heat. So what vehicle we're looking at? What burned here? I was actually kind of confused. I was like, that's the weirdest flatbed I've ever seen. Mind you, I'm an ex-small rig truck driver. I was like, what the hell is this? This is one of my examples of how a lot of the stuff that was on the ground, like these tires, it puzzled me at first. Like, why is this tire not burned? Why is it up there? Okay, spoiler alert. The debris was all over the place, and to open the road again and keep people from touching contaminated stuff, this thing is about to be towed. So the firefighters in there mop up and clean up, put a lot of that stuff just on the top, just ready for this to leave the scene, you know. They also tucked stuff underneath these cavities, which I thought was weird, you know. But I need to use the bathroom real quick, and so I want to know, what do you guys think that is? Josh White says that's a van. Could be a van. Yeah. Ace Girl says we burn large piles of tree stumps here in western Washington State. Hydraulic fluid is a fine accelerant. Really? Really? Now, is it red? Or is that just brake fluid that's red? Is it brake fluid is a type of hydraulic fluid, but yeah, I just see how tired I am, guys. I was up all night. So yeah, guess what vehicle this is? You might be a little surprised. I was. So I have to use the bathroom real quick, guys. But Ace Squirrel, that's an interesting proposition. I'm too angry right now. I gotta calm the hell down. I think that this has hurt our access to wildfires. It's, you know, I'm not gonna call it fear mongering, but it's fear spreading. It makes people more fearful instead of reassuring. The comment section was the most god awful thing. I was gonna try to save some trophy segments, but all kinds of fake firefighters, fake cops came out of the woodwork and said, "Yeah, I've never seen anything like it." This one firefighter said, "Oh, I have 31 years of career experience, and I've never seen anything like it." And I said, "What?" He goes, I don't know how fire could have possibly gotten in that vehicle. It's on gravel. There's no grass near it. Oh man, mystery. And I just called him out straight. I said, I highly doubt you're a firefighter. You think it's a mystery how fire got in that vehicle? Really? The window was rolled down. You've got 31 years of experience, but you don't know how to tell? Alrighty. But we see a lot of fakes here. We see a lot of fake firefighters come. Joe Johnson says it's a burnt one. Yeah, keep it coming, guys. Like, keep it coming. What could this vehicle be? The winner gets a prize. I mean, it may be completely imaginary, but you will get the prize. You'll actually get a trophy from me in the chat. I mean, this stuff you could tell your kids about, your grandkids about. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Refreshment. Okay, keep the guests coming. Do you know what vehicle this is? You will win the prize. J-Cat says, sorry, I noticed the back tire is a Ford Econoline F-250 Camper Deluxe. Woo! Joe Johnson says it remains of a motorhome. Bing, 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 bing. That is a motorhome. Look at how destroyed that is. I know how close the nearby fire department is. It's even if they hit every red light in town, it's less than 5 minutes away. So this happened in the night. I turned the corner here because somebody told me that there was a computer that was thrown literally out of a car window at the side of the road. And I went, sweet. Excuse me, guys, I gotta get some water. I said, that's awesome. I have a YouTube video series I'm making called What's Inside It. I'm sure people would love to know what's inside. It was one of those sweet Mac G Cube things. Remember it was like a TV, like a tube TV. And they were like bright orange colors. It was like the first Mac with colors. They're worthless. They're the only Mac that is worthless that nobody wants to collect. And so it was like having a TV with like a little CD player and everything in it. And that was top of the line. Color screen and everything. Oh, right. I never figured out exactly where the. Okay, this is Oregon. I'm giving an example of something. This is my example of. I was puzzled by this entire scene, right? So I walk around this entire vehicle and I film it, and then I notice some people across the street watching me. And yeah, I do recover the computer. It's way over there, by the way. And I did film myself taking it apart. I never did make my What's Inside It video, even though I have about 200 of those filmed. Well, Firestream took precedence, right? So, Rob, do you mean the burn vehicle, the one that I was looking at, the one in Hawaii, right? I believe it's south of Lahaina, but I was going to try to figure this out. You can see the water, it's facing the water. Now, they get run off by the police. It's funny, they do a slow escort, like, get the hell out of here. If cars had body language, it was a definite get the hell out of here. Scram. So there's this big old white tank there. Now, when I was first trying to figure out where the fire was, I was trying to look at the major intersections south of Lahaina. I see another island, and I see some land over that way. So we can leave Texas. Go to us. Is it the South Pacific? It's not really the South Pacific. It's like Central Pacific. Wait a sec. There we go. So there's Lahaina. Now, what I was trying to pinpoint on the map where people's fire photos were at the time at Lahaina, I was trying to find certain intersections. I think it's on the 3000. What? No, Lahaina bypass. So there are multiple fires up in the hills. This all, remember that it's sloping down to the sea. If you put it on terrain, it's easy to figure that out. Now there were some photos that came out as the fire was occurring, and I zoomed in and saw the white thing, and I was trying to use Google Maps to confirm the intersections. I finally did. There it is. See that white thing? So this could be the intersection where they walk down. So if they walk this way and they were escorted out that way, then the location of the car might be here at Hokkaido Place. Let's just put the little gold man. Okay, fire's up on the hill behind him, approximately here. Right? But I don't see this thing there in the frame. They don't really swing the camera around too much, but we see the two islands, right? So here's the one on the right, one on the left. This lines up, and it would be a portion where the grass up on the hill burned. Could be right over here. And these are like very recent satellite images. And maybe that's the car. Holy crap, guys, did we just find the car? Guys, there it is. Whoa. Oh, that's right, the trophy, yeah. Sorry, I have ADD. Sir, you have won the prize. You are the proud winner of the Catherine Award. fact, I'm going to give you 3. Don't forget to thank all the little people. Okay. And if your new qualification here results in you getting a raise, think of me at Christmas. I think we got the car right here on satellite. I mean, there's a little bit of weird whiteness on the hood. It could be reflection. Let's go up to it. Oh, could I pin it? Yeah. Right. Okay. So I'm sorry. Here, I can share it with you guys. Found the car? Question mark. There y'all go. Now, Street View is not going to show this car, guys. Think about it. I'm pretty sure the Google car has not gone around here. But I guess we could look for that little saying. If they swing around and that's in the frame, this embankment, where the hell that is supposed to be. Now, this is October 2019. Thing is that certain times of the year, the grass is short. Certain times of the year, it's very tall. So what would you do if you blew a tire and you're fleeing Lahaina from Inferno from the north, and fire's up there too, coming down on you? I would pull over where I wouldn't ignite the grass on fire. It'd be my instinct. I'd pull over right here, hopefully not further create a fire. But when you get out of your car, if you parked right on grass, you're going to start burning up. So of course you're not going to park where the grass is. Now, I needed to point out, I started writing this into the script, there are several things that newbies do not understand unless you get fire educated. Now, newbies think that a wildfire will burn up everything in sight. Not true at all. There's always pockets of unburned fuel. What do you do with it? You frame it, Joe. You frame that trophy. This is the proudest moment of your life, isn't it? You laminate it. Okay. You pin it to your shirt. And then you sign the autographs from all the chicks that'll fawn over you now. Okay, so you may have had popped a tire, whatever. You may have driven over power lines, hot pavement. Your tires are full. They blow. Oh crap! This is the worst time. Or maybe you just ran out of fuel from being in the damn traffic jam and unexpectedly long. A lot of people said it took a long time to get out. So whatever the reason, you pull over here with safety in mind. Maybe you have to try to change that tire. Maybe something is wrong, you know. And so it's a human instinct to face downwind, otherwise the smoke will be coming in probably through your vents, whatever. The wind is blowing hard, so even if you face this way, if you faced us here, the wind would be blowing so hard it'd be very hard to open the doors. I remember there were 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts from time to time. Sustained was like 20, 25. Remember, there's it's rushing off those hills up there. Super dry. Hurricane force. Pretty serious. So, who knows the height of the grass at the time? We'd have to watch more survival videos and stuff. So, person pulls over. Maybe the vehicle's on fire already. They drag the tire. Or maybe they had to drive over power lines. Things went down there. And they rode on the rims. I mean, I would. Would you pull over back there in the inferno, or would you roll on the rims for a bit? Like it's a car chase. Either way, it's an assumption and a thinking error to assume that the vehicle was by itself or pre-existing when the fire caught it. It's also been there for weeks. So the debris that's not burned near it could have come off of dump trucks or just been blown around in the wind. Remember, a couple more tropical storms went by Maui, and they had other high wind events. So it really could come from anywhere. Like what he pointed to was like the red bit looked like fiberglass or something. That could be like a sail that can travel long distance in the wind. I still want to know, is that a dang tire? It seems like there's more than one tire back there. So here's the intersection they eventually end up on. Let's use the little gold man to kind of. They seem to walk this way. So now there's a memorial or rock thing right there next to the power line thingies. Now, I noticed a lot of neighborhoods survived when the lines were underground. Underground power lines, you know what that box is, guys. The wealthier neighborhoods survived. The newer ones, pretty much intact. They had very tight soffit vents, very good construction. They were not tinderbox, not side by side. They had more hydrants. And they did not have power lines. Ironically, he shot a lot of video with his drone that is actually very good teaching material. If he had understood how important he was, I think the most important thing he could have done was film power company stuff before they hide evidence. They have a great incentive to hide evidence. Pacific Power was found, or Pacific Corp, excuse me, was found guilty by a jury for disposing of evidence during the 2020 Beachy Creek fires. So instead of looking at cars, like seriously, follow them. Follow the black lines and see where power lines started the fires. Document that. He could be so important to nailing them to the goddamn wall like they deserve for causing one of the biggest mass death events in American history. It's disaster related with fire. This will be historic. I hope this is the last one. I don't think it will be. This will be one of the worst disasters of fire that has ever happened to America. And he could have single-handedly filmed evidence before it's destroyed. He's chasing after melted cars and laser beams. So this is another thing that frustrates me. But already he has helped us. Inadvertently, I saw some of his drone footage where he shows right after the fire what didn't burn, and there's patterns, where the lines are underground. So wait, where's the tank? Oh, the white tank is not in this frame. This may not be where we're at. But then again, this is 2019 imagery. The tank may not be there yet. That's what messed me up the first time I tried to look at this street. Is I had you move around and it's much older imagery and it changes dates, and the tank appears and disappears. So what would be in the frame is maybe that thing there, but I think we found it, guys. It's a Hokkaido thing. They move because it looks like over there is the electrical thing. Do you move your head? Where are they at? Oh, it's just down there in the frame. Now here they're talking about how much they care and how much they've helped, and it's just like, guys, if you want to do what you're saying you want to do, you got so close. Got so damn close. I can't zoom in on that. But what are the street signs? What are the street signs? Okay. Yeah, oh yeah, there's that thing. Guys, right in front of my face. There's that thing. There's that mound of earth. It's like a boat ramp to nowhere. Whatever the hell that is. I think we found a car. We found it. Okay, some may or may not even think of it. So Cheryl Simpson says that's how you pin your car when you go to retrieve it. And remember, these people lived through a significant trauma. Yeah. So go left, and there's a culvert. Oh, I'm sorry. if they say they cut off the hydrants, okay, then where? I haven't heard the details of that rumor. I know they lost water pressure and there's a weird water war going on in Maui, but that's all I know. So if you can illuminate what that accusation was about, I'd love to know. What I heard initially was it was a stupid design where if they lose power, like the power lines go down, then they can't pump the water. That's mind-boggling to me. Most water systems are not like that at all. I mean, you lose your power, you don't lose the water on your tap. Even in ancient municipalities, a lot of that's why a lot of the water towers are looming over the old towns. It's gravity fed. And these days, you don't need a water tower. You can just taper pipes and do other tricks. I mean, I would find that bizarre. They would need power to fuel the hydrants. I did see a heartbreaking video called A Walk Through Lahaina that was posted 6 months ago in 4K. Oh, wow, time capsule. And I find the lack of hydrants and how they're spacing really disturbing. The town is basically like a design death trap. Not because anybody designed it that way, because it's just that old. They have buildings with no doors. And yeah, I guess maybe you don't really need to close the doors in tropical locations, but if you can't close the doors in a building, you can't keep fire out at all. And if fire's in that building, say a kitchen fire, one of the most important things you can do is you run out is shut doors, deprive it of oxygen a bit, and then call the fire department and they do their thing. Fire doors there for a reason. But maybe I can just show you that. Where's my walk through the Lahaina video? I'm sorry, I have a million tabs. Now, anybody have any questions about this? We can go back and look at normal fires. This isn't like, oh, we have to focus on Lahaina. This was, we have almost no visuals on what the fires are doing because most of the Northern California cams are down. Oregon's never had good cams. Now, I bet it's in my watch history. We may just have to resort to that. Let's do watch history real quick. Oh my God, who's that? But yeah, A Squirrel, if you're still around, I'll consider that. It might be a good healing, teaching type of moment. I don't want to crucify anybody. I'm expressing my anger. Anybody who's willing to learn from mistakes and move on, they're cool in my book. I believe in redemption and not long-term grudges and hate crap. It's just that since I have been through fire trauma too, this affects me and I'm angry right now. If I'm going to put a reaction video out, he's got a right to respond to it. If it could be civil and normal, sure. Okay, my watch history, I'm sorry. The walk through Lahaina, there it is. This is so sad. So I don't have permission to use this. It's generally fair use if I just, do it like in chunks. But you see how there's a long distance where I just don't see a hydrant anywhere? There's a lot of windows without shutters or any way to kind of keep fire out. The super ugly roll-up doors, like even in like ghettos and stuff, like that could keep fire out at night if they have the ugly rolling doors. This is like a stable. I'm sure that makes it all look cool and everything, but God, the fact this is gone just breaks me. This is one of the best preserved 1800s type towns, and I want to document old historic towns and ghost towns, and it's completely gone. So I think the banyan tree may survive. It's got to take a long time to figure out, but The problem with most of these places is the roof. Embers tend to gather all over the roofs. If you have the tar kind of a roof, anything other than metal, like it's not going to survive. You have to be on the roof to defend the roof. You have to be on the ladder trucks, the deck guns. But I keep seeing street corners without any hydrants. Okay, there's one. But, well, it's like too many. Like this. Here's a building with no doors. You can't defend this at all. And look at these little vents up here. Embers get up in there. You got a fire in the attic. People have sprinkler systems down below, but there's almost never sprinkler systems in the attic. There's usually never even smoke alarms in an attic, which I think fire code has to change. So I'm sure embers just flew up in here. But if it had doors, that'd go a long way to, yeah. So here's people going down the street and looking around for hydrants. Buildings touch. The doors with glass won't keep a fire out. There's so many windows. And disturbingly, some of the hydrants are underneath these roof eaves. So they're actually too close to the buildings to save the buildings because the heat would drive you back. Firefighters wouldn't even bother putting the hose to it if the roof was on fire above the hydrant, because as soon as it collapses on the fire hydrant, it's going to wreck the hose, and you have a wrecked hose. And then what would happen? The fire hydrant would blast you. Like it would blast you off your feet across the street, and you wouldn't be able to shut off the pressure. Not easily, because, well, there's burning wreckage on top of it now. You see what I'm saying? So, this is just tinderbox stuff. No doors. There's nothing to. Completely indefensible town. The first fire here that they didn't respond to like immediately in high winds was going to be its last fire. For an entire block. And if it got to conflagration like it did, the hurricane force winds and stuff, the problem with the fire, if it had originated downtown, wouldn't have nearly been this bad. If it had originated by the waterfront, mostly the winds would have just kept it there. But it originated from height. And like I keep saying, what are the factors for your town getting erased? Really simple. Is your town at a lower elevation than where the fire is? Is the fire up higher elevation? Are there any drainages pointing at your town? Yes. Those are called wind tunnels. Canyons are wind tunnels. So it's looking down the barrel of a gun. In fact, several. Wind accelerates downhill, accelerates even more, funneled into wind tunnels. Are they constant hurricane strength? Holy crap. Are they dry? Holy crap. So there's like 3 steps to erasing a town like this. I want everybody to realize their community is extra vulnerable. Is the fire above you in elevation? Are drainages pointed at your town? Is it a red flag day? That's 3. Locked and loaded. Step 4, ignition, and your town's gone. That's it. That is it. It has to be something that stops fires or they continue. There's just nothing that stops them. Can't be on all the rooftops defending it. There's not enough ladder trucks or anything of the sort. So all of these buildings would basically be igniting simultaneously all over the town. And they're not defensible even if they had like an individual fire in them. Like if for some reason, let's just make an imaginary thing happen. Let's say all of these restaurants all over town are have gas grills. Let's say all of for some random malfunction, that all the gas leaked out of the gas grills at once. and something sparked at every single restaurant simultaneously all around the town. There would not be a way to save the town because they couldn't be everywhere at once. Even if it was just individual little places, it has two. The design is too old. They're next to each other. The rooftops. We need to have hydrants on the rooftop. I don't see hydrants for sometimes several blocks. There's no fire doors and nothing to close. Oh, wait, what was that? Is that a hydrant? Yeah, that's the one underneath the roof because that's the one they can't hook up to if these buildings are on fire. The only good thing that hydrant is for is say that kitchen is on fire deep in there and they caught it real quick, right? Or putting out the trees on fire like a vehicle or something, but that's useless. Completely useless. Okay, I'm sorry. I have chat off my screen. Joe says still waiting to hear original script. Okay. Oh, I could do rousing speechcraft. I could do oration. I can get up in front of a crowd and I can whip them up. I can cause that frenzy. I can start that revolution. Oh, no, not quite. But now I could be Octavian and throw that bloody spear into somebody's chest. Figuratively. Like a Cleopatra. That was his Oscar moment, you know. But I'd rather be calm. I mean, what did Greta accomplish other than people being amused at her impotent rage? Just kind of yelled at people. That's not the way to affect change, right? Condemnation is easy. I'd rather heal. But yeah, I got a script. It depends on, I suppose it depends on how this plays out. If behavior that is absolutely disrespectful and bad continues, you're going to see a different side of me come out. Cheryl says, were the firefighters underfunded prior to the event? Most likely. Almost all fire departments are. They're beggars. They're begging for money on the tax levy, and people have the option to say yes or no. And that needs to change. It's feudalism. So if you look at history, first of all, wildfires, you have to look at it like a war. There's a strategy. They attack us, we figure out defense, then we attack back to win. It's very similar to, say, things like World War II. I'm talking about wildfires, okay? Zeke Lunder would roll his eyes right now because he hates the war analogy. He goes, fire is sometimes our friend. Yeah, fire is. Like when we control it. That's why we got controlled burns, prescribed burns. When control means control. I love the fire in my fireplace. It's controlled. It's beneficial. Wildfire has the word wild in it because it's completely out of control. It's damaged more of our country than war actually ever has. So, if you look at effective militaries, once the Roman Empire collapsed, militaries became extremely ineffective because it was feudalism. It was back to city-states or even villages, like trying to control tracts of land. And so eventually, when you had more consolidation of power, you had feudalism. And feudalism is, see, where the hell is the fire hydrant on that street? That's a long way you can look down at. See, I find the lack of hydrants disturbing. As one big single wooden building, probably with a shared attic space. That's another fire code thing. Don't get me started on this. This is an indefensible town. This is actually inevitable no matter what the ignition source. that the town would be lost unless they did some drastic changes. And actually some minor ones. They would be irritated by digging up the street, adding more hydrants. There'd have to be some firewalls put in between buildings, renovations where shared attic space was eliminated. They'd have to put some water pipes up to the rooftops so that firefighters could just climb ladders up there and like man them with the hose instead of like waiting for a ladder truck. Sprinkler systems on the outsides to protect the roofs. Just flip it on. And what's incredibly horrible here is you can't use the sea at all because you cannot put salt water in any of these pipe systems. It'll just corrode. You can't put seawater on a fire or you just poison the land and nothing grows anymore. It's right there, but you can't use it. Your fire engine will corrode, like you just have to get a new one. I have no idea how that's the coolest thing. Wait, no, that's gas. Oh, I thought that was a hydrant. That's gas. That's another thing I was going to ask is, did any of these natural gas things explode and just create a fountain of gas fire? Like, did any of these get damaged by, say, collapsing buildings and just have a fountain of flame like an oil well fire? That's natural gas, isn't it? Like, I'm not like a worker in an industry. Yeah, well, guess what? The Sprinkler Act of whatever, was supposed to incentivize this by providing huge tax breaks. And it still hasn't passed. The station nightclub fire was the last time people brought it up. But like I said, our government is broken. It's non-functional. Everybody knows we need the sprinklers. It would save lives. It would save towns, save business districts, blah, 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 save a lot more money than, say, the cleanup of such an event here. This is going to cost billions. It's like paradise. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to explain feudalism. In feudal warfare, there's a hydrant finally way over there. But look at the power lines. Power lines go down and you can't even access it. In fact, I think I've seen the aftermath video of a guy driving his bicycle down here. All the lines are down. It freaked me out because he drove his bicycle over it. Some of the ruins were still smoking. You gotta give tax breaks, no more wooden fencing. Brick and stone walls can be incredibly good to stop fires, especially grass fires when they're on the ground. But no wooden fencing, no vegetation poking through the wooden fencing. Bury these lines. A lot of these buildings only went up in flames because the embers got up underneath the roof eaves into the vents and into the attic. And just a staple gun and some mesh would have solved it. This right here is a safe shelter except for the power lines. You see, if the power lines weren't there, you'd park right there, it'd be totally safe. But the power lines might fall on you, so it's not. That's not defensible. But nice roof. Tile roof, good. But sometimes there's little cracks in the tile. You gotta take care of that. Oh, this history, you know. There's an old wooden canoe underneath it. Did you see that? uh, but people get hung up on the cost, and that's why these disasters happen, even though they can be foreseen. Anybody can look at this town and go, tinderbox conflagration ready to happen. But they complain about the cost, and so FEMA needs to change. Instead of shelling out billions, which we will run out of money for this will break our economy. Soviet Union collapsed because of one disaster. It was called Chernobyl, and they couldn't afford it. In fact, we had to pony up billions to help them cover that damn thing up. Their sworn enemy, like, it's cost us. It's cost more than the GPD of many different nations for many different years in a row. one natural disaster broke them. And if we just have these repeat, we're going to run out of money. So FEMA has to change. And they have to dole out the money for prevention. And if the states don't use it, then the states don't get FEMA relief as the only way to do this. Like, oh, you refused it? You're on your own. That would cause citizens to put a lot of pressure on their politicians. Like, what do you mean you refused to fire prevention money? One penny is worth like $1 million a cure sometimes. I'm not exaggerating that much. And then inspectors have to go and rate the situation and say, okay, great. You have mitigated or made it better, or you're in progress. Plans are enacted. And then citizens have to be involved because you could go and fireproof the neighborhood and then have that one dude who has weeds growing up to his ceiling, you know? Yeah, that is a completely indefensible town. Sorry. They could have made it so it's really not that expensive for a staple gun and sprinkler systems and stuff. It's just not. Um, hey, there's a sprinkler. Too bad it probably went off, but the fire was probably in the attic where there's no sprinklers. I like that. That's pretty cool. Anyway, feudalism. The Roman Empire had a standing army, one at the ready, but it ended in Western world once the Roman Empire fell. Yeah, you can't have the dead, half dead vegetation. So that meant little city-states, little fiefdoms, like people's plantations of the ultra-wealthy people became like the new city-states. Jesus coming soon. Apocalypse came soon. It's a sign over there. Jesus is around, let me know, please. So far, we just see a lot of apocalypse. But it's of our own making. That means we can fix it. We don't have to have this happen. It's all optional. And we just keep making the wrong choices. Wait, Roman Empire had a standing army. They responded to stuff lickety split because there's always professional, well-trained soldiers ready to go. And they all had pretty much an equal amount of high quality training. And they had standardized gear. So they all had high quality weapons and armor. Well, except for the auxiliary, but that's a different story. Those are barbarian auxiliaries that are cannon fodder, right? So that's an effective fighting force in general. They also had a good road system. Bing, 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 bing roads, right? See, fighting fires and military action is very similar. But what happens after the Roman Empire collapses in the West? This looks like the coolest restaurant ever. It's just all gone. Sorry, this is wistful, right? So when the feudal lord and eventually a king, right, took a long time for power to consolidate enough into actual kingship. It was pretty much one village or town dominating the others for a bit. When the feudal lords said, hey, it's like Game of Thrones. We're going to war, and you swore an oath to me. I'm calling the banners, meaning send me your troops. Now, the people underneath you, the feudal lords, sent you the troops, even if they liked you a lot, and sent everyone that they had. If they didn't like you, they sent the worst nose pickers imaginable, right? Pitchforks. Well, even if they liked you a lot and were loyal and sent everybody that they had, maybe they were just a poor county. So they had crappy training. They were just peasants holding their pitchforks, maybe have a spear and a shield if they're lucky, and padded armor. Most medieval armor was just padded. Metal stuff was for rich people. And they were wearing a padded hat. And that was about it. And if you had archers, well, they had all kinds of different bows and different ranges. They had different arrows. Like nothing was consistent. And so nothing was effective in medieval armies at all. And this is what we have for firefighting. Our poor communities, that are the mountain towns, the ones that have the most fires, the rural places, they're struggling to survive. They have like volunteer firefighters, some of them buying their own radios and their own gear. So we have a system of feudalism right now where our ability to fight wildfires is compromised because we have the places that don't really need it have the best gear, like the cities. And the people in the rural, like some districts don't even have a firehouse anymore. It's like closed up. Nobody's there. We cannot have feudalism. We cannot have effective firefighting be the privilege of the wealthy. So you look at San Francisco, Bay Area, as so wealthy that if the Bay Area was its own country, it was the 9th wealthiest nation on earth. Yet Butte County, Yolo County, Mono County, Del County, where's their deluxe firefighting gear and their response? Like in Washington, we saw. This is my photograph, by the way. This is totally something else I'm going to show you. We saw they almost stopped the gigantically huge structure taking, fire called the new something fire. Oh man, Newell Road fire in Klickitat County, very poor county. Their entire hay harvest, which is their biggest grossing thing, just basically was on fire. High winds of the Columbia River Gorge, summertime, nothing global warming related, nothing really climate change, nothing really that unique. It just happened to be a summertime red flag day and it was on fire. So they kept stopping it at crossroads and said, "Oh yeah, we got it. Just bring that water truck around." And the water truck broke down. And no other county nearby got them a freaking water truck. I sat there hour after hour after hour and realized I could have been there in 3 hours from Portland. Portland's firefighting teams could have been there in 3 hours. But it's feudalism. Mutual aid contracts are like alliances between city-states. And apparently, even though Hood River was right across the street, right across the Columbia, you guys just show you on a map. Hood River. Remember, that was the place we were watching on the first fire called the Tunnel 5 fire. Remember how long ago that seems now? First fire of the season? Yes, Hood River. And here's where the fire was. Mary Hill was like evacuated. Right? Hey, I'm in the right spot. Yeah, Goldendale, excuse me, it's over here. Roosevelt was evacuated. So the fire just raged and raged through here because every time they got their water truck over, it would start producing water. They'd start putting it out. They'd be like, "Oh, it's almost out, guys," on the radio. Remember that? And then it would stop pumping the water. So nobody helped them. Firefighters came in the chat. They said, "We are nearby and don't understand why we're not rolling out to help." No mutual aid agreement, I guess. And then after hour 8 went by and 9, it's like, wow, Seattle could have shown up by now with a freaking water truck. That fire became massive. It seems to have burned down a lot of their history, like their range, I think, is gone. And we looked at the dot. I can't imagine that any of these structures survived. This is the old ghost town of Dot, and they have a one-room schoolhouse that they lovingly preserved. Not many of those survive. And we saw the fire sweep over it, but time and time again. Oh, here it is. Oh, temporarily closed. Sure. I'm sure this is gone. This is one of the ghost towns I wanted to go film. I just could not believe they didn't get a freaking water truck. That is what causes fire to be massive. Everything in sight burned. The entire hay, wheat, or alfalfa harvest. The entire county, like, basically went up in smoke. And those are enormously difficult to fight because the hay just flies off in the wind, flaming, right? And for a damn water truck with a broken pump at the time. Oh, over there. Oh, that's the schoolhouse. That's the Grange to the right. I'm sure that no longer exists. So Washington State doesn't have many of these left. This is probably like the only tourism this town would ever seen. People like me coming to photograph that stuff. No longer. A damn water pump was broken. After the 12th hour and the 14th and stuff, and they finally, I think after 8 hours, the governor or something called some phone number and approved some emergency response from other towns. It's like, really? It's 9 hours later. We cannot have feudalism. We have to make a standing army at the ready. And California is way wealthier than Oregon and Washington. Oregon's freaking poor in most counties. Still mostly an agricultural state. There's still more cows than people in Oregon last time I checked. I mean, sure, there's Intel and Nike, but like nothing else really. All the timber industry collapsed. Most of the mining industry collapsed. And the salmon collapsed. Fishing collapsed. There's like nothing really propping up Oregon's economy except nurseries, wine, and Intel right now. That's about it. It's really not that much tourism, honestly. Our beaches suck. They're just cold, cliff things. Sorry, ice water all the time. No good ports at all. Portland, you have to go through the Columbia River Bar. So mostly they just go to Seattle. They go to San Francisco. They go to LA. That's where the big money from ports is at. So what California does is buys a bunch of expensive planes and this and that. And Oregon begs for them. This has to end. Let's have a standing army of as many planes as we ever freaking need. In fact, we can have excess and we can go rent our services to Mexico. And what I would like to see, though, is a mutual aid agreement between Australia, New Zealand, Canada, United States, and Mexico. And we all help each other. The Australians kind of do that already. It's their winter when it's our summer, and we help them when it's their summer. But we need to stop screwing around. Still, I mean, we learned these lessons of paradise in 2018? Towns burned down if you don't have enough aircraft and early response. We are still in that position. California was like, oh yeah, we're going to have a whole lot more nighttime helicopters. What, you got two? I think California has two. What if we had enough aircraft to go around whenever the fires started? Because they will all start at once. It's like these 2,000 or 3,000 lightning strikes. That's pretty typical every July and August. That within 24 hours, the back-to-back thunderstorms come through the south. Just lightning strike season. And what if we had enough planes to go around? Things like the Lookout Fire wouldn't really be happening. They got all the other small fires out, but not the Lookout. It was in a weird, inaccessible place. High altitude. So what if we actually just got our crap together and we made firefighting like a branch of the military? It's federally funded. No more BS of having volunteer firefighters. This is a hero's job. It should have a hero's pay. Benefits. We have a personnel crisis because first of all, they're always staring down the worst form of death every single day. Then, cancer is their number one cause of line of duty death. 60% of line of duty deaths is from cancer they eventually get because they inhale this plastic crap and other kind of smoke. It's brutal. It takes them away from their families, weeks or maybe months at a time. And the pay sucks. So this has got to be federal. I would say reform the National Guard to be a giant firefighting unit of the military because we need one. And we just fund it with the amount of resources necessary. And if we have to cut foreign wars, oh, boo-hoo. Oh, my gosh. What will we ever do without turning other countries into Afghanistans? What will we ever do? But right now we have feudalism. The call goes out for help, and just whoever the hell answers it with whatever gear they have available, such as trucks with broken water pumps. There's going to be millions of dollars damage to Clicktack County that you and I, the taxpayer, and everybody has to pay because of one broken water pump in one truck. They also couldn't communicate with each other. They literally at one point used a mirror and flashed signals at each other like, holy crap, they need freaking radios. Yeah. Okay, Josh, welcome. Hello, Batman. How you doing? Joe Johnson says, we do have many remote area mines. They usually have a supply from local surrounding towns as well. The RO should be ready, available globally, given solar power plants to power the RO. What's RO again? Oh, you guys are talking about desal. Yeah. I don't understand what the big deal is with desalination. Like, just get on it already. Isn't Israel completely water independent because they desal? If they could do it, I mean, holy crap. Israel water independence. Oh, God. How Israel used innovation to beat its water crisis. I mean, this is the Middle East, not exactly wet. I mean, they do have torrential storms, actually. In fact, Yahweh was originally a storm god before that pantheon was condensed into one monotheism. I mean, at one point, the Israelites were polytheistic. So, how did Israel, a country that is more than half a desert, frequently hit with drought, and historically cursed by chronic water shortages, become a nation that now produces 20% more water than it needs? Well, blah, 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 blah. It has 4 billion people. No, around 4 billion people. Two-thirds of the, I was going to say, what? Two-thirds of the global population experience water shortage, blah, 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 blah. They have a water transportation network designed to pump water from Northern Lake Kinneret near the Sea of Galilee, transfers water from existing regional water projects in central and southern. So they have canals, they have aqueducts. So did the Romans. What else, though? But upon its completion in 1964, 80% of the water transported was allocated for agriculture. So clearly it couldn't meet both needs, blah, blah, blah. So they began saving water with drip irrigation tech in 1959, which is what most of the third world just needs. Right now, you see like reservoirs drying up in the third world in South Africa and stuff. It's mostly because they're using old-fashioned irrigation and they just don't have drip technology like this. They're wasting half the water, in other words. So they also have really crappy plumbing systems in their towns where they leak all the time, and a lot of it's waste. I'm not saying the climate crisis isn't real, of course it is, but it's one great way to deal with it. But you have to have money to deal with it, and that's a catch-22. So blah blah blah. So today, drip irrigation waters 75% of the crops, but only 5% of worldwide farms use it due to the financial barriers. Ding 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 ding. Despite the transportation advantage, blah, blah, blah. So blah blah blah. Let's go down. So then in 1985, they began sending treated recycled wastewater to the farms, reducing the gap between consumer demand and available water. Okay, great. That's a great idea, too. Gray water is okay for farming, but you can't just straight drink it. Gray water is used in, like, say, snow machines at, like, ski resorts. So by 2015, they managed to treat and recycle 86%. Agriculture, second to Israel in the same time year was Spain, but they only recycled 17% of their wastewater. This is a perfect example of the nation realizing reality, coming to grips with reality. This is not optional. So blah, blah, blah. They have a tertiary treatment site process. Recycled wastewater is then cleaned to near drinking quality levels before reaching the crops to avoid contamination. Good. The goal is to recycle 95% of their wastewater for agriculture by 2025. And then they reclaim these and have desalinated products. So with a daily influx of blah, 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 of raw sewage, that treatment facility does blah, blah, blah amount. blah, blah, blah. Then they established biofilter projects, which plants remove nearly 100% of pollutants from the urban stormwater runoff. Ding, 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 ding. That would be good. And by 1997, they managed to reduce agriculture's share of the water to 63% only, which is incredible. And then persistent droughts of the 90s made them turn their attention to the surplus of seawater. There we go, meat and potatoes. In 1999, the government initiated a long-term, large-scale seawater reverse osmosis desal program that culminated in the establishment of five operational desalination facilities. So just do it. They've had 2 more desal plants. They have 2 more in development, one of which is aimed to be operational by 2023. Upon completion of the 7th facility, desalinated water will cover up to 90% of their annual municipal and industrial water consumption. To remain resilient in the drought projected years to come, they updated the desal target to produce a lot more water by 2030. So they're thinking ahead. Wow. Now imagine how screwed they would be if they didn't start this in 1959. This is how they opened their doors and said, you know, other Jews from around the world come here. They wouldn't have been able to do that, and they probably would have been overwhelmed and conquered by now. So what we need is for the people to become of one mind and understand the need and push for it. Like, think of it as wartime. Things that are nice to haves in peacetime, you can't, it's too late to build them in wartime. Like city walls, you have to build them because you have to think of what's coming, right? So we can achieve great things. Humanity can build pyramids in the Bronze Age. We can do this, but we can't just have what California does right now. Pay farmers to not grow the rice crop this year so that LA can waste water. That's currently what California does. Drought occurs and they just pay rice farmers. Don't grow this year. Oh, great. California feeds the world is a big slogan, and it's quite true. It's one of the bread baskets of the world. Most of the world's food comes from about only 10 places in the entire world. Ukraine, for example, we got to stop that war immediately. Otherwise, we're going to have serious food shortage problems coming. Produces 1/8 of all the food of the world. Let that sink in. It's a breadbasket. This isn't optional to just say, oh, well, California is in a drought, so they can't make up anything either. The civilizations that learn how to control water with the aqueducts, the Incan, the Romans, they thrive. The moment, and say the Nabateans, the guys who made Petra, they thrive. And the civilizations that fail to control water fail. Maybe World Atlas will help us out here. American Midwest is one. So Central Black Earth region. So that's Chernozyme or whatever in Central Russia. The Black Earth region. Yes, there's a Tolstoy novel, short story about that called How Much Land Does a Man Need? It's really good. Southeast Asia. So this is a little bit generic. Canadian prairies. China itself? Well, I guess. That would be the Yangtze River Valley, I think. San Joaquin Valley of California, number 2. Does it produce more food than China? I can't. Really? The county, San Joaquin County, is the single producer of all. I think they meant largest. The single largest producer of almonds in the United States and worldwide. The production constitutes 70% of the total almond supply of the world. The region is famous for producing grapes. California wines renowned. It also produces cotton, nuts, vegetables. Why the hell is California growing cotton? That's ridiculous. Nuts, vegetables, tropical and citrus fruits, kiwis, tangerines, peaches, oranges, and prunes. Dang it! We had a prune festival in my hometown every year. Hey, they're purple and they have antioxidants. They're like super blueberries, friends. Get the prunes. Apart from the crop farming, farmers in the valley keep sheep and cattle ranches. Dairy farming is greatly expanding in San Joaquin County. This is like really bad overview. I just want a map in Brazil. I'll see. Let's look at Wikipedia. They don't even mention Egypt. Like seriously, Egypt feeds the entire Mediterranean and then some. Come on, I want a top 10 or a top 20. So anyway, North America, like I said, American Midwest, Shenandoah Valley, the Corn Belt, Canadian prairies. Additionally, San Joaquin Valley has been called the breadbasket of the world. Produces the majority of the 12.8% of the United States' entire agricultural production. Grapes tables, blah, 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 blah. This is all, like the other article just copied the wiki. So, Ukraine, this is what Chernobyl's disaster was so damn bad. If the core had melted through the floor and gone through the soil, Chernobyl's nuclear reactor, it was threatening too. That's why they spent a whole bunch of lives putting a cement floor beneath it. It's the guys in white digging the thing in the Chernobyl HBO show. If it had gone into the aquifer below, there would have been a gigantic explosion, like mushroom cloud explosion, because of the heat of a nuclear core hitting an aquifer below, like a giant water reservoir below ground. It would be one of the world's largest steam explosions. That would be unimaginable. It would be like forming a new volcano almost. That level of power. And then you would have nuclear contamination of the aquifer that does all of the irrigation. And it's the water supply of Kiev, and all that eventually reaches the Black Sea. So that would have poisoned all the fish in the Black Sea too. Like you have no idea how bad Chernobyl almost got. 500,000 people probably died trying to fix Chernobyl. The Soviets covered up all that stuff, but I was there. I talked to people. A lot of them have serious permanent health issues lingering to this day. So imagine if 1/8 of the world's food supply was just taken offline. That's why California should not have any nuclear power plants, and I'm pissed off. The Diablo Canyon is the last one in California, right? Diablo Canyon plant. Now, as soon as Fukushima happened, notice how it's next to the ocean, guys? Notice how it's next to the ocean? When Fukushima happened, there was an immediate wake-up call, and all coastal power plants did a they counted the beans real quick, did the math. Are we tsunami vulnerable? Could this happen to us? And it was a resounding yeah at places like Diablo Canyon here, Bay Area. So immediately they said, we need to shut down tsunami vulnerable nuclear power plants, or we're going to have our own Fukushima. And the radiation from Diablo Canyon melting down would probably irradiate the soil and take California offline as a food producer, as well as kill untold amounts of people. And since California's storms that come off the Pacific usually dump rain all over the Sierras and snow, depending on the time of the year, fallout from the meltdown and all that would join those clouds. It would rain over pretty much all of the Sierras, contaminate the entire water supply of California. It would also contaminate much of the water supply in the soil of the Midwest. So it might take that food production offline too. It would be too contaminated. The cleanup would be astronomically expensive. It would probably break the United States. Our nation would probably collapse. Our currency would collapse. We'd have instant famine and millions of people displaced. That is a very possible scenario. So they went, okay, let's shut this down. And they put it on a schedule. Now, the wake-up call from the Tonga eruption, the one I sort of covered live on stream, that did cause a small tsunami to lap against this Diablo Canyon facility. Any volcanic activity or any quake in the South Pacific right now or Japan could wreck the place and cause a meltdown. It is paramount that this thing is just retired. It's not that important. It doesn't generate that much electricity either. So what happens though? Gruesome Newsom decides to scratch the back of PG&E, the one he takes money from, right? He invents a problem. He says California needs more electricity because of what I just did. I just signed bills and stuff saying all the cars in California have to be electric really fast. So not only is that a gigantic problem for firefighting because you can't put water on an electric car fire. It's going to explode. Lithium fires can't be put out with water. It makes it worse. So not only will all of our fire departments, like rural fire departments, have no way to put out vehicle fires, just keep that in mind. If you have a wreck in California, it's going to be a mess. He invented that problem. So PG&E letting all their lines fail and neglecting maintenance and not really, being up snuff here. Instead of making them make their lines safe, bury the lines, blah blah, make California safe. Scratched PG&E's back and said, "Oh, you guys happen to own this facility, right? You guys run Diablo Canyon. We'll keep it open, and we'll say it's because it's carbon neutral." He even gives an excuse. It's unbelievable. You said keep Diablo Canyon open. And then he goes, signs a bill, September 3rd. Oh my God, it's the anniversary of him signing the bill last freaking year. Look at it's right next to the coast. The tsunami is going to take this down. So, the structural damage be enormous. Oh, by the way, it's also next to an active fault line. So a homegrown earthquake could just destroy this too. So, but, rest assured, Newsom's got everything under control. He's thought this through, right? He's not just asking Biden to take $1 billion of our tax money to keep this open. Wait, yeah, he did. And he didn't think this through. No, he didn't at all. He says, despite criticism from environmentalists that the plant was dangerous to be shut down as scheduled by 2025, they're ready to shut it down. So he creates this power crisis because everybody's going to have to charge their cars at night all at once. If California goes full electric vehicle, they should be hybrid. Imagine there's all these blackouts all the time and power safety shutoffs. If you have to evacuate and they call for mandatory evacuation and you weren't able to charge your car because of the emergency blackouts, right? Right? You can't make this up. This is horrifying. So PG&E must obtain approval for a longer run from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So in order to do that, oh, that's right. It's not $1 billion. There are other questions, including whether PG&E will qualify for a share of the $6 billion the Biden administration set aside to rescue nuclear power plants at risk of closing. What the hell are you thinking, Biden? He already gave him $1 billion. It already happened. Spoiler alert. And Newsom's justification. See, Newsom's plan also restarted a long-running debate over seismic safety at the site. Construction began in the 60s. Critics say potential shaking from a nearby earthquake fault is not recognized when the design was first approved. And one of the faults wasn't even discovered until 2008. And it could damage the equipment and release radiation. But PG&E, because we can trust them. The company killing California and causing more wildfires that erase towns, the biggest ones California's ever seen. We could trust them on their safety, guys. We could trust PG&E on their safety. Oh my God, I'm going to have a seizure. Has long said that the plant is safe. Remember how they blew up San Bruno? Blew up a neighborhood because their pipeline maintenance wasn't quite up to snuff? Remember how the Aaron Brockovich movie, how they knew that their chemicals for like electrical this and that was leaching into the groundwater for several communities. Everybody in the community started getting rare cancer. People started dying, getting sick. They knew about it. They covered it up. Watch the Aaron Brockovich movie. Oh, we could trust him on safety, though. What is Newsom's justification? What is his justification? The same thing. Oh, it's carbon neutral. And he says, I just need to quote him. It's just unbelievable. It's a justification. Oh, yeah. Newsom has suggested keeping the plant open would help fight climate change because Diablo doesn't produce planet-warming pollution. He actually said global warming was a bigger risk to California than nuclear holocaust. He's a madman. What the hell? It's okay to have a Fukushima. No, it's not. Not under any circumstance. We can do solar. You have geothermal. You have a bunch of volcanoes. You're just scratching the back of PG&E. They just got a free $1 billion check from Biden. Oh, this is disgusting. We just paid to keep this dangerous plant open. This is a ticking time bomb. Absolutely makes me want to puke. Yeah. Environmental Working Group. Flawed push to prolong the life of an aging nuclear power plant may cost California ratepayers over $45 billion because keeping the decrepit plant open until 2045 is costly and dangerous. The new EWG analysis finds annual costs could be hundreds of millions of dollars. Flaws found in the study are being used to justify keeping it open, though. Man, how he scratches their back. They give him money, and he says, oh, I'm going to make them be safe. Oh, no, do it again, PG&E. You burn down another town and kill people. I'm going to get so, I'm going to fail to slap your wrist this time. This time I'll slap both, man. I'll shake my finger at you this time. Oh, God, they're chinking their glasses. They give money to him. He assures that they get their money. They let their own place fall to pieces because, PG&E's safe maintenance record is stellar, right? And then we get to pay, keep it open, and lead us unsafe. So EWG considered PG&E's estimates for the plant cost, this environmental working group, which likely lowballs the true expenses and turns assessment of the plant's expenses, which may be closer to the actual burden. It would likely amount to hundreds of millions of dollars every year for total costs ranging from more than $20 billion to nearly $45 billion from 23 to 2045 or even more. So what we could have done with this 45 billion, 20 to 45 billion, oh my God. California could be completely green energy with that. He's fake green. He lets PG&E burn down the forest, and these forests, which are called carbon to oxygen conversion machines, call them that. That is deforestation causes climate change, and those trees are no longer producing oxygen. It'll be like 125 years before they're all old growth again, like PG&E burned down 55% of Plumas National Forest. And because all of our firefighters were on it, we lost most of El Dorado National Forest because nobody was there to fight the Dixie. And then since they were short-staffed too, we lost about 30% of the sequoias or so last couple of years because these firefighters were busy dealing with PG&E fires. He just handed them billions. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. So here's the conspiracy guys in front of you. Governments, power companies, arm in arm going down the yellow brick road and peeing on all of our backs and telling us it's raining. And we're so unsafe now. Just, wow. Diablo Canyon's hellish history. Blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really produce that much power, by the way. And the funny thing is, California doesn't really have a power shortage. He's saying that we will if the stupid thing he put forth, saying vehicles have to be not hybrid but electric by pretty soon. That's what his justification is for keeping this open. And you just don't have to do it. I just can't believe it. Hey, Spinny Dude. Cardi, how you doing? Oh, I'm going to go back to chat. Let's see here. Yeah. Oh, you got some good info. Okay, let's read this then. The Water Wars of Hawaii. And that's why he's called Gruesome Newsom. He's unbelievable. He will never put the blame where it lies. PG&E is a company killing California and causing back-to-back trillion-dollar disasters. Long term, I'm sure they'll be in the T's. It's going to take a long time. It'll be beyond my lifespan. When California looks anything like it does, like it did in my childhood. But he has probably carbon polluted California more than anyone in the entire United States because of the amount of carbon produced by the wildfires. And then factor in with the trees no longer converting into oxygen. This is gonna be really bad. But he won't point the finger at PG&E. They're giving him money. He'll just say, "Oh, CO2 did it." People gotta wake the hell up. So conspiracy right in front of your face. I'm sure, the part that burned down Paradise on the power line was 96 years old. It just wore out by swinging in the wind for 96 years. California's law, don't quote me on the exact numbers, was something like mandatory inspections, like at least every decade. I'm pretty sure. I think it was 8 years, with scheduled replacement for high tension power lines around every 25th, 35 if inspected and approved. This is the ballpark of what I was reading when I read about the Paradise Fire in Butte County's reports and all that. And that thing had not been inspected for like 96 years. Otherwise, they would have caught it. So what kind of state inspectors are not doing their jobs? The government of California is not going to answer that question. It's you and me, citizen journalists and, real journalists. We need to ask that damn question. So Mr. Drone Guy in Hawaii, please try to monitor what the company is doing there and see if they're covering up evidence. It happened with Pacific Core or Pacific Power, I can't remember what that's called, in the Beach Creek fire. So here's your conspiracy. It's real. It's terrifying. But it won't stop unless there's awareness. People understand. So let's see here. Cheryl says West Maui Land Company says they cannot know whether filing filling our reservoirs at 1 p.m. as opposed to not at all would have changed the headlines when dawn broke on our weary first responder. Oh boy. So I asked earlier about the water wars in Maui. Still don't know how, but we don't still have a complete death toll. I'm sure a lot of the bodies went out to sea and sharks had a good time with them. I'm sure crematorium temperatures were reached. And some people are just dust right now. But we'll have to wait. August 10th letter describes the events and communication problems that resulted in delay in diverting streams to fill the reservoir being made available to the firefighters. Oh, you're freaking kidding me. A 3-page document calls on Manuel to suspend all staff procedures and regulations in case of a similar emergency so that help can be provided immediately. See, this is the red tape crap. Now, part of what I would have is a law, federal law can prevent a lot of these wildfires. The Dixie could have been prevented because a PG&E employee saw unusual line activity. He suspected wildfire. He suspected vegetation like a tree leaning on a line. But company policy said you get fired if you shut off the power without confirming there's a fire. So he had to drive up this long winding road up the canyon to verify with his own eyeballs that the fire was in progress. And boy, did he confirm the fire was in progress. And he had a horrible dilemma. He had no cell phone service up there. So it was a little bit in the grass, and he thought he could handle it. Vegetation, I should say. He failed, and then he drove all the way back down the canyon. And then part way down the canyon, there's really crappy cell phone service there. And then he called 911. And the company, hey, turn off the power way too damn late. That tree was electrocuted and fried for like hours. So there has to be a whistleblower protection law. Any job anywhere in the United States, any worker who suspects they are preventing a fire, that an emergency like that is happening, whether or not it's water for firefighters or it's shutting off power lines, they need to have their job secure with absolute protections that if they do the right thing, they're okay. Rules be damned. Make the right thing what people do by taking away their fear. These days, health insurance is so hard to come by. A lot of times people do the wrong thing. They're pressured into doing it by their companies because if they don't, their kid with health problems is not going to get treatment anymore. Or they aren't. In fact, I lost my brother-in-law in between jobs. He got symptoms of cancer, but he didn't want a pre-existing condition, which meant he couldn't be insured. So he just tried to get another job real quick. There's a 6-month waiting period between the time you get your health insurance that kicks in and your new job. So 6 months later, he finally goes to see a doctor about his suspected cancer. Even if he lost his job, his health insurance couldn't terminate him. This was, right before Obamacare stopped all this BS. And he died for it. It was way too advanced. And he decided to not seek any treatment and not put his family in debt, to just die, to save them financially. This is how bad it is. When I say that workers, like, what their dilemma is. People in Canada and other civilized nations can't understand this because they have universal health care, but, this is the way it is. So, the protections, the whistleblower protections mean you will not lose insurance, you will not lose your job, you will not lose the income. But we can't have this because people are worried about breaking the rules and firefighters don't get their goddamn water. Excuse my potty mouth again. Now, paying that person's salary and health insurance the rest of their life would be a lot less costly than this. No, we are all devastated. Nobody's happy there's water in the streams while our homes, our businesses, our lands, and our lives were reduced to ash. Are you kidding me? Wow. My motto has always been let water connect us, not divide us. We can share it, but it requires true conversations about equity. Oh my God. Hawaii has a long history of water conflict between local Native Hawaiian communities and the landowners, which was mentioned by the governor, Josh Green, after the fire. One thing that people need to understand, especially those from far away, is that there's been a great deal of water conflict in Maui for many years. Green said during a press conference, it's important that we're honest about it. People have been fighting against the release of water to fight fires. I'll leave that to you to explore. I'm going to have a seizure for good, I swear. I saw one survivor tale where the guy cut a fence and he went face down in this like canal thing on his property. I can't believe he survived. All right, so thank you for that article, Cheryl. I had not been able to explore that very much. Well, back-to-back fires since Lahaina. So let me go back. Let me go back to chat. I'm so sorry. Josh says, Cheryl, that's the battle cry of the incompetent. Oh, what is it? What is? Oh shit, I lost the oh, is the water mostly for sugarcane? Oh guys, don't delete Carney's jokes. Carney is untouchable. He's a joker. Carney Shield goes, Cheryl, do you have proof it was not space lasers? Guys, that's our running gag on the stream. Carney does not believe in the space lasers and makes fun of that all the time. Carney was there the first week I streamed in 2020. Okay, he's untouchable. Don't touch Carney's jokes, please. Just so you guys know. It's a meme. It's a running gag. So Morris, don't mess with him either. Bugs Bunny, Cogito. If they talk about lasers and stuff, they're joking. I should go back. But thanks for being on the ball. I get it. Oh God, yeah. ACB says supposedly California oxygenates their gasoline and adds $1 per gallon. Oh God, their gas tax. I remember the last month that California had reasonable gas prices. I was there visiting, and then randomly on the news was announced that all gas would cost $1 a gallon more. And everybody went, what? What is this video, by the way? Oh my God. Yeah, by the way, this is a grass fire. The whole grass fires can't burn down a car. Like, are you kidding? That's a grass fire. Oh, also, which was a grass fire, the Gray Fire of Washington, the deadly one. Grass is a flashy fuel, means it rips faster than you can outrun it. It can spread at 60 miles an hour, being wind driven. Sorry, trigger alert, guys. The watch duty initial photo was just unbelievable. The first photo of when it broke out. I'll probably have to go to watch duty. It's probably still in watch duty as a faded out complex. It still may be in mop up. Okay, the Gray Fire, the deadly Gray Fire. The first image ever where somebody posted what's going on. That's why it's so important, guys, to send me your images so people understand what's going on. If it didn't look that bad at first, I looked at it and then, my God, I didn't know what the next one would be like. The next one was that. That is a grass fire, a wind-driven grass fire. Oh yeah, cars will burn up. If you're in that, that would be like the Smoky Hill situation of this person who possibly pulled over to change a tire, whatever they did in the Jeep Liberty that's burned up in the conspiracy video. That's what grass does. It flies around in the wind. And it moves that rapidly. Now, this was, I don't know, wind gusts at the time, but I think below 60. Lahaina was 65. This is hay harvest or whatever it is. And Maui's guinea grass. I used to have a really good explainer. How does the guinea grass? We need to tackle our invasive weed problem, guys. Promotes wildfires. Oh, I just spelled that wrong. I think, yeah, Smithsonian Magazine, I was reading that one. Now, one of them had a little video, which was a perfect explainer. It may have been a short, unfortunately, and you can't really yeah, I just do a video search then. It can't really be copyrighted. If it's that fast, we're okay. I don't know, let's just show something. It's this stuff. This becomes dead looking, right? It's incredible. It can grow a foot a day under the right circumstances, like after a rain. So if you mowed it and did everything right, there's a heavy rain, you turn your back on it, it's half a foot tall, and the next day it's a half foot taller, and then you get your fire. So it's invasive, it's killing all the other native species, blah, blah, blah. Where's the video? It's supposed to have a video. That's ridiculous. The wet season can spur plants like guinea grass. Maybe this will be quick enough. Wait, I found it. Here it is.
This week, wildfires have ripped through the island of Maui. Strong winds from a hurricane far offshore have helped fuel the fast-moving blazes, but there could be another culprit behind Hawaii's wildfires. Grass. Specifically, guinea grass. In the mid-1800s, non-native Hawaiians brought it to the islands to feed their cattle, and in the decades since, it's taken over, especially in abandoned sugar plantations like this one. After rainfall, guinea grass grows incredibly fast. The plant can grow as quickly as 6 inches per day and ultimately reach a height of 10 feet. And during droughts, the dry stalks turn it into fuel for what has become one of the deadliest wildfires in Hawaii's history.
What do you mean one of? What's been worse? Has there been something that was worse? Now Catherine is curious. Now let's just look at the entire U.S. history. It's one of, if you go past the 20th century, of course. Oh, History Channel is a joke anymore, but the Peshtigo, that was 1871, doesn't count. Colquitt Fire, 1918, 1,000 people. Damn. Duluth. Maui is number 3 already. Maui's number 3, the deadliest wildfires in America ever already. I mean, including the 1800s, if History Channel's to believe. I don't know about this. Then next would be Paradise. No? Oh, 1910. Montana, Idaho, Washington. 1905-ish. What was the death toll? 87 people died, 78 firefighters. Oh my God. And then the campfire. So it was only deadlier than the campfire by like 2 bodies. But I tell you, there's more people dead there than 85. They were still in body recovery when I arrived to try to film. And they had these torrential rain things, because remember, the rains of November are a thing in California, followed by the November snow. So yeah, I don't know what he's saying in one of them in Hawaii's history. Like I'm pretty sure that's it. Oh, maybe it's because Hawaii wasn't a state until 1950. Is that what's skewing the statistics? So it wasn't an American fire pre-1950? That's that statehood in 1950, right? Ah, yeah, Carney says I have half-burned Toyota Echo for free if somebody wants it, and it runs. Oh, I do. I'm a scrapper. Oh, I don't want to have climate change debate. That doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go anywhere. What I think is the CO2 thing has been tap danced. It's not a real crusade. There's way worse gases out there, methane and whatnot. Funny thing is, a lot of people don't know that CO2 makes less than 1% of our atmosphere, and despite all of the human activities, like ever, we have failed to increase it to, say, 2% of our atmosphere. It's a very weak greenhouse gas, and a lot of things just don't add up. There's nitrous oxide from everything from nuclear testing to cars and stuff, the melting permafrost. But mostly what warms planets and cools them is how much light is reflected back into space. If a planet is mostly white already, it stays very cool. So ice ages can last a long time. Something has to melt a lot of the white snow and ice away for enough of the sun's heat to reach the surface and warm it. So Earth goes into these swings, ice age and then like meltdown and then ice age and meltdown, because it tips. There's a tipping point where there's so much white on the surface that the Earth just cools and cools and cools. And something happens to warm up the planet. They have never really explained that. It's, it's not really CO2 that explains that. But when that warming trend begins, then you can have an equilibrium where there's kind of like an ice age kind of ending. We're still in the end of an ice age. The latest glacial maximum, blah, 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 blah. It's not over. In fact, we just had a mini climate change event called the Little Ice Age. And the Little Ice Age, let's see, what was it, the years of the Little Ice Age? Volcanic activity probably plunges back into it. So 1303 to 1850. This is when the fur trade was like super important because everybody was freezing to death. Well, guess when we began keeping records about the weather? During the Little Ice Age. So that was abnormally cold. And you have other weird things like medieval warm period that are not explained either. Medieval warm period. So when these things can be explained, I will be much more open to the idea of, yeah, we know exactly why this is happening. Oh, really? But what is the explanation for all these things? It's year 950 to 1250. So I don't allow the debate. I think we need a lot more data. But they took CO2 as this big greenhouse gas boogie monster and ran with it as a new way to get revenue. A lot of these politicians don't believe a damn thing about it. But they're like, we could tax cow farts. Hell yeah. New revenue. Carbon tax. Hell yeah. And so that's why I don't like the whole CO2 thing. You see things that are powerful like Freon. Since we don't have a recycling program for air conditioners in the United States, most of them get trash compacted. The Freon is not recovered, and the other extremely powerful global greenhouse warmers, these chemicals. I, as a scrapper, would see all kinds of recycling bins, and trash cans most poor people in the United States are not allowed to put air conditioning windows out the unit, air conditioning units out the window year round, like their landlords will allow it, and they have nowhere to store it inside, like a small apartment. So it's actually cheaper, instead of getting like storage, to throw your perfectly good air conditioning unit in the trash and buy a new one every summer. And they're being compacted, and these very powerful greenhouse gases and chemicals are going into the atmosphere. That's because we don't have a very simple program, which would be, guess what? A deposit. When you buy the air conditioning unit, you put down extra money, say $50. When you return the air conditioning unit where you bought it, you get the $50 back. And then all of that could be captured, but I'm seeing it mostly being compacted. I called all over the state, all kinds of HVAC units, because I would find air conditioning units. It's illegal for me to scrap them without draining the coolant, because, it warms the planet. And so I tried to find an HVAC anywhere, any sort of facility that would actually capture that and hand me back AC unit. He goes, look, lady, you can't quote me, but nobody does this. There's not enough money in the recycled coolant. The new stuff is cheaper, so nobody does it. It's a time-wasting endeavor. If people want to scrap, they cut to the line, walk away, and after a few minutes, the Freon or whatever coolant is into the atmosphere, and then they recycle. That is exactly what's happening in the United States, and nobody is talking about it. Nitrous oxide emissions, especially from things like wildfires and stuff, nobody's talking about it. There's just not an easy way to tax that. So, Connie still says I throw my window air conditioner and we'll have it every year. God, I love you. I've missed you. Carney says, I think Russia dropped a bomb on Hawaii in 1938. What? Oh, we nearly did. Didn't some of the fallout from the bikini tests get close to Hawaii? We irradiated a whole bunch of natives on their land and screwed them up. I think it was Delta Echo Bravo. Could have been Castle Bravo. I think it was Delta Echo Bravo. So I just think that CO2 is a somewhat minor player in the very serious pollution. The CFCs, China's making CFCs again. They got caught. So they're not regulating themselves very well. The ozone layer is depleting again. We're not done with that. It's not over. How much did that contribute to warming? Because it happened near the Antarctic, a place that started melting the fastest, and all of a sudden the ice sheets are falling off into the ocean. How much of a role did that play? Phasing out coal, ironically, is warming the planet, because coal put sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere and reflected a lot of light of the sun back into space. So ironically, as we phase that out, we can expect some pretty rapid warming. But like I said, there's a tipping point. If there's less and less white surface on the globe, white is reflecting the sun back to space. That's the number one factor in heating and cooling the planet. And so there's a tipping point. If there's too much white, it goes overboard. You get a long-lasting ice age. And if there's a less, like we're experiencing now, fewer glaciers, less snowfall, shorter snow seasons, and you get runaway warming. Because then it means less and less and less every year. So we have an easy solution to that. Like, we could fix it. We could cool the planet immediately. But there's a reason we're not doing it. That would be putting water vapor in the upper atmosphere, where it takes things a long time to come down. And we would freeze it up there. So it would reflect a lot of light back into space. Here's the problem. The moment that a major volcano erupts, or even a series of somewhat medium-sized ones, there are very few things can throw fine particulate matter up that high in the upper reaches of the atmosphere. One's a volcano. those particles take a long time to fall out, and they do global cooling. They say Mount Pinatubo's eruption in the 90s single-handedly cooled off the 90s for 5 years. It kind of stopped global warming for a bit. Pinatubo eruption halted global warming, or encouraged global cooling. Gas from the ash plume jostled the weather patterns and dampened the effects of global warming. Yeah, they know for at least 1 year. Some people say 5. That was the 1991 eruption, right? The big ones put so much ash to the higher reaches of space, or the edge of space. It takes so long to come down. It's basically nuclear winter, right? So what if we did that, and we basically did that with water vapor, and then we get a year where something much bigger than Pinatubo erupts, like a Krakatoa, a Tambora. I mean, didn't that cause an entire year without a summer, mass worldwide famine, where summer just did not occur? Now, this is why we can't do it. 1816, so that was Tambora. One single volcanic eruption, the biggest since the Bronze Age, I think it was. 1815 triggered a change in global climate. The heavier material fell to the ground and the ocean surface, and the rest went up to the top. And the northern hemisphere did not have a summer. Sheep froze to death in July in the blizzards. This is what stretched the Little Ice Age out until 1850. Like, this affected the climate for decades. Just one eruption. Imagine if there had been something like 2. Later Krakatoa contributed to that. Delayed the eventual cooling that would have been caused by a lack of white stuff on the ground. So this is why we don't do it. We can't stop it. We can't get the water vapor out of the atmosphere if runaway cooling occurs. So we could accidentally make a new ice age. There's a cool movie about this called Snowpiercer. It's very adult though. Like, don't watch it with your kids. But it explores that exact scenario. So it's a complicated issue. If it was simple, like, oh, just cut carbon. Oh, I wish it would be. I'd be so behind that. There's nothing simple about the climate. We don't even understand how it works fully. So that's why I don't have climate debates. I do know how to smell a boondoggle when I smell one. And I know, and I could just tell you, if you get your hopes up by saying we meet such and such carbon goal, and then these wildfires are stopped, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. There's 25 reasons for these wildfires. 25 major reasons. 25th is climate change. But the others, like deforestation and corporations, corporate corruption, the invasive weeds, the lack of funding for firefighting anymore, failing to use new technology and adapt to this new era, monoculture of our forests and not planting fire-resistant trees, just doing fire-promoting ones. There's so many reasons. Positive thing about it is we really can't do anything about the long-term climate goal. That's not, if we cut all carbon right now, I think they said it would be 500 years till we saw dividends from that. So we've got to do what we can with what we have. And I don't really allow the debate because it doesn't go anywhere. Can't deny it's happening, but we can't argue about what. We just adapt, help each other, overcome. And it's not going to be taxing cow farts. Ain't going to do anything. Okay, let me go back. Yeah, ACB, that's exactly. It was Mount Tambora. When you die, don't go to the light. It's a trick. Yeah. J-Cat says tinfoil hats help protect from space lasers and bird droppings. True. Yeah, Joe Johnson says, listen to Carney, run, rabbit, run. Yeah. Oh God, Charlie, let's take it back to family friendly though. Let's not instruct children how to do drugs. Let's see. Let's go back. Jay Cat says we lose one power utility truck here every week due to a grass fire in the dry season. Yeah, they're not a joke. Joe Johnson says in Australia, thank God we have Medicare. If you present sick or injured to the hospital, unspecialized care is free. Yeah. And they say we can't afford it, and yet there's billions of dollars for new Afghanistan situations. And proxy wars. Yeah. Oh yeah, ECB Newsom has got his eye on the White House. He decided not to run against Biden. Oh my God. Oh my freaking God. But that's what his aim is. Oh God. Help us all. So looking back at the chat. Oh, Josh's New Zealand Herald. I don't think I looked at this one. Oh, this controversy I do have a statement about. I don't care if it makes me unpopular. I'm on the side of facts. A lot of people are trying to vilify the police and said they put up barricades and it stopped people from surviving and stuff. So look at the pictures of the fire. There's so many people walking around oblivious, like walking around in flip-flops and just filming their neighborhoods. As the fire is roaring towards them, they are oblivious of how close it's getting. I guess I just have to show you this. Now, I wasn't there. Yes, the police barricades surely killed people, but they seem to have been for kind of a good reason. The stupid power company did not turn off the damn power. When they knew lines are down, there's control panels that flash alarms and blinking lights, and nobody pushed the buttons. Other power companies did hand wringing and said, "Oh, we couldn't reach a supervisor. Only a supervisor can approve that stuff." And I bet you anything, just putting all my chips all in on this bet, they're gonna get up on the witness stand and say that was our thing too. We just couldn't find a supervisor to do the power shutoff authorization, and I just have a feeling. Seen that in the other recent trials for like Pacific Corp. So the police saw live power lines and put up a barricade so people didn't electrocute themselves trying to drive over them and walk over them. What the hell are you going to do if you're a cop? Just watch it happen? If this is true, if the cop side of the story is true, I do not see them at fault. I see the power company at fault. Now, I want to remind people, you can't see a mega fire coming from downwind. You are surrounded by smoke. It's invisible. It's like all those storm chaser videos with the rain-wrapped tornadoes. If I get more information and I see cops like saying, please go over there and die or something on video, yeah, I'll change my stance. But I just think that was a bit of a crucifixion thing where the media crucified the cops when they were in a catch-22. What do you do? Oh yeah, drive over this power line. Good results will happen. No, when a car has a power line on top of it, and I saw this at Paradise, I also saw the video where there's two skeletons inside, and it made a traffic jam. The traffic behind could not go past the car that had the power line fall on it. They left about 1 minute too late on one of the death alleys of the eastern portion of Paradise. They had to go north. It was a dead-end street to reach an east-west road that would take them to another road that would take them out of town. Much like Lahaina had kind of a grid. But unlike Lahaina, there's so many little creeks in Paradise that and canyons, sometimes you can't make east-west roads very well. So the main arteries get clogged, and these guys had to go from south to north. If they had left probably 1 minute earlier, they would have been okay. But the leading car was at the stop sign on the east-west road. Power line fell directly on it. They may have been protected. The occupants of the vehicle may have been protected for a while, but you can't get out. When firefighters see a traffic accident like this, power lines on a vehicle, don't touch anything metal in the car and don't get out, right? You can be protected for a while, well, until your vehicle is ignited. What the firefighters do is they call the power company and they say, turn that off, and they will not put any water on it. Even if the car's on fire, they're going to get electrocuted. Everybody inside will get electrocuted. So if these cops had allowed the first car to go, what was I looking for? I forget. The Lahaina, not survival stories. Guy walks around his neighborhood in flip flops and has no idea the fire's on his doorstep. They have, let's just hopefully it re-recommends whatever we watch. It's right upon him, and he's just walking through the neighborhoods in flip flops. He has no idea. Now the cops are going to be in the smoke too. They have no idea how fast it's coming or where it's coming from. So all they know is if vehicles pass, they're going to watch people be electrocuted and burned to death in their car. And that's it. What are they supposed to do? Even if there's a fire department rolls up right next to them, there's no way to put it out. Can't put water on it. Can't shut the power off. Because unfortunately, if they don't do a safety shut off like they should have, they get calls from all over the town, hundreds at once, and they can't be everywhere at once to shut off the power to individual neighborhoods. And that's what we got. So we have a guy walking through his neighborhood. I'm sorry, guys. I thought it would be easy to find. I'm sorry, this is fire triggery. The whole stream has been so far. Yeah, he just walks around his cell phone. Walking day out of fire, not the tour. Oh, shoot, the algorithm's working against us. If his video didn't become popular, it's going to be at the bottom of the rung now. It's one of the first ones I saw. Now, mind you, even though people were dying and all of Paradise was burning from the east side to the west at first, and later it was north to south, people just a street over had no freaking idea. The smoke got denser, but you were not going to see the flames until they're almost directly upon you, until they're like across the street. It's just going to be dark. There's going to be increasing weird smell of burning plastic and things. The roaring sound is going to be there, but you're not going to see it. That's why I keep telling people, you do not expect to see a mega fire coming towards you. It'll just be on your doorstep. So the cops couldn't see it. People there in their cars couldn't see it either. As other cars are consumed from east to the west, in the case of Lahaina, nobody knows that unless they're standing feet away. So I do not hold the police, responsible for the death. As I think it's a media crucifying thing. Everybody wants to reach out for somebody to blame. But until I see some actual evil deed that they are doing, until I see footage of like them saying, "Oh, please turn around, drive into flames, thank you, ma'am," I just do not blame them. The power company has a lot of explaining to do. I've seen the videos of the lines sparking and arcing and starting grass fires. That's not fake. I'm so sorry that the guy's cool video has now, you know what? I bookmarked it because I'm an idiot. Let's just go to my bookmarks. So, watch later, playlist A to Z, 2023 fires. Why don't I just do this? I'm very tired. Come on, go. Fine, play all and just I'll pause it. I have this playlist in public if you want me to share it, but you can just go to my playlist on my channel. Where is it? It would be at the bottom because it's one of the first things I watch, right? Nope. bottom is the last stuff I watched. Okay, top. Yeah, we have to go to where Lahaina actually happened. Yeah, do not go into downtown. That was the news. News. Extreme weather in Hawaii, high winds and fire bear down. It might have been this. Just walks around in flip-flops. Yeah.
Not an ordinary day.
This is it.
Really bad day, Lahaina. We have incredible wind, and now fire, and right on the edge of the smoke. Let's go see what Lahaina looks like. Got power lines here to my right.
So you can just kind of see, power lines are all over the place, that there's smoke. Now, when fires get bad, they accelerate really fast. It's like a sinking ship. Feel like it's kind of slowly rolling over. Maybe you can go back. You made it to the surface. You made it topside. Maybe you can go back for others or something. But as a ship begins to roll over to capsize, there's a tipping point where it accelerates and then boom, it just does it. So as he walks around, it will change. The situation will change. So here's a bunch of cars going by. Gosh, remember, this is the same street from one of those walking tour videos. And the wind is fierce enough that roof pieces have ripped off. So now that's the chink in the armor. That's part of a roof that would protect these buildings from fire. That's that tar, sand, whatever that is. So it's a bad sign. People have their headlights on, and it's the middle of the day, isn't it? Early in the day. Look at all the leaves that have ripped off the trees. Some of them are going to be on fire. They're going to be collecting in gutters and stuff. But this just goes to show how it gathers. There's even more of this stuff you can't see on the roof. He walks around in flip-flops, and it slowly dawns on him how close it's getting.
The noni tree. The noni tree. Surviving. Not good. Very good. Oh, God, I gotta get out of here. This is so bad.
He goes, yeah, I gotta get out of here. This is so bad. Yes, you do. But can you really tell which part of the town's burning down? Like, how is a cop supposed to know? Nobody knows. Part of the town is being consumed. The smoke's going to get darker. It's going to get thicker. See that? That's buildings going up. In fact, that's probably where the power, I think that might be where the power substation is burning, which is one of the biggest inferno type fires ever. So, but you can't even see past these streets. How would the cops, know that they're trapping anybody? They don't know where the power lines are down in the other parts of the town because people are calling it in, but their phones are, all circuits are busy. Please try again. So, what would have saved lives here is the simple app called Waze, W-A-Z-E, the thing that Google bought. It's like the car navigation app. Well, they have a thing where people can self-report a hazard, such as flooded roadway. You can say power lines down, and you can share that with others. So if they had the internet here, the correct way out, which is now a maze because power lines are going down all over the town, walk into another neighborhood, and he basically walks over them, and it scares the living crap out of me. It's very hard to figure out where it's going, what it's doing, and what's happening. Even if you're walking around looking. Like, some people are trapped in their homes, and Now the way people can't escape and nobody knows about it, and we can call 911. So you have people trapped over there and in a bad way. The wind picks up. Fire's starting to generate. I'm sorry. Wind noise. Fire's starting to generate its own wind. Roof pieces are just ripping free. So part of the town burned down because they just didn't have any roofs at all. Now, all this vegetation could have been absolutely wet and lush just an hour ago. When these hot, dry winds happen at this rate of speed, and the vegetation is pushed and it's pushed and it's pushed. I saw this on Labor Day 2020. I saw perfectly wet trees of Oregon suddenly shrivel up like this, like they've been in an oven. Just the hot, dry winds, and then each one of their limbs is pushed by a wind gust, pushed until it snaps off. Then they begin swinging around like like pendulums on a clock. If you have a tree and the power line goes directly to your roof, like underneath your roof, all of these limbs were ripping them off, and power lines were lighting people's roofs on fire. The limbs will sever it. So at this point, he begins to say things that are important.
Prison with no roof left. Holy smokes, look at that. Oh my God. And look, some of that roof has burned.
Yeah. Embers have come from long range.
Holy smokes, those are wood shingles.
Mm-hmm.
And look.
Funny thing is the wind may have self-extinguished it right there. To get these going, sometimes the wind is so fierce that it would blow out open flame. To get these going, it usually does take power lines, or it takes something like a tanker truck crash, explosion, natural gas, oil well type fire stuff. If anybody had a barbecue or something, the wind speed would blow out the flame. It's like holding up a match in front of a freaking fan. So even though these embers ignited the roof, probably just self-extinguished by the wind. But the power substation and the lines up there are they're just bouncing along the ground. And the flames are along the ground, constantly producing embers downwind. And so pretty soon more lines are going to drop, and it's going to be a maze to get out of town. Go up, up, down, down, left, right to get out. Not just east, not just west. The cops have no idea. This is somewhat big neighborhood. Watch this. This is where he realizes he sees the elephant. Okay, this is way worse than I thought. This is when he stops his leisure walk. He goes, oh my God. This is seeing the elephant like, oh, okay. At this point, he's like, that's it. I'm out of here. Leisure walk is done. Where do I go? What do I do? But you really can't tell what's going on a block away. Nobody can communicate with each other. He can't communicate what he's seeing with anybody else. He's recording this on his phone. It's not like a stream. So he's like, where do I go? See the wind change direction. It's starting to swirl as it's reached new fuel sources and more homes and things are igniting. The tremendous amount of heat has to go somewhere. It's going up, is causing vortexes to form. So that'll change the wind direction. It'll be one way this way, one way the next. So he thinks that this is his best way out. He's going to come across the down power line. Yeah. And if you see tiny dirt devils, like in little twisty patterns, that is an extreme warning sign that the air is unstable. So he couldn't see to the end of the street. So what cars are doing is they're finding dead ends and they're trying to turn around, but the cars behind them won't let them. So the death trap is slowly unfolding here. These people are insane. Don't do this. Oh my God. These are not energized right here. He is lucky to be alive. If they had been, even though they stepped over, the arc would have happened. There would have been a flash of blue light, and that would have been the end of him. Because power lines can arc. So that means power jumps from one thing to the next. Like, I call it Tesla things. Yeah. So the way that the fires make their own weather is when heat rises, hot air rises. So when there's a lot of it, a lot of stuff on fire going up like crazy, that pushes the hot air up faster. And in order to reach the speed that it has to, because more air is put behind it, pushing it up, it goes into a twist pattern. And once that happens, boy, does beep hit the fan. That's when it's like point of no return. Everybody out, can't fight it, get out of its way. Now that's the next one in my playlist. But this is only a 10-minute video. Things go from a pretty calm, it's smoky and there's a fire. Oh darn, think I'll go walking. Think I'll go film where the fire is to, oh God, how do I get out? And this, by the way, what the hell are they thinking? Tree branches in the lines? Somebody might say, well, that's okay. Maybe that one's just telephone. Well, this is why people lose communication. Reverse 911 doesn't work. What the hell are lines doing growing in the tree branches? That's not supposed to happen. That's evidence right there. The screenshot is evidence of negligence. Good freaking job. That doesn't happen overnight. Wow. I saw a lot of that with the Caldor fire near Tahoe. Like, this isn't defensible. Like, they created a death trap of the neighborhood. Where are the inspectors? That's why governments, power companies sometimes go back to back to defend each other. Government inspectors didn't do that. Power companies obviously didn't do that. But it's sad. Nobody's knocking on anybody's doors. Anybody in there, headphones on like I am, gaming or something, somebody with their hearing aids out taking a nap? They have no idea. That's because everybody's still walking around in a stupor. So if the police were supposed to magically know that this was happening upwind, I don't know how they were supposed to know. These people on bicycles and flip-flops and stuff don't even know, and they're right next to it. They have to get right next to it to find out. So this is why I don't blame the police. At all. Not currently, until I get some new news. So I hope this has been educational. I see this too many times now. But no matter how much you rake and clean your gutters, expect this stuff to fall in the high winds. You just really can't have trees overhanging, and sometimes there's no way to stop this sort of thing. I did see a lot of dead vegetation in the town in the walkthrough tour just prior. But I bet you a lot of these, see that? You can kind of see the fire through the smoke, but not really. It's weird. It's hard to tell it from daylight in the early stages like that. So yeah, the cops didn't know. Now, I do not think anybody drove over live power lines and survived. I'd find that very doubtful. I mean, it's possible, but I'm sure their vehicle was on fire if they did it. And then they quickly abandoned the vehicle. The thing about driving down power lines is they have a tendency to wrap around the wheel well, and then you get yoinked back into it. It's like a slinky, bounce back. So I don't like headlines like this, even though it's Associated Press. Before you go and start a pitchfork wielding mob and even more police hate in the world, you really got to know what the hell you're talking about. And I'm sure the barricades killed, but they were only there because the power company didn't do crap. So I'm sure if they had communication and radios, they would have directed traffic to the correct area, but they wouldn't even have needed to if Waze was functional and if they had internet. They would have had internet, they would have had power, and probably none of this occurring with buried lines or if power safety shut off. So, I mean, this is the end result. It wasn't too expensive to bury the lines. It was too expensive not to. We cannot party like it's 1899. God, there's deaths of Burning Man. Or at least one person. Damn. Okay. So, thanks for the link. But I was a bit disappointed in those kind of headlines. A lot of people are never really going to consider the cop's point of view. I wish they would, but they just won't. They'll just be enraged and just be mad. It's part of the conspiracy theory too. Like, authorities are the ones trying to keep us down. Shadow government. I really am disappointed in Associated Press. AECB says they should have sent out mass emergency texts at least. Yeah, this is not the first time we've seen the failure of reverse 911, even though the tests all function. These fires rip through. They do a bunch of things. They rip through. They cut off power because they'll topple power lines. The wind's just going to do that. So people lose power, and if they can't charge, well, they can't get anything from their phones. Not everybody has a cell phone. You got to remember that. Usually, the next best way is turn on the TV, and the local TV station will take all channels off the air and say emergency, and let people know what the hell's happening. So you can't turn on the TV, the power's out. The next thing the fire does is, because if you have telephone lines on poles especially, the landlines go down, so no reverse 911. And the next thing they do is they burn up the cell phone towers. Or the cell phone towers can't run on backup for some reason. Because maybe something like their generators are down or on fire. Like, sometimes it's inadequate network coverage, inadequate amounts of phones, and just everybody on the network at once. September 11th, everybody reached for their cell phone to talk to their loved ones or text. It was all circuits are busy, the entire nation. In fact, during September 11th, every single news site in the United States wouldn't load. CNN didn't load. CNBC, nothing loaded. Everything, like even BBC and other foreign sites, it just said loading, 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 please try again. Error. That's because of too many people trying to load those websites at once. Couldn't serve them all. So, yeah, ACB says if you look at satellite images, you can see where it started in one area. Yep, electric, guys, the electric substation. I'm going to show you again. I've already done it on stream, just how bad those substation power fires are. This is one I witnessed. I thought it was a plane crash. So let me get the video ready for you. I can't play the video in a browser. But what would you think if you saw that? It's by an airport. I was like, holy crap. My other things. Oh yeah, the neighborhood I was in. I thought it was a plane crash. What the hell? It had a mushroom cloud. See the shockwave ring? Damn. So, an old friend and the one I was coming to visit, we just said we gotta be there to that plane crash over the hill. Holy crap! Let me turn off the sound and change Actually, I might be able to play this in a browser. There we go. So this is west of Portland. I turned off the freeway called Highway 26 towards. I thought it must have been near the Hillsborough Airport. It kind of was. And then we got closer, and I was like, "Damn!" So this is a power substation. It's not that big. I'll pull it up for you on the map. It's roughly the same size as the one at Lahaina. That's crazy. But they have oils, transformer fluid, and other things. Maybe people with electrical experience can tell me what that is. But I expected that the substation would run out of whatever is flammable. It's just like two little buildings in there. But it kept going. It kept going. Everybody's just kind of driving by nonchalant. It's just kind of incredible. My friend can't hold a camera steady for crap. I was like, dude, hold it steady. And then I saw the flames. And they didn't look that bad at first. And then I realized, holy crap, see what just happened was the twisting pattern. And once that happens, they suck in more air 360 degrees from below, which fuels the fire, makes it hotter. Hotter air pushes more hot air up, more of a vacuum, more air, more fire, so it's going into the runaway twist pattern. I would just like to point out the extreme height of these high tension power lines. They're like 5, 6 stories tall, and the flame height exceeds them. Notice it's not a particularly windy day. The smoke is mostly going straight up, but look at the flame height. That right there. Funny thing about black smoke at a power substation is the smoke is on fire. The smoke is on fire. That's what people don't understand about black smoke. It's the dirtiest combustion of all. Smoke is a product of incomplete combustion, right? Remember chemistry? And so, say Lahaina has their power substation. They ignite like this. Well, in this case, it kind of detonated here. In the case of, this is Hillsborough, I believe. I kind of get that and Beaverton confused, but it's Hillsborough. Yes, there's a town called Beaverton. Gotta love Oregon. So the smoke itself is a fuel for the fire. Black smoke is a firefighter's worst nightmare, especially in a structure. It's super hot, and super dirty means that whatever is burning didn't completely burn. So the pieces of what didn't burn are in it. That's why it's black and dense. And so there reaches a point where it's hot enough and dense enough that it ignites, and that is often what causes a flashover in a building, where everything in a building ignites at once because the temperature just goes insane. So that is actually smoke that is on fire. What happens in Lahaina when the 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts pushed us against the ground? That means you have incinerated neighborhoods like a blowtorch. Look at the flame height. It reaches insane levels. It's up well above the high tension power lines. This is a dead calm. This time of year, what time of year was this? March. Pretty soggy in the Pacific Northwest. Pretty humid air. This fire is raging out of control. Oh man, ACB says 2 guys got fried trying to steal copper from a substation a few months ago. Where at? Oh my god. Well, they never knew they made a mistake, I bet. Hey, ACB, we don't demonize groups. We don't blame groups for like current situations. So it's not like I hate environmentalists, I hate loggers, I hate this. No, we're trying to bring everybody together. So we don't call people like greenies or things like that. We all want this to end. So I actually have to herd the cats together and make people that don't like each other work together. It's pretty hard. So we're not perpetuating what is keeping us from uniting. So we don't say, oh, this or that group is bad, this is bad. We can point out the individual policies, like Sierra Club's no roads in the wilderness policy is retarded, right? And push for change. But if we simplify it down to, oh, this group is not to blame and we should hate them, that's not what we're about. I just want you guys to see what Lahaina was dealing with. This is the power company should prevent this from happening. This should never have happened in Hillsborough either. Like somebody done beeped up. You know? There's all kinds of safety this and that and backup safety this and that. Somebody violated some rules here. Like no plane crashed into it. This blew up. They practically blew up a neighborhood. So what is it like in Maui? Should have this on speed dial. Yeah, what's the thing where you can move the thing? And I'm totally with you. Maybe it's Associated Press. Where's the interactive one where you can move it? Damn it. Excuse my language. Potty mouth today. Interactive. I don't know, you'd think it's something I've clicked before. Load. Error. Bueller. Let's make some cookies happen. Oh yeah. Wait a second. It's not working. Hello. It's supposed to be before, after, with a thing. Data courtesy of Max Art. Fail. The Mercury News, they're good. They're right there with Paradise, Oroville, Mercury News, I believe. Okay. Just do the same thing. Am I doing something wrong then? Okay, let's just turn off cookies and ad blocker. Off the love of cars. Clickbait. Anybody have a working version of this? Why did it work when I first did all this? Oh, it's totally weird. Wait, let's look back at chat. You guys have it for me? Yeah, there's no worries. We're all very emotional about these things. If we want to be completely honest with ourselves, we all have a little bit of ourselves to blame. I used to be behind a bunch of policies I've now realized are stupid. Got educated though. Almost every sector of dealing with wildfires, whether it's logging, environmental policy, governmental policy, response, finance, new tactics, new this or that, new technology, new laws, all of these things got to change in some way because they ain't working. So whatever is not working, we change. So we need to point out the flaws in all of everything that we're doing. So let's go back up. Yeah, exactly, Joe Johnson. If you think you can stand up to heat, fight a 100-foot tall flame front is foolish, run for your life. Exactly. So it's funny that Hawaii has like the world's biggest power generator, energy generator called a volcano. Why do they even have power issues? Jay Cat, that's not true at all, man. I can't have statistics like that that undermine what I'm trying to tell people. Burying lines is often extremely inexpensive. In fact, it pays for itself in most situations rather quickly. If you're in the south, like Florida or like somewhere like Maui and stuff that has tropical storms hit all the time, they are knocked down and they're repaired back up. Knocked down, repaired back up. Knocked down, repaired back up. They've got overtime. Linesmen's activities are not cheap. Letting them get knocked down to put them back up is kind of like banging your head against the wall. And it's not just stupid, it's fiscally stupid. So, and to say that there's a flat rate for it or something, I mean, some ground is very soft and easy to break, and some of it's sandy and stuff, and some of it is basalt lava, you know. Besides, they don't even have to bury everything. Like in Maui, they could put power lines in tubes if basalt lava is too difficult to do. But the fake statistics about the expense is one thing that really makes me really angry. Oh, we can't do it because it's so expensive, and well, you know. I mean, most new residential places have buried lines. I don't think I've lost power here more than twice in this neighborhood. Ever buried lines. Besides, when people lose power, you can't charge people for power loss. So the company's bleeding and hemorrhaging money every time a stupid little tree branch takes out power in every little storm. What is more expensive is lines above ground by far. But it gets less expensive if you don't do line maintenance and you just let them fail. So the reason they don't want to bury them is the initial upfront cost means usually the stock price goes down, profitability is hit, and they're traded on the stock market. And if you look at the charter of every single corporation, the number one thing that they say that their number one goal is make profit for investors. It's not human health, life safety. It's not deliver power safety. It's make profit for investors. And they are supposed to meet that goal. And if they don't, if their metrics are bad and the quarter is bad and everything's down, and these big wigs get kicked out to get replaced by the ruthless psychopathic CEOs slathering at the mouth, ready to just, oh yeah, eat up that profit. So a lot of this it's just corporate greed things where nobody wants to be that CEO that says, oh, we may be less profitable for 2 years, but health and human safety, that doesn't work for the board. That's a vote of no confidence. I'm like, man, I want to buy my second yacht. I want to gold plate my airplane. I want a Shelby. That's the way it is. And you really don't get a job at another corporation by being that guy, that woman that says health and human safety first, not profit. You ain't going to make it. Let's be real here. There's a different conversation about whether or not electric companies, what was I looking for? Yeah, the working version of the satellite before and after thing. There's a big different conversation that we can't really get into now about whether or not monopolies and power companies should be allowed to be traded on the open market. Like, monopolies are supposed to be bad. Why are they allowed? How many towns have to be erased and how many people have to die before public utilities happen? But that's a dirty word to a lot of people. So, the debate's not going to happen here. What we could do as a compromise is say that for certain things, such as utility, that you no longer can the forefront thing at the top of the corporate charter be profit. It has to be safely delivering power to the customers, health and human safety, and then profit, if you can squeeze that in. I think that's a simple solution. It's a good start, and I don't want to wade into that debate. More vicious than I ever imagined. So let's see here. I still can't find the one that actually works. Let's just try USA Today one. No, I'm not subbing. Give me a thing that works. You know what? I think I have it stored in my history of tabs. Let me go back. I'm done messing around. I need to show you this. I need to show you the power substation. It's supposed to be on that topic a while ago. Not this BS. Okay, so let me search the 8,000 tabs I literally have in one tab. Okay. Is there a search? Okay. Before and after. Gosh. Didn't work. Maui. I'll just look for Maui. I only have 22 hits. Let's see. 3 days after there. Home footage. Watch videos. Oh, watch videos of the power lines that caused it. You want to do that while I'm looking? Some of the power lines. Play the video, man.
Freaking power line just went down. I hear a pop coming from across the street. As soon as I hear the pop, all I heard is like electrical, like just going on the ground there. Look, there's the power line right there. See them right there. That's the power line that started from up the road there, and all of that is still burning. From there, to me, it simulated a fuse, like somebody lit a fuse for a firework, and it just followed a straight line all the way up to the pole where the thing was, and it landed in a bigger pile of dry grass, and that just ignited. You get all this wind blowing, and now you get a fire. That was fuel, and just in a matter of minutes, that whole place was just engulfed.
That's the same view.
They came up with a water truck, started dousing it, had another couple local construction companies brought up their water tankers, just also helped and assist and just knocking down the fire. Hey, heads up, the line is live on the ground right there. I send my family away ready. Thank you. We thought it was all contained. And then from there, just went ahead about our day, thinking that it was all done. Unbeknownst that later on that afternoon, the winds just continued to just smoke the whole day. And I guess that's what just fueled the restarting. Yeah, I'm happy that it was out there for them to see. And a lot of them got warning when they saw the Facebook Live. Maybe it'll bring closure to some of the families, answer some of the questions, help determine what was the start.
See, citizen journalists, you can be heroes. Gosh, I full screen that now, it's stuck. Okay. I'm gonna dig around, but if I full screen it, I can't see. I want to show, we've already gone down that thing. So, let me look back. I'm sure I found it. I'll show you the power substation. Bear with me and look back through it. And I'll fix the window in a sec. There's that Maui Ocean Center park cam where we watched it all unfold. That's how I knew the power companies probably had to be involved before any of that hit the airwaves. I was disturbed by the fact that the cam we were watching the fire on was from a town that had power. I saw way too many city lights off in the distance. I mean, people forget the other ones. The Laguna was south here. Remember this ocean cam? Let's see if it's live again. This is where we watched part of the fire. We couldn't see Lahaina. I was like, why is the whole town illuminated across the bay? Why are we watching this live on a cam in a town with power? With hurricane force winds and a drought, like what the hell's going on? And that's when I got extremely bad feelings. So when people are criticizing the water, the firefighters never put water on stuff. Oh yeah, they did. And then they ran out. So let me look at, I'm going too far back in time. Council meeting, charity scams. ABC 10. They're good. They're the ones who tell the truth about PG&E. Now, this is back when the death toll was just 55. Do they have the map? Hey, the ArcGIS map. Okay. Guys, can you come up with a before and after working slide? Because I lost my link. Help me out. Boy, I have to use the bathroom again. I'm getting a massive headache. I just realized it's dawn. It's morning. It's 9 in the morning. Ah, ah, ah. I'm happy to have spent the night with you guys. Otherwise, I would have been researching all this car stuff alone. Climate Viewer channel, I haven't. I've barely been able to study Maui because of the back-to-back fires afterwards. Like I was onto the new ones. So that's when the lightning storms started rolling across the west, and then the hurricane hit California. And then I was called back into court. So, let's see here. Oh yeah, power companies, like, even though they caused $1 billion disaster or greater in Paradise, PG&E was returned to profitability really freaking quick. Because Governor Newsom signed a bill as part of why he's called Gruesome Newsom. He does disgusting things that are unbelievable. Screwed my brother and many other survivors. He signed a bill, and we got to figure out the other bad people in Congress too and throw them out. He's not the only person that signed this. I can't tell you who to vote for. I can tell you who not to. Anybody who takes PG&E's money. So PG&E was completely bankrupt. Even if they claimed insurance, their insurance couldn't pay for the disaster. Paradise cleanup is still ongoing. That was November 2018. And so a bill was introduced. He signs it. It limits their liability. So all the victims were going to get something fair, some fair compensation. The corporation was going to go bankrupt. It would have been belly up, I would have suggested civil asset forfeiture. Like, if somebody buys a house in California and grows drugs in it, you seize the house. Because it was how they committed the crime. So if PG&E commits a mass murder / manslaughter crime, then you seize their assets. It's called civil asset forfeiture. But no, none of that happened for some reason. Newsom said you don't have to pay the victims as much because of this bill. We are limiting your liability. Oh, and by the way, to fundraise, to pay what you now, the pittance you owe the victims, you can raise the rates on all the victims. You can make their power bills go astronomically high. Oh, for the rest of California too. That's fine. Oh, and you can screw the victims one over more. You can opt not to pay them in cash too. You could just give them stock, the worthless PG&E stock. I'm sure everybody was thrilled to get that in the mail. So it's still going. What's PG&E stock at now? Oh, their stock surged after that. In other nations, this would all be considered criminal, and we'd see handcuffs slapping on people because it's so corrupt. But that's California for you. If you wonder why people are leaving the state, they can't take it anymore. It's a beautiful land ruined, utterly ruined by corruption. So PG&E, stop. Oh yeah, it's a whole $16. All those fire victims are so happy to have that. So when was the last time that it had any real value? That was around $50. September 21st, 2018. When does Paradise happen? November 8th, 2018. So there's October 12th, that's $47. November 2nd, it's $47. November 16th, crashing begins, $24. And then it's worth $7. January 18th of 2019. So I wonder when that law was signed. I would have guessed this is when people were dumping it, right? But since a lot of people knew this law was going to be passed, who did all kinds of insider trading? I wonder. There should be a huge investigation that was going to come back. I mean, how many people bought it at 50 or something, and then panic sold when it was $7, only for it to rise back up to around 25, right? No, it's a whole whopping $17, man. Those fire victims got compensated so fairly. So it lost 64% of its stock price in the past 5 years, when it should have been basically zero by February of 2019. So let's see here. And what was their all-time high? Yeah, 69-ish, 2017. Don't know. But you go back in time and you get the Enron scandal and stuff involved, and that's it's a whole new can of worms. So when did Newsom sign the bill limiting PG&E liability? When was that? Right, ABC 10 on our side, calling him out. Newsom's office crafted a law. Oh, his own office made that law. Oh, I didn't know that. That's even better. That's even better. Protected PG&E after company's crimes, killed 84, later is 85. Found somebody else. So let's see. 3 days after he celebrated his 2018 election victory, one of his major corporate campaign donors caused a mass killing. PG&E pleaded is not a word, I'm sorry, it's pled guilty in June 2020 to felony involuntary manslaughter. So yes, the company is a felon. I was really hoping it would be a reckless arson and oh gosh, this would have been the charge for us. Reckless arson in the something degree, and what is that type of homicide? Non-aggravated homicide, something like that. I'm sure they just plea bargained it down because we'll be guilty to manslaughter. PG&E officials walked out of court to go back to work on turning a profit, aided by the state. The policies that Newsom had crafted to help the company. The depth of it is shocking, says Steve Bradley, a retired CAL FIRE dispatcher whose grandmother was killed by PG&E. Yeah, my brother nearly was too. My friend was. Even when they are held criminally responsible, nobody actually takes that responsibility. So what's to stop them? Wow. And this is psychic. They still continue to kill people and start fires. Like the Zog fire live on my stream began because they did not shut off the power during high winds. And mother and daughter tried to drive out and died in their vehicle. And other people were found dead crawling on the road or in different states of dying, along with a whole host of animals, Shasta County. So I was hoping Shasta County would press hard charges. I think they backed down, which is all kind of disappointing to me. So even when they're held criminally responsible, nobody actually takes responsibility, so it stopped them. Nothing. That's why they kept doing it. Nobody went to jail. They didn't really lose much of anything. Company's still going. There's no incentive to change. Morning, C Pro. ACB says, yeah, Rob, kind of like how Fed is suing SpaceX for not hiring U.S. I don't know. Guys, no random political stuff. Like, we don't touch immigration, abortion, guns, no random politic crap. We only talk about how it relates to fires, and everybody's welcome to take as many shots at Newsom as they want, because he's an accessory to murder, in my opinion. If not convicted. What was that word? De facto versus de jure? When something's a fact, is de facto, right? The way something is. But whether or not it counts like it's supposed to be, that's de jure. I mean, in other nations, he'd be like, he's helping them out to commit more crimes. They do. They go on to commit more crimes. They go on to commit more manslaughter or reckless homicide in my book, but whatever Shasta County wants to call it. They go on to start more fires. Nobody died in the Dixie, but a lot of people got severely injured. It's a miracle. There's almost a mass death event in the Dixie that they caused. And we're still waiting on that mosquito fire. So just because people got better at evacuating and sheltering in place doesn't mean that we couldn't have lost like 100, 200, 300 people in Greenville. Anyway, confidential emails obtained by ABC 10 reveal the New York law offices of this firm drafted this in the spring of 2019 before it was introduced to state legislature. Oh, that's when the stock price went back up. What a coincidence. So watch Firepower Money. Great little program. But very few news outlets have the balls to stand up and call out what's really going on. Because all the attorneys, the legions of attorneys power companies have, and going against the governor takes balls. So, payment records obtained through the State Transparency Office shows Millennium billed California taxpayers $3 million during the time the law took shape. Oh, yes. And to write that law, we got billed for it. It's just, you understand why he's called Gruesome Newsom. So yeah, take shots at him all you want. He's helping and scratch the back of the company that killed my friend. But this is a politics-free zone. Otherwise, but I always wanted to avoid the entire topic, but then I realized it was like this. I'd been away from California too long. I didn't remember how bad it was. And there is not going to be any change until this changes. You cannot have corruption going to the highest echelon of government and expect that anything we do to prevent fires will matter in California until the root of the evil tree is pulled out. Corruption is deep. We have to do something about it. People have to first know about it. And I didn't endorse the guy replacing him who ran against him with his recall, because guess what? He took PG&E's money too. So I just stayed silent on it. I'm not in the business of telling you who to vote for, what to believe, or what to do. But I am going to tell you why this occurs. No matter what else he's doing that you might like his policies, he's killing California and Californians. And he is responsible, along with PG&E, because he's not stopping them. Like he said, I'll get tough on them. Yeah, right, you will. We're losing national forests now due to him. Massive carbon discharges, massive amounts of pollution, enabling them. So nothing will change until people know. You are a killer corporation, said the Butte County District Attorney Mike Ramsey. You're tagged as a killer. That means something with regulatory agencies and governor's offices, with legislatures. But the date of this article, oh, it was updated 2021. Okay. When did the Zog fire happen? They killed again in the Zog. I have to remember now. When was the Zog fire? I have to go back to that date, and it's going to be hard, but I was covering the last fire live in the Bay Area. Yeah, this is actually post-Zog. They had killed again. 2020. It's caused when a tree fell on PG&E electrical lines. Boy, you should have seen that tree. It's completely hollow, and they had tagged it as a danger tree leaning towards power lines for like 5 or 6 years. Unbelievable. It's actually hard to find an image of the tree for some reason. But that is their fault. This is one of the Shasta cams, Axis West Peak 2. Massive wildfire in the Shasta County area. It was pretty nightmarish. They were too beeping lazy and too beeping cheap to cut down a freaking hollow tree, and that was a result. A mother and daughter dying in their cars in the most horrific manner possible. And that was a Zog. It's like forgotten somehow. But we don't forget. And so I see Lahaina, I'm like, yep, another one. I see Beachy Creek, yep, another one. Echo Complex Fire was another one. Power companies. Bobcat Fire, another one. SoCal Edison. This will continue unless there's massive legislative change. I think it has to be at the federal level. They have to have golden handcuffs on corporations that kill, just in general. Can't have more Firestone tire stuff. I'll change this with a pen, though, if we push for it. Power companies' first goal has to be deliver power safely to your customers. Life and safety and health first. Yeah, that's one of the Zog fires. Burned up animals. I'm sorry. This is very triggering. I'm going to turn it off. We can do something about this. Your vote matters. When you write letters to Congress, it matters. It really does. So, did we find the Lahaina thing? Hey, John, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, thanks, ACB. Thanks for... I don't go over the rules often enough. I ran out of space in the description. I used to have it like prominently posted because we're all pretty pissed off at what we're seeing in one way or another. Nobody likes this. And we don't have to like each other. That's the thing. We just have to work for a common goal. What's my old analogy? There's two guys that hate each other. Like, say it's a movie, right? And they're in the Louisiana swamp or something like that, or maybe they're in the Nile River or some exotic location, saltwater crocodiles, right? And they're trying to kill each other. They're strangling each other in a boat. And one guy's about to choke out the other one, lights dimming in his eyes and everything. And the dude who won the upper hand looks around, and they're surrounded by giant crocodiles now, attracted by the commotion. What does the guy do? He instantly releases the other dude. They both grab paddles and they fight back to back because they're their only hope of survival. Look at that. That's kind of a little island of fire in the center of it all. Or is it just the thing that was still burning? This is post-fire. I want the slider thingy. Yeah. John Sucker says, hey, Man, I've been really sick the past few months. I'm so sorry. I'm right there with you. Just let us know what we could do, John. I went originally debunking the car got melted thing in Lahaina thing. That's why we're talking about it. That became our subject of attention. Now I'm going to make a full-fledged video that just bullet point. This is why this is bull peep, you know, as nice and neutral as I can. I haven't made my reaction video to this yet because I was too angry. It's too disrespectful to the victims, kicking the vehicle and all that. Publishing this was reckless before first getting expert opinion. Kicking the vehicle, pawing through it. This could be a deceased person, you know, like, what if it's your wife's car and she's dead and this is what you see? What's the timestamp of them kicking the vehicle again? I'd rather not just rant, though, you know? I'd rather just educate. There's plenty of videos I turn off because there's some angry person who's just angry, right? So I gotta factually explain this calmly, even though pretty bad things are occurring. Like they just kind of tore apart. Yeah, like, you know, kicking. Just let's kick that. You're supposed to look and not touch. Definitely don't destroy evidence, but they kind of did here. So this video was taken down. And my original script, I said, I have no idea why people film themselves committing a crime, but I can't imagine that the person who filmed this is going to have a very good day when the FAA comes down on them for flying a drone over an active wildfire. When the Realtors Association says, "Oh, okay, the ethics board would like to have a word with you. You're promoting your business and exploiting a tragedy, and so when can you come in?" You know, the law is not going to probably be very kind because they destroy possible evidence. This is all crime scene. Hawaii, I mean, they're just shipping stuff apart and destroying it. Especially the battery charger thing in the beginning. Yeah, melted. Yep, that's a melted thing. Oh, that's right. He just sort of let's break stuff and crumble it. They call that cast aluminum as plastic, dear. So are the hubcaps. Appears to be a Jeep Liberty. Melted. The wheels actually melted. That's why they're not really present. The hubcaps, though, are ABS plastic impregnated with metal powder, which is why it crumbles at a touch. It's not cast aluminum. It's the ABS plastic melted out, leaving behind the remnants of the powder that made it look metallic. They dump in metal powder to get this look. But as you see, Jeep Liberty chrome wheel skins and hubcaps. Exterior finish is chrome, ABS plastic, material chrome plus ABS plastic. Could be chrome. I mean, I don't know what metal they use to make these. They're cheap as crap though. Some of them are like $50 for 4. Upgrade your auto. This is for a Jeep Patriot. I don't know that that's a Liberty. I just think so. I don't really know the other Jeeps, right? So I see a lot of these fires where these stupid hubcaps are intact, but the aluminum wheels have burned down. So he's all saying, what does he say at this point?
Right?
Yeah, it's an anomaly or whatever you want to call that word.
Phenomenon around the world to check in right now and help us understand what phenomenon, right?
Yeah, it's an anomaly or whatever you want to call that word.
Right, but this is just one vehicle. This is what we're seeing in all.
Oh, there's the window down there in the middle.
Right, the window is down in the door. So the mystery about how fire got in the vehicle is the window is down. And I think the passenger door may have been open the whole time too. Oh, how did it mute? You know, I'm gonna make a full video of this.
melted window down in the crack.
It just dripped down in there.
It's just dripped into the, you can see that. I don't know if the camera's picking that up for you.
We just gotta believe
But
him.
I've had people reach out to me from around the world asking for these types of images, detailed images. And by the way, thankful that the sheriffs have left. We asked them if they, I've said, hey, if you guys love your country, allow us to come in here and grab these images.
Oh, yeah. Kind of abuse that. Look but don't touch, because it's a crime scene, dear. Hawaii Electric is probably going to be charged either reckless reckless arson or homicide in the third degree or first degree manslaughter or something like that. And it's going to be one of the biggest crime scenes America's ever had, actually.
Why is there a fence? Why are there checkpoints?
Oh, okay, yeah, don't handle that. That could, if this was arson, if this was insurance fraud, you're smearing the prints. What is that thing attached to that? It came from the back of the car. Could it start a fire? Yes. Looks like it's one of those emergency car starter jumpers.
Points. This is melt.
Oh, you just broke it. So if an arson investigator came over here, and they would see that thing on the ground, they wouldn't know it was in the vehicle, and wouldn't know it could have possibly started the fire in the.
Melted copper.
You broke
Yeah,
it.
These are the jumping
so
cables.
what people are familiar with seeing, this is how hot it got. This.
I don't see that it got very hot because the copper didn't melt, bro. I don't think the temperature of the car ever exceeded 2,000 degrees. All the steel is intact. The lowest temperature steel can start melting at is, say, 2,500. Most say 2,800 degrees Fahrenheit. So copper melting point is 1984. It's almost 2,000, right? So that didn't get hot enough to melt those copper, even the small strands. So this fire in the rear did not get hotter than 2,000 degrees. Let's just round it. Be generous and round it. However, aluminum melts at 1,221, so that's why the wheels melted. They were aluminum.
Literally destroyed metal
Yes, springs are destroyed by heat.
and
You just stick one in a campfire and it'll have the same effect here.
I mean the spring had no integrity at all. It was
Right, that's what happens with heat.
just no resistance.
Guys, though, can you remove a tire? This is what I don't know. Guys, car guys. Does the tire come off? Like, are the lug nuts ready for it to come off? Like, did somebody remove it? Or are they, I don't know how big they are, like, when they keep the tire on, right? Like, is this the nubs? Was the tire removed or did it melt? Did it burn off, is what I'm saying. As the tire got hot, it surely burst. You know, the air inside will burst. Cardi Shill says it's an erect energy weapon. Okay, family friendly, Cardi. Here comes my angry voice again. No, it's passionate. You've never seen me angry. You've never seen me angry. You'd tear to stone. I'm Medusa when I'm angry. Okay. So, the tire was removed. Oh. See, my theory is they blew a tire. I pulled over into what looked like a safe spot. They put their back to the wind because if it's just a human instinct, if you would face the wind and face the smoke, would probably come into the vents with 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts. You'd struggle to open that door against the wind. So they pulled off the safest place. If they had full tires and they drove across hot pavement, this is in survival safety. I tell you guys. Remove 5 pounds of pressure, at least from your tires. If they're full, maybe go to 10. We have them really low if you're going to possibly drive across hot pavement. The hot pavement heats up the air in the tires. Hot air expands, and it will blow them up. So this person could have been driving across anything from, I hope not, but pavement that was super hot because of power lines dancing on the pavement for a bit. Fire, just hot road surface. And if I was in that hellhole and trying to get out, they seem to have probably driven south. That would have been a good direction. And I heard my tire go. I think I probably would ride on the rims for a bit. That might have started the fire easy. My trucking company, we had a trucker do a stupid thing. You're not allowed to do this, but on I-5, you can see the melted tire on the ground. There's no steel that melted. He thinks this is anyway, I'm just gonna say the trucker put it in neutral and went maximum speed down a hill in Washington near Chehalis or something like that. And so the truck got to like 90 miles an hour, and this particular truck driver thought that was cool. He goes, "Man, we don't even have to accelerate up the hill. We'll just coast to the top." And they had a bet on whether or not the truck could do that. Well, as he reached about 85 miles an hour, one of the tires seized and began to drag, and black smoke was bellowing behind the truck. So yes, they started a tire fire. It took their fire extinguisher. They got it out. They went, phew. But tire fires are so hard to put out. There's so much heat built up in there that it ignited again. And they just told, authorities on the radio, "Oh, we're fine, actually." And then they go, "Oh my God," another trucker comes by and a civilian, and they have their own fire extinguishers and save the truck from burning up. So, that guy was fired. He was a dick too, so it was actually pretty funny. I'm sorry, I'm a potty mouth. He's a bad person too. But they're baffled by some stuff that even I don't know crap about cars. So this person may have pulled over and desperately tried to change a tire, but in all of the ember rain, like in my example vid, do I still have that? No, I'm sorry. I think I closed the ember raining video. Anyway, it would be like snowflakes in a blizzard, but hot, right? I don't see how you could competently change a tire if the tire had dragged and if it was ignited. There's no fire extinguisher on the ground. There's no way to put it out without one. Tire fires are extremely hot. Vulcanized rubber burns with that black smoke, just like I showed you at the power substation. Smoke itself can ignite, and it's a nightmare to put out. So I think this person went, "Oh crap," abandoned whatever they were trying to do. Opened up the passenger door, grabbed their stuff. Passenger seats reclined, so it probably had maybe a suitcase on it. Maybe they tried to cram more stuff in there. And probably flagged down a passing vehicle, and I hope escaped alive. But some of these things they're baffled by is weird.
You can see this. What do you think this is? Is this the tranny?
Wow.
What is that?
The aluminum?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it had an aluminum gas tank.
But look at all this.
That disturbs me that cars can have an aluminum gas tank because they melt so easily. So wouldn't that spill gas like everywhere? It just seems odd to me. I don't know anything about cars, but here's you can clearly see a tire burned here, and so this is the wheel, presumably the spare. So the aluminum wheel melted.
Came all the way out here.
He thinks it went uphill. It said it came all the way out here. Like, watch this, watch.
Maybe it had an aluminum gas tank.
But look at all this. Came all the way out here.
Yeah, that's not just heating and melting. That's liquefying, which is...
Liquefying, that's a whole other level.
What? What do you think melting is? It's aluminum. Okay, of all the metals in the car, the one that melts first is the lead wheel weights. That's 622 degrees Fahrenheit, right? That's easy to do. So the next weakest metal here ready to melt is the aluminum at 1221 degrees. If tire fires get that hot, oh yeah. Oh yeah. So the only liquid metal we see here is the shiny stuff, which is aluminum and lead. You can sometimes not really tell the difference. So this is normal? Do you see that there's a tire on the ground, sir? That he correctly identified that that's the steel braiding of a tire. So no, The aluminum did not flow uphill. And liquid metal is exactly what melting is.
Probably like 1500 to 2000 degrees.
Well, aluminum melts at 1200. 2000 is stretching it. No, it's not 2000 degrees because the copper was intact. Copper melts at 1984. So it's the heat so far, what we've seen here is below 1984. So that's how you could tell what temperatures reached, blah, blah, blah. Let's continue.
Look,
So-
that looks like a cell phone.
No,
my God.
that's the thing you dropped, guys. You know it's not a cell phone. It was attached to a jumper cable. So what that is a emergency car jump starter. So it's like a little battery for the phone, but it's got the jumper cables. So could you start a fire with this? Oh yeah. If there was insurance fraud or some jerk firebug coming by, remember we can't assume how the fire started. And yes, there's a raging inferno, but not only do firebugs, but insurance fraudsters come out, exploit chaos, right? Things could be an accident too. Maybe I don't know. I just think it's probably in storage in the back of the vehicle, like where I put my emergency stuff. I don't have one of these, but that's what this is. So they dropped it and seem to have forgotten that they dropped it, but that's what that is. It's not a cell phone. It's probably should have been left intact, but they, you know. You know what? If that had a lithium-ion battery, oh boy. I'll have to watch videos of people trying to make these burn. We should find out what's inside of those.
What do you guys think? Talk to me. Share the video. Call Joe Rogan. Right? Yeah. Somebody call somebody with way more social media clout.
All right, here we have the driver's side window is shattered, unlike the passenger. Now, glass reacts to heat in two ways. Oh, John's got to go. I'm so sorry, John. I want you to look at this car stuff. Oh, I'm so sorry. John knows things about cars. He's fixing up a car. Oh, hey, Michael Jones, welcome back. How you doing? Wheels are usually alloy, not just pure aluminum, so probably hotter. You know what? I actually looked that up because that's what I assumed. I know magnesium is just, well, that burns like crazy. Oh, crap, I lost my page. Lost my page. I was taking notes on melting points. Dang it. I looked that up. So I was like, well, oh, here it is. I said, what's the melting point of magnesium versus aluminum? And it turns out they're both so chemically similar, it's about the same. But if you put water on a magnesium fire, there's a shower of sparks and it kind of explodes. So, I showed the video already of a firefighter reacting to that. It was like, whoa. Carney says magnesium is 5,000 degrees. I don't think so. So let's look it up again. What is melting point? Aluminum, magnesium. And then the first hit I got was like, why are the melting points of aluminum and magnesium so similar? The melting points of them are similar because they're both light metals with similar atomic structure. Aluminum and magnesium are both group 13 in the periodic tables, meaning they have similar chemical and physical properties. Additionally, they both have low atomic weights and have many electrons in their outermost energy level, which leads to similar bonding interactions and thus the similar melting point. So we could go, that sounded reasonable enough to me, but we can back that up with, what is this, totalmateria.com. Mechanical properties of elevated blah, blah, blah. The world's most comprehensive materials database. So depending on the composition, magnesium alloys begin to melt in the range of 685 degrees Fahrenheit to 1200. But alloys, are different. Alloy, what does alloy mean? I forget. Not everybody's a scrapper. It means two metals or more than two mixed together. That's all. So steel is an alloy. It's a lighter or flexible version of iron. So if you want stainless, you can introduce cobalt, high carbon and stuff to a lot of steel, but it's very, very rusty. Keeps a sharper edge. It's like a higher quality knife, but it rusts like crazy. Scalpels are high carbon steel. Well, they're disposable, so they're not going to rust. So let me write that down. Mag alloy. On account of their relatively low melting points below 1200, the commercial alloys are necessarily confined to use as only moderately at only moderately elevated temperatures. Yeah, because then they disintegrate and melt down. So in the case of aluminum alloys, the safe operating temperatures for magnesium and alloys are far below those of steel, meaning it melts down. So it's not as safe as steel in any sort of vehicle. It's what is it good for though? It is good for vehicle mileage and those standards of efficiency. So instead of really making engines better and more efficient, part of it is just lightening the car. That's why they're half plastic and half magnesium these days. Maybe we should stop with that. So the common alloys begin to soften and weaken appreciably on exposure to temperature as low as 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Seriously? However, some special compositions have recently been developed which maintain yield and tensile strength quite well at temperatures of up to 400 degrees. Oh my God, it's putty. Oh my God. We're driving around partly aluminum tin cans here. Strength, hardness, and modulus, the hell's modulus, of elasticity of magnesium-based materials decreases with increasing temperature. The elongation increases with rising temperature to just below the melting point where it drops to nearly zero. Blah, 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 blah. So let's just put some numbers down because we already explored this. So depending on the composition, they begin to melt at temperatures in the range of 685 to 1200. So 685 through 1200. All right, aluminum is 1221. Pure aluminum is. So it's comparable. I hope you guys are satisfied with that. So let's go back. Now, I think this is a Jeep Liberty. It seems to have a winch front package thing. Now, there's a claim of melted steel. Now, that would be the thing that that I would be like, huh? What would alarm me or make me think that this is weird? Melted steel. I don't see that in normal car fires. It would be like the case of a car ran into, a petroleum truck. And there's a levee or something, I would not expect steel to melt in your typical vehicle fire. However, it doesn't here. He says it does, but he doesn't produce any evidence. If you would see melted steel, it would be this rusty, dirty color. It'd be like a gunmetal gray to a rusty thing. It would not shine. It would just be a bunch of slag. So we had the driver's side window shattered because high heat hit it. We had the passenger window that slowly melted because it was protected by the heat inside of the door. It was down. The windows rolled down. Could embers ignite the stuff in the car? Absolutely. Before this video was taken down, I had a comment section and people were asking me questions like, well, if the fire started within the vehicle, how did it reach the engine? That's really simple. The electrical wiring. It goes through holes in the dash to the engine, and electrical wiring is thermoset plastic. It burns, it does not melt. So electrical wiring, even in your house, is a huge danger that you may not know for fire spreading to room very quickly. Like even your coaxial cable outlet. There's basically a gaping hole if you have a stupid nylon coaxial cable outlet. Like this, just recognize the fire danger in your own home. You know, these things. Nylon will just melt. It's a plastic. So you basically have this big hole in your wall. Drywall is the thing that keeps fire from going from room to room. It's protecting the wood back there. So as soon as that melts off, people don't realize the actual wire itself, depending on the type of wire, will burn and go into the other room. So, including like coaxial. Electrical wiring is not recyclable. It is kind of burns. So, for fire code, I don't know how they allow this, but they do. These stupid nylon outlets, they should be banned. Get metal ones if you have a stupid nylon one, by the way. Electrical code means that wires that go through walls need to be fire rated. So they have to have, you know, something. In the past, it was asbestos, but these days it's something else. So if we look back at the video, sorry, keep flashing that one. The windshield melted slowly, and that's explainable because the passenger door was open and/or window. So there was at least some ability for the fires in the interior to escape, the heat to escape. The windshield is not next to the tires, it's kind of away from it in the center. Now, once the driver's side door window shattered, there was a wind tunnel effect and cool air could flow through both front windows. So that cooled off the windshield. That had a slower melt.
Clout than I have, and we're not. The rock. Where's the rock at? Where's the PGA at? Where's the people at? Where are the people that love this country? They're going to help us solve this mystery.
Note the missing fenders in a Jeep Liberty. Those would all be plastic. That would fuel the fire. So you not only have the tires on fire, you have the fenders on fire. So you have a Jeep Liberty. See these plastic fenders. So I watched a vehicle fire video, and it was like some sort of a Jeep, and the fenders are melting off. My other Jeep picture. Let's see. Be right with you. So, but I see this all the time, just regular car fires. Here's one where the wheels seem to have melted, but it's got those cheesy ABS plastic hubcaps. He calls it cast aluminum. I don't understand how people know about cars can't understand that that's plastic hubcaps. Like, here's a car that burned. This is from 2016. It's like a house fire thing. So nothing looks unusual.
And are going to allow us to have access to what they're doing over there. There's still a TFR, temporary flight restriction, still in place to this day. We cannot fly a drone over that. We've been in touch with the FAA since the first day. We have provided a statement of work on company letterhead saying that we want to get a drone in the sky. Why? Because we want to start watching these hillsides at night for fire.
Okay, then why do you need to fly over where they're doing body recovery then? What did you just say? Like they're keeping us from over there, but we want to fly over the hills to look for fire. Yeah, they don't allow you to film body recoveries. It's not a conspiracy.
Yes, we might see what they're doing in that town, but we also want to monitor this because we had a fire start up yesterday in Kaanapali. Whatever it is.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Is that caused this, which we don't know, is still trying to cause havoc on this island as we.
Well, you just pointed at what caused this. There's a fire up there on the hill, and so there's an ember storm raining down on here, and the window's open. Like he found out So I just don't know if he's being sincere about his puzzlement or if he's just trying to hope that a lot of people won't put two and two together. I don't know. I'm not making a judgment on that. I'm just baffled why me, and I know nothing about cars. Like, I put things on my luggage rack, that's plastic. It's really obviously plastic. So why they're calling it cast aluminum and baffled by, I don't know.
Whatever it is that caused this, which we don't know, is still trying to cause havoc on this island as we speak. So the
Okay, please don't freak out the populace. Danger, danger, everybody, you're being targeted. There's hidden danger. We gotta look out for it. Okay, guys, just calm the hell down.
threat's not over. The story's not finished. And it's because God Almighty has allowed us to have this type of access to this piece of evidence right now on the side of this highway that's
That you're kind of messing up.
public. And the sheriffs were nice enough to leave us alone.
I bet they regret that.
They said we couldn't park here, but why is it that the media is not given access? Is there third-party independent oversight to what's going on?
Why is the media not giving access? Because some people that call themselves the media tamper with and disturb and destroy evidence in an active crime scene. So you answered your own question there.
Why is the deputy sheriff, the chief of police, still the coroner? There's so many unanswered questions.
See, he just peeled away the front of a Jeep Liberty. I really think that's a Jeep Liberty. They've got that vertical plastic grill thing, and they have the characteristic, see the round headlight thing? I don't know. It's kind of a cool looking car. Whoops. What do you guys think? Do you guys think it's a Jeep Liberty? I don't know my cars. I had a Jeep once, briefly. Excuse me. I have to eat something at some point. I just realized I've gone hours without eating. I've had an 8-hour stream. It feels like I just got here. But it has definitely the front winch. So the Jeep Liberty with the front winch. The aftermarket ones kind of be ignored, but the cheesy one that it seemed to have come with, that's mostly plastic bumper. And so that's why you see the weird nubs on the front where the actual stuff is. You can see the remains of the stainless steel cable. I assume stainless aircraft cable is in port. It's kind of wrapped around, and because that's a plastic grill, you should put two and two together. Plastic grill just crumbled in my hand, just like the tire did, just like the hubcap thing did, just like the roof rack did. Maybe it was plastic the whole time.
But I hope that this brings some insight into what limited things we are able to see right now.
Cable right here. There we go.
And quite frankly,
Okay, sorry.
this does not make sense. Even if I did.
I mean, it does. I don't see anything wrong here. That's the radiator. So the melting point of brass is 1700 degrees. So it did not melt it. So I can say with some confidence that the engine fire did not reach higher than 1700 degrees.
Didn't understand anything about temperature or fires. Any logical person can look at this and go, hey,
Oh
man,
my Lord, look at the motor.
how did this grass fire cause this car to completely melt? Look at this. Look at.
It didn't melt. Tire, steel, frame body's intact. Yeah, that stuff that they're cracking right there. What's that stuff on the underside of the hood? It's like a bonnet or something. It's like that, it's cloth-like, you know what I mean? Cheryl says, so when he's with the cop who's calling for an auditor, do you mean an auditor general? I didn't really focus on too much of when he's talking to the cop. They talk over each other. Yeah, good morning, friends. Yeah, this is a low intensity vehicle fire, really, for what happened. So what they're cracking is what's on the underside of the hood, so peeling it back. Now, I looked up Jeep Liberty engines, and there's a bunch of plastic right there. I don't know what a manifold is, or maybe you car guys could talk to me. Jeep Liberty engine, and I think it was on eBay or something. There's a remarkable amount of plastic right on the top where things seem to be missing for them. Now the different years had the different things. Okay, here's one. Jeep Liberty. See that? What's that? I don't know anything about engines. I know that's an oil dipstick. Okay, no jokes about that. I'm going to be clipped. I know that. And I know that's the blinker fluid over there. The guys at work told me how to change that. And I'm like so good with cars. Like totally. So the belt's burned off, but that's a motor. I know what a motor is. See the copper in there. But this big old plastic thing. If that's thermoset plastic, it burned and fueled the fire. If it's some other type, like a melting kind, and then you'll find it underneath the engine. So John Stoker says, this is the tiny URL. Oh, thank you. You texted me? Oh, the before the after thing. Okay. It may be my browser is having a problem because it's not working for me. Thank you, John. I'm gonna try another browser in a sec. We're gonna try Opera, but before I lose my train of thought. So that's where the air filter goes then. That's what he's saying. And there's a reservoir for radiator, right? Radiator? Windshield wiper fluid? I don't know. That's not the wiper fluid. The radiator has the fancy tap. Anyway, but even me knowing nothing about cars, I just don't see any. See, there's more plastic round parts down there. So expect those to either burned or melted. A variety of tubes. It's like the internet. It's a series of tubes. But if we could see the windings in a motor, then we could tell whether or not the copper in them melted. Copper melts at 1900 degrees, 1984. So we'll just say 2000. Let's be generous. Call it 2000. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it, though.
Look at this motor.
Yeah, the motor shows.
Where's the manifold?
Right here.
I know. Where is it?
It's dust.
That's more that plastic, maybe. Okay, there's some wires.
And then look at that push pop in there.
Now, none of the other copper wires are compromised. You can see them stringing out through here. So it did not reach higher than 2000 degrees. So the brass is intact too, and that melts at 1700. So it didn't even reach higher than 1700 degrees. That looks like a big intact welded, whatever the hell that is. What is your guys' takes on this car, people? Hey, unofficial, how you doing? Shroud, yes, the hood shroud. So ACB says he raised over $1 million in like 2 weeks. That and the newfound fame he's getting has brought out the haters. Are you seriously calling me like a hater? I'm pretty mad that he's destroying evidence in a crime scene. And real journalists get denied access because people like him. Flew a drone over an active wildfire and hasn't really explained whether or not he had permission to do so. He wants to film where they're recovering the bodies, I guess, or he seems upset that he can't. Now, I looked up the charity and I can't find it was registered with Hawaii, and that's required. And here in this video, he slips up and says, if you want to support stuff like this, I said, donate to the charity. I'm like, wait a second. Is that going to the victims or not? So first thing I did was I just looked up a list of Hawaii charities. And it comes up and says, beware of the scams, right? The state of Hawaii. Let's see here. Okay, here it is. LFG. So, sorry for that image. Oh yeah, AG warns of Maui wildfire charity scams. What you need to know. State Attorney General has advised would-be donors to work through trusted, well-known charities before and beware of the scammers who create fake charities during national disasters. Well, he seems to be interviewing victims and stuff, so I'm not calling him a scammer. I'm just what I was hoping and expecting for is that he had registered. It says any charity that solicits donations in Hawaii must be registered with the department. The Attorney General, I'm sorry, I didn't fix the window. Friends, I'm an idiot. Okay, too tired. So the status can be verified here. This opens up Welcome to Hawaii Charities. So what can you do with this website? Who is required to register at the Attorney General? Charitable organizations, unless the Attorney General has granted the organization an exemption from registration, and professional fundraisers. So who is considered a pro? Professional solicitors are compensated for requesting. So like the people that do this as their job. Professional donation gatherer and professional fundraising councils. Okay, so search. So you're supposed to search for registered charities, charitable organizations. Name contains, was this FL something? I was just really hoping that this would be registered. I could not find it. FL what again? FLG. I found out the website was registered around the 15th of August. They've had some time now. I know it's involved, like CPO was saying, it's involved to start a charity. It's not really simple. You got to have like a board and stuff. Oh yeah, this was filmed in Hawaii, but I don't know about the drone video. I think was too. Warning: the charitable organization you entered is not registered in our system. You cannot continue unless you add a registered charitable donation. Okay. So if either I'm using this wrong, it says there's 9,000. And there's a professional fundraiser. I wouldn't. Yeah, no results. I just I may be using this incorrectly. So if you guys want to take a stab at it, just my advice to him would be if you're actually trying to help, this is not the way to go about it. You're looking bad. Because it says donate by the methods below. I guess you could just call the number and say, are you registered? I'm unable to find this. There's good links to other resources. It's a very nice, professional looking website. It has private registration. It says your donations go directly to help those impacted. So I would expect they would just go directly to those impacted with a disclosure of operating costs or something. You can always peel off some operating costs. It's not free to even run this website. However, charities, they file paperwork about that. They have to be transparent about it. Now, there's other charity watchdog groups. I want to go back to the thing. I was just hoping that I could quickly find it and feel relief, and I just didn't. It's just the fact that he has his business watermark there. I think the Realtors Association is going to call that an ethics violation. A real estate agent and a realtor did take a look at this video and goes, "Oh my God, yeah, you can't do that. You can't put your business logo on. It's exploiting a disaster to promote your business. I really don't think they're going to be happy. So here you see a dull copper because it's got soot on it. There's some of the shiny stuff. So it's a low intensity fire. I don't see any missing engine pieces. They said that the engine block was melted. Aren't those holes where the pistons go? Isn't that the engine block? I don't know what.
Completely intact.
Well, maybe someone came here and had a
They
maybe
did have
taken
to throw
pictures
I don't know what that is.
or
I
something.
don't know,
You
it
know.
looks like it endured a fire. I don't know.
It is weird though. So this is just pulver. It's literally.
That's the battery.
Oh gosh.
I actually think it's part of the hood cloth. It's kind of coating everything. The block is deeper. Okay, so it's in there. If something would melt an engine block, what are the typical engine block metals? I don't know anything about I don't know anything about engines. Jay Cat says, notice in the Jeep one thing missing. Anyone else notice it? They usually only melt with high heat, and that was not a high heat fire. Yeah. Yeah, ACB says it's all new to him. Everything. He was just a regular kind of working guy. He's just a normie. Okay. But I mean, the guy in the blue shirt seems to know things about cars. Oh, there's no license plate. Oh. Oh. Okay, let's see if in the state of Hawaii if you need a front plate. Yeah, it's a two-plate state. Some states are not like that. I drove around for like a year without a front plate, just happy as a clam. And then a well-meaning officer strolls by. Ma'am, do you need help pushing your vehicle out of the mud there? Oh, I noticed you don't have a front plate. I'm like, oh. Every time I go through the car wash, it's a taco shell. All right, what are license plates made out of? Let's just not assume. Mine doesn't rust, and it folds like a taco shell. If it's aluminum, it melted. What are license plates made of? Aluminum. Yeah, it melted. Well, that's state of Oregon. But yeah, why is aluminum made for license plates? It holds its integrity for longer. It doesn't yellow, crack, curl, warp, break, and it won't rust or corrode. Screen printed aluminum auto tags will last, blah, blah. That's tags. There's just plastic ones too? Seriously? I was comparing aluminum to plastic. Yeah, I can fold it with my bare hands. It would have to be some sort of an ultralight steel. I believe my own plate is aluminum alloy. Okay. I don't think this was a stolen car in Torch. Not at all. Somebody was trying to change a tire. Do you try to do that with a stolen car? I don't think so. I see somebody I mean, if you guys are correct, somebody took the spare off and then abandoned the changing of the tire. Yeah, that's why I was hoping they'd look at the VIN number. We could figure out, well, a lot. I mean, I'm glad they didn't because they would have exposed that to the world, I'm sure, and violated the privacy of the victims. However, at least we could have identified the vehicle for sure, like the make and model. I just don't see any high temperature fire claim. So I know the VIN number is on a steel plate. It's punched. It's up on the dash, isn't it? And the doors and stuff. So you see the holes in the dash. Like this is where wiring and stuff goes through. Like the firewall. What do they call that? And I think this person blew a tire. They panic drove either over something hot or just something, and they may have ridden on the rims. It's probably super hot, overheating, and or blown. If it was full to capacity, like full of air, driving over hot pavement blows the tires. They pulled over to change it. They got the spare off, and they said, "Oh, screw this! This is not working." And the reclined passenger seat is probably that way so they could stuff more of their stuff in to evacuate. And they opened it to grab that. They didn't open the driver's seat because nothing was in it. That's where they were sitting. They opened up the passenger seat to get their stuff out and hopefully flagged down a passing vehicle and got rescued. That's the biggest evidence I've seen so far.
Again, I can't over.
The way somebody parked this was conscientious. It wasn't at all reckless or weird or sideways. I think this person was hoping their vehicle would survive. They had to park it downwind, facing downwind, so they could open the doors. If they were facing the wind, they couldn't. The wind would slam it back down on you. I think this person pulled off to the side of the road at a non-flammable location for a purpose. Because if the vehicle was hot or whatever, and you did pull into dry grass, you would jump out of the vehicle into burning dry grass. So, okay, I'll ask you this question. If somebody stole the vehicle and wanted to torch it, why did they choose the one location that was fire safe? Pull over, fire safest. They could have parked where the grass is still grass because they want to destroy the vehicle. Why'd they take the spare off? Go to Climate Viewer last video, 20 minutes in. Yeah. And once they realized it was hopeless, there's no reason to even close the door. You know you're going to lose everything else inside. If it was on fire by now or heating up, or well, the general area would have been, it's hopeless. They may not even have been able to retrieve their stuff. They may have like struggled to open the door and like just were pushed back by the flames. Maybe they lost everything. Maybe they're dead. Maybe they tried to run for the ocean because nobody stopped or whatever. You can't outrun a fire downhill. They could find their remains down the hill. It's possible. So looking back at the engine, John Stoker says, yeah, Michael Jones says depending on the new age stuff, it's mostly aluminum, but that one might be steel. Which part are you talking about? Let's see. John says, John Stoker says Maxar, Lahaina. Oh, we lost. Oh, they disabled it. That's the satellite thing. Maxar, Lahaina, Hawaii Swipe app. At the request of responding organizations in Hawaii, and out of respect for the ongoing situation, the imagery and data for the app have been removed. I don't like that. I think people have the right to just see a very, very high top-down view of what happened there. So we can do analysis and figure out survival. Like I was using that to figure out shelter-in-place options, and I put a lot of it together. I found out that the neighborhoods that had buried power lines didn't burn, basically. All right, so let me look back down. John Stoker says the valve cover is there, but the center area of the motor, like the carburetor and manifold of aluminum, is melted. I see. See, I don't even know what a manifold or carburetor is, so I guess they could be aluminum. Now, the way that they make vehicles more fuel efficient is not really through improving engines anymore. It's basically lightening the car. That's why everything is freaking plastic. So, AECB says to see that they're abandoning vehicles. Well, yeah. But the satellite images of a year ago, those two cars are sitting in the same spot. You know what is funny? The Google car came by when I was renting a room from a friend, and my car was in the driveway both times. But I only rented a room from that friend like 1 month, 1 year. And then 3 years later, I rented that room for another month. And that's when the Google car came by both times. But I don't really live there. It's just weird. WTX Railfan says intake manifolds have been made of aluminum for decades now. So I understand that men don't have to be car guys. I don't think that's demasculating if you just don't like cars. I'd respect a man who says, "Hey, I like pink." It's fine. It's cool. I respect a man who likes, hell, even makeup. Whatever you like to do and you have a talent with, that's cool. I don't care if it's traditionally feminine. A lot of gender roles are just made up nonsense. Whatever you've got technique in and whatever you have specialty in, that's cool. So if he's just not a car guy, okay. But I was just finding it hard to believe that I know more about this in some ways, you know. But maybe I'm projecting the old notion of gender roles, like expecting men to just know about cars. Maybe this is unrealistic and stupid. On many occasions, they seem to be genuinely concerned, genuinely curious, but I'm put off by the amused nature of their tone of voice and the way they kick the car, and they kind of just they feel like they have the right to do this. And can you imagine if this was your wife's car or something and she was missing and you saw this video? This is damaging and hurtful to the people that suffered this. I don't think they have tried to do that. I think they just didn't quite understand things like this. This breaks my heart, you know.
But it's not just there; it's everywhere. Anything you do on this island can be trumped by one person, and more people need to be standing up and saying that this is not how government works. This is not how we teach our children.
And now we're going to fast forward. We've been receiving people
getting evicted and all this bad stuff at this city council meeting. Everybody's upset, super upset, traumatized. And the one guy, I skipped over him. I didn't mean to. He's in the beginning. He makes a very good point.
But right now, there is no explanation, right? All I see in the newspaper is two sides arguing from what I saw on Civil Rights or whatever that magazine is, Civil Beat. And then the other side was a Guardian putting out stuff. But then I'm hearing stuff on the other side. And I'm like, hey, somebody's spinning this story. People are using this for their advantage politically. Right. And it shouldn't be done.
That's right.
It shouldn't be done at all. Yeah. And that's all I'm saying. Whether they are doing this, they should not be doing this for political use, either on pro-Kanaka side or the other side. We just got to get this thing, and it should be transparency in this. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
I have three.
He's got a very good point. Don't use our disaster for your political agenda or any kind of agenda. Don't exploit them. Especially not with clickbait, fear type messages of unknown weapon. What do you think? You know, like, oh God. That's what's angered me about this. So I'm not going to make any judgment on their character. I don't like what I see, and I can say that. You can see the pain, just the trauma. This is like their White House burning down. This is like their Washington, D.C. burning down. As a journalist, if you're doing that stuff, you look but you don't touch. Don't disturb. Certainly don't get butt hurt about not being able to film body recovery areas. And you don't use somebody's tragedy for an agenda. When I was in Paradise, the day I was there to check on my brother's property, I met a film crew. They were from England. I met them. I was like, oh, I'm trying to make a documentary one day. I want to do that. I was kind of like talking about their experience. We'll go back to the rest of the car video. I was talking to them about their experience, like what gear do you have? And also, I'm shy and I'm scared of asking victims about their experience. Like, I had no I had no balls. I'll just say that. I had no balls. I saw people watering their lawns and stuff. I wanted to ask them about what happened. And I just didn't want to bring it up. I didn't have pro film gear with me. One of the no-nos is like asking somebody you interview to relive an extreme emotional thing and then say, oh, wait, I didn't have my camera. Can you talk about that again and cry again? Like, you just don't do that. So I asked them, like, how do you sensitively talk to people? Have many people opened up to you? And he goes, oh, yeah, people want to talk. I'm like, really? They want to? Yeah, they're very eager to tell people what went on here. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then he goes, so I interview him. And he goes, there's just something that really bothers me. We got to go back to England in a couple of days. I just haven't documented everything I wanted. And I even said at that point, can I help you then? Because, yeah, people need to know what happened here. The power company, PG&E, the manslaughter, the corruption. He goes, what? I said, well, PG&E, their power lines, their neglected maintenance, the political corruption, they start thousands of fires. They killed my friend with the last one, one year prior. And my brother almost died here. He goes, power lines, that doesn't really matter. I said, I'm sorry, what? He goes, dude, what we do is we ask people at the end of our interviews, so do you believe in global warming yet? And I must say, the people around here are just not very educated. He was talking about Butte County. Basically, in other words, called them backwards yokels. It's so disappointing. Like, it's not like you could fail to understand global warming by now is caused by carbon. And then we wanted them to say, hey, this is proof our town is proof global warming is real. And everybody, please get on board with the carbon taxes and get our Kyoto Protocol stuff again. And I said, I'm sorry, what? You're telling the fire victims that they caused their own disaster? Like, yeah, well, they kind of did. I mean, a lot of these people have not really woken up to the fact that, CO2 causes global warming, and that's what's causing these fires. And so it's just unreal. At the end, some of them even deny it, that CO2 caused the Paradise Fire. And I say, get out. Get out of this town while you can for your safety. Victim blaming at the end of a tearful interview. And wanting them to, at the end, is springing on it. Like I said, did you tell them that you're going to ask them this question at the end? No, I want their authentic reaction. And I'm like, wow, surprised this guy has all his teeth. Yeah. Yeah, Regina, I should check my own gender expectations at the door. That's a good thing I just did there. I should do that. I actually wanted to know about cars. His dad knew all about them, but he just goes, I said, what you doing, Dad? He goes, oh yeah, I'm replacing the thingamabonger here. And I'm like, oh, so what's the thingamabonger do? He goes, well, it's attached to the thingamabanger. And I go, okay, so what's the thingamabanger do? And then Dad goes, well, it works in conjunction with the diddly boo. And I'm like, okay, so all together, then what does the diddly boo, thingamabanger, and thingamabonger do? He goes, well, that's when he would like be on his back on that little wheelie thing, underneath the car, and he'd push out, so I could see his face again. He'd be like, well, all together they make the engine run. I go, okay. All right. Yeah, victim blaming and exploiting them for a weird global mess. It turned out their documentary is about global warming and not paradise and what they went through. And what I had offered was some of my recorded audio I'd recorded scanner radio, some of the most god-awful stuff you'll ever hear. Firefighters crying, saying we can't reach that neighborhood. Are you still on the phone with the victims? Are they still alive? And dispatch answering these questions. And then firefighters beginning to shriek almost at dispatch, saying, tell us another way to get there. We went this way, we went that way, we can't get through. Tell us which way is open. And dispatch basically saying, I'm looking at the maps, you've tried it all. And I'd initially, naively said, I've got all those, I could forward you those recordings. So after all this, he said, yeah, I can't believe these victims don't believe global warming yet. I mean, they really do. They really, all these people, they're not driving electric vehicles or anything, and they're really causing it, and they don't know that their own hand in it. And then he goes, oh, so how about those tapes? You want to share them? And I was like, nope. I walked off, kind of really mad. I see this stuff. This isn't new. This is why legitimate journalists are losing access, is people walk in there with an agenda. They're not there to just film what's going on. So, all right, let's look at the rest.
Overstate this enough. You guys got to help out right now. We got to get this out to the world.
This is unreal.
Whatever you can do within your power, which is your little buttons. If your fingers aren't bleeding by the end of tonight from sharing this type of content and people that are bringing you the truth, of course you can give to our fund that we've created so you can keep this type of reporting going and help the people of Maui. It's maui.lfg.org. You can
okay. Keep this type of reporting going. So if you go to Maui LFG, this is what bothers me. It says your donations go directly to help those impacted. What did he just say?
We've created so you can keep this type of reporting going and help the
victims. All right.
Give to our fund that we've created so you can keep this type of reporting going and help the people of Maui. It's maui.lfg.org. You can go to that website if you have a need, if you have a resource, and if you want to give, go to maui.lfg.org. We're out here every day in the field doing what we feel, honestly, God's calling us to do.
I would say please go film the crimes of the power company before they destroy the evidence. That would have been awesome. Pacific Corps was caught destroying evidence of their role in greatly and quickly spreading the Beachy Creek fire, which was deadly. That's the one where I evacuated my mom live on stream. So
And here comes the cops. Oh boy.
I was kind of hoping they'd tase some sense into them.
Well, if they arrest us, it's going to be on.
We can get a ride from them.
We can get a ride from them.
The amusement is what bothers me. I know, like, nervous jokes and stuff, but it's all fun and games. Let's kick out the car. They do that. If they wanted to help, this isn't the way to go about it. I would like to see a registered charity. I know it takes some time, but it should have been done by now. I was hoping, for confidence boost in their motivation. They take some time to explain what their motivations are at the end. So they are affected by these wildfires as much as anybody else. But I think it would have been wiser for them to consult people before posting this. Just email this to a few people. The way that they're saying, whatever caused these fires, whatever burned this car is still out there. The victims don't need any vague new threats to worry about, especially when this has zero evidence of anything unusual. No melted steel. low intensity fire. Didn't do anything that I wouldn't expect. But boy, did they kind of trash the crime scene. This whole thing is a crime scene. So my final verdict here is I do not believe that the car at any time reached temperature higher than 1700 degrees. Definitely not 2000-ish. I mean, copper's around 2000-ish. It was all intact. Steel starts to melt at 2500. That would have made me think something weird's happening. But I don't see anything weird happening. I see a door that's completely open that I think the victim opened and tried to grab personal belongings, and hopefully is still alive somewhere. But I would like them to have just walked around the car without touching. What I do when I investigate stuff like this is I use a selfie stick and I stick it in windows and stuff and above things. But I would never ever touch unless there was like some weird compelling reason to. I would never tear stuff apart. So okay, Cheryl says the ash in the car is carbons. Oh no, it wasn't their fault. Okay. J-Cat says, well, I remember on PBS I watched a documentary on the Paradise Fire. One thing I remember is an old timer saying when the power lines were updated years ago, he had never heard the word drought. They didn't update the power lines. I'm not sure what that means. So I don't know about you guys, but there's a lot more. They talk. They kiss up to the cops and thank them for their service. They also say a couple of incorrect things. They say that officers are sworn to protect the Constitution. That's the president's oath, actually. Officers of the law are just sworn to serve and protect the public, and they're doing their job. I wish they had escorted them around this, and this had been some respectful. Citizen journalism is extremely important. And the guy who did film the power lines starting the fires, he did something incredibly important for us. I think I pinpointed the location of the car, and I think it's on satellite maps. I think we found it. And right about when I was covering this live, I think it was one of the people who figured out early it was a mass fatality event. It just spread too fast for me to know that the disabled, the elderly, some kids, the vulnerable, if they didn't self-evacuate, then they didn't evacuate because I didn't see any way that other people could do it. So if you go south out of the town, Lahaina bypass, you just look for the burned up areas. Yeah, Hokayokyo, whatever that is, place. And I was looking up here. This is where they pointed. This is actually not just a small burned area. It's deceptive from where they are, so I think their perspective is skewed. That's actually a very large burned up area. There's definitely vegetation and embers from burning grass and all kinds of stuff to rain holy hell all over this vehicle. And prevent somebody from changing a tire. There it is. I believe that's the vehicle. Because when we put the little gold man there, there's some stuff in the thing. But you see this huge amount of burned area, and this little car was in the center of it. If I was driving south out of Lahaina, I would have loved to have reached this area. There's just no fire up there. But if I was riding on the rims and it was overheating, I had to pull over. Well, I would pull over. The thing is maybe the grass was already kind of burned up, and it was the safest place to do so. Or maybe the car got ignited by the embers and the car started this grass down here. It didn't need to. Even if the car had nothing to do with this, embers can fly all the way over there. So look, it's deceptive. It looks all flat. You just can't tell everything up there that's burned. Okay, thanks, John. Let me check the phone. You sent me a picture. All right. Now I went live at like 2 in the morning because somebody had a special request to look at Texas, and so I covered that in the very beginning. ACB says, did the guy changing his tire flick a cigarette? What are you talking about? The whole landscape was on fire. Oh yeah, the pin. Okay. So if you want to see the location, I believe this is probably the car. Share button. Copy the link. Car location. I don't know why the hood's still white. In the image, it could be some reflection. It's a very low quality image. However, what makes me think we're in the right spot is that thing over there. It's kind of like a bridge to nowhere, berm, embankment, ramp, whatever the hell it is. So it's in the background of their video. And so you look, the island goes over here, the landscape slopes over there, this all lines up. So I'm confident that when they parked it, they did it because they did not want to light the grass on fire, jump out into burning grass. They could exit the vehicle safely. And if that's the way lug nuts are when you try to change a tire, I believe the spare tire burned on the ground. What the only thing mysterious to me, car guys, can you please answer this question? It seems like there's too many tires in the ground. So these fake plastic, fake metal impregnated plastic hubcaps, I should say, fake, you know. They all seem to be still present. So if you change a tire, they come off, right? They got to. These lug nuts seem to be on already. But when they go to the rear of the car, there's more than one circle. So the only thing I'm kind of like scratching my head at is, is it two tires back there? I mean, that's obviously one with the spare and the actual aluminum wheel melted.
That's not just.
Excuse me. But look over there. You see that circle? Could that have not been a tire? Could that have been, say, a spooled cable of some sort? Like maybe extra cable for the winch? Would it be there? What is it? Why? Or is that another tire? This also here underneath what is that? See how that looks like a metallic bar? There's no ball hitch. Could they have possibly been towing and pushed away or had a trailer that was wooden burn or something, you know what I mean? Like, what is that? Is it just part of the tire got flipped over by the wind maybe? It just looks like it's too straight. Like, what is that over there? No, the embers came in through the window, ACB. That's another tire? Okay. So I just don't see evidence of a tire successfully removed. The stupid hubcaps are all on all four of the wheels. So that's the only thing I'm like, I don't know if that's a tire changing tool or if it's just the thing that keeps the back, you know, like the tension thingy, keeps the back from slamming on your head, like closes gently. J-Cat says, is there any 360-degree video of the truck to show a jack? Yeah. That would be a good thing. like if there was a jack out, right? Now that seems to be part of the rear windshield wiper assembly. What's that thing? What's that? What, like, sorry, I'm out of frame. What is that? I kind of know what a car jack looks like. Is that part of it? Now that's what I consider the emergency jump starter thing. I was wondering what that is too. Is that like a tool changing tires or something? Now, if you look at the satellite, all the grass up there is on fire. Maybe I do have to get another example video of an ember storm, but just picture a blizzard. Have instead of the snowflakes being white, they're red and they're on fire. So a window piston, yes, as cinder block. Cinder block. That look metal. Cinder is cinder. I know what a cinder block is. So let's see if they walk around the outside again. It's just too tight, you know. We don't have a really good zoomed out 360. Oh wait. Yeah, nobody would put that plastic thing back on. Tire must have burned in the fender. There's that stupid plastic thing. The fake metal hubcaps. So are we sure that somebody removed the tire? It seems like there's some nuts still on there. Ow. Okay, let me go back a tiny hair. I'll try to get the widest shot. I just don't see a damn thing. About it. For the rear? I wish the little bar would go away. Stop. I could try to screenshot and enhance it if you want. What's that over there? So you'd think a tire iron would be there to get the lug nuts off, right? That's what the tire iron does? Is that the tire iron? That kind of bent rod thing right there? But I think the tires definitely burned there. You see the charring. You see the wiry stuff here. And besides, that stupid hubcap thing is still on, so I'm just wondering why are there two spare tires? Maybe they had one around for when they towed. I don't know. John Stoker says, when I went to Maui 2 years ago, there were abandoned cars stripped all around the upcountry. Really? It's possible. But what was their schedule for removing? Like, did you visit Maui and then a year later the same damn car was there? Oh, this is right next to a highway. I would think they would clear this because trucks need to pull over if they have an emergency. Like, that's what these big wide spaces are for. It just doesn't strike me as meth head, strip the car and dump it site type thing like you see in Butte County, right? In rural Butte County. This is, I mean, kind of thing somebody does is they pull over and abandon a vehicle in haste. And car problems are one of the number one causes of death in wildfires. Panic driving, rear-ending people, and trying to get to the point where, yeah, maybe there's a zoomed out version. Zoom out more. Do things like ride on rims, rear-end each other. Drive like a bat out of hell when they can only see 5 feet ahead of them from the smoke. You should see Pence Road, the death road of paradise, and what they did in desperation as the fire swept over all the cars. They just started ramming each other as if they would do something. So these fires on the driver's side, the tires on the driver's side both burned, and I don't know. And he's gesturing what exactly happened. That's the same gesture I would make. Fire from up there, lots and lots of burning vegetation. There's more than you can see. It doesn't look like much. Oh, from the air, it's a different story. This car is surrounded by a huge amount of vegetation that burned up. This would be raining down all over the car. It's like it's like right in the center of this. Of an inferno, 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts. There would be embers everywhere, raining pieces of stuff. If you pulled over to change a tire, it'd be down the back of your neck. It would be burning your scalp. You wouldn't be able to do it. You'd be like, okay, that was a mistake. I'm out. So that's my best guess. And the fires up there, rained, wind went downhill, went into the open window and or door. So John Stucker says, I understand this vehicle is not one of the kind that I saw abandoned and stripped. Yeah, it's not stripped. So, but yeah, I understand the thing. Big Cat says, I worked in Hawaii for months and there were cars everywhere. No scrapyards you had to pay to ship your old car off. That's what I was just about to say is, why wouldn't people scrap it? I bet there's a bunch of sunken cars. Kind of night trips on a barge. Kersplash. What were you guys doing last night? Fishing? There's a car abandonment site in the Columbia River Gorge, where it was the thing to do in the 50s and 60s, where people took their junk cars and just ran them off this cliff into this ravine. And the locals knew about it, but then the wildfire swept by the Eagle Creek. I mean, guys, I have not eaten in hours. I gotta eat. I'm done with this. I'm officially done with this. I might make a quick response video to just bullet point. This is what I believe. This is what I see. But this is giving me agita. This is giving me a headache. I'm done with this. This is when I study the burned out cars, it takes me back to what I was doing to figure out if people could have lived. I looked at the places in paradise where people died, and a lot of it was in their cars. It was the first thing I did as service to the public. I didn't want to, for God's sake. I decided that I would go. I had a map of where the fatalities occurred, and I would go there and see if there was a shelter-in-place option that people could have walked to. Could people save themselves, and can I teach that? And oh my God, it was, most people could have saved themselves by walking. But when the smoke is upon you and you can't see anything, that's too late to look for shelter. You have to know where they are. It was the culverts. The very road they were trying to cross in Paradise had huge 6 to 8 foot tall culverts underneath it. Could have accommodated 50 people. Wet culverts. I'm sure some people did survive in them, but the people died in their vehicles. Some of them got out, some of them just stared. Just kind of knew. There's flames all around the vehicle. If I get out, I'm instantly incinerated, and if I stay in here, I'm incinerated later. And a lot of them just sat there. And there's an unfortunate video of the skeletons in them that I saw. And so seeing this is a bit, it's affecting me. So I hope this person survived. But I'd rather move on to any other topic. you can only take so much of this, and then it's time to move on. So I was hoping to look at the Northern California fires. I'm actually overcome by nausea. And that's probably blood sugar. I'm gonna grab anything sugary real quick. I'm just gonna take a break. Okay. I'll be back in 5. Okay, that would explain why I'm nauseous. I'm running a fever. I still have laryngitis. It's an 8-hour or something stream here. But I need to relax. I want to enjoy this rain and stuff. We had a thunderstorm last night. Had some lightning. Some nice, gentle kind of thunder, if that makes any sense. I hear there was like quarter-sized hail or something west of here, but Portland dodged it. Time to get some sleep, though. Somebody emailed me in the middle of the night, said, I'm worried for my relative in Texas, so I said, okay, I'll go live. I was hoping they would appear. It's at the beginning of the video, my assessment. I just am not entirely qualified to know what wildfire is going to do in Texas or any part of the South. Okay, why am I trying to untie the knot of a plastic bag when I could just tear up the thing? My leftovers. I'm not qualified to do Texas because I have no idea what the weather will do. There we go. Boy, Mom treated me the other day. She took me to a Thai place. I got yellow curry. I even had Thai iced tea. I'm gonna heat up these leftovers. They're a little bit hot. But I'm man enough. I'm man enough. Okay, sorry, I had to sneeze there. Ah, I'll be happy when this laryngitis thing is over. I kind of have to talk while I'm in the kitchen, or people think, oh, stream's over. So I just choose random things to talk about. Like, I need to figure out how Thai iced tea is made. I need this in my life every day. But they want to charge $4 for that, and you know what? I think I could buy the coconut for that. I like getting fresh young coconuts. Safeway has them, and they're like a little refrigerated area. But you gotta know how to crack them, and there's a secret. I mean, you get not just a carving knife. That's not adequate. A butcher knife, like the square one, the kachop. But you could feel with your fingers around the top, and I'm sure all the people in Hawaii would like be able to explain this because I'm a noob at it. But there's a soft spot on the top of a coconut around the rim. You think of a coconut as wearing a little hat. And so when you find the soft spot and you locate it, then you give that a kerchop. And it's like you're scalping that coconut. And once you made that like little opening, you kind of peel it, it pops right off. That's when you stick in your straw. Your little umbrella. Little paper umbrella. I haven't seen those in a long time. Anybody remember when you get little drinks with little umbrellas? I'm sure they have them in Hawaii. I've never been there. My family keeps going there without me. They're like, aloha, with their text messages, and I'm like, go beep yourselves. Because you didn't take me. Wish you were here. Shut up! Oh yeah, that's entirely too much meat. I just shoveled something in a bowl larger than my own head. Yeah, oh, that's mostly potatoes. Okay, let's get some rice in there. Now, maybe I should take it easy. I'm a little nauseous. Yeah, let's shovel some back. I can add more. It almost evaporated. Let's add some water. Some bottled water, because I do not trust Portland. I think it's contaminated. Okay. I've added water. Now it goes into that microwave with the special microwave cover. I tell you what, you guys need this thing. It's like a little hat. Whatever goes in your microwave. And does not splatter. Got little vent holes. I haven't cleaned my microwave in 6 months, and that's because it has not gotten dirty in 6 months. And yeah, I give it a wipe down with the bleach because I know germs are invisible, but I'm saying, like, I haven't had to scrub it. It has not been visibly dirty. Do you think I am, a barbarian? Don't answer that. Jeez. Are you ready to type that? Don't answer that. I don't know if that's even an insult anymore. I mean, Xena Warrior Princess, technically you could call her a barbarian. The Amazons weren't exactly civilized. Barbarian pride. Like that. Alright, let's see if it's done yet. I would starve to death without the microwave. Thank you, inventor of the microwave. He also pretty much enabled space travel. It's not like you can cook over a gas stove in the shuttle or on that station. Alright, let's see if it is this. Hey, it's like the perfect amount of warmth. I'll be damned. Power level 8 for 1 minute, then. That's the secret. Oh my god, I just thought of $1 million idea. Since I'm so nauseous, I was like, I need ginger. But I also confused it with Gatorade just now. Oh my god. I'll invent the brand Gingerade. Yes. Yes. This will put me on the map for marketing for sure. Gingerade, guys. It's memorable. It's adorable. It rescues you. You need it the most. Like if you made the mistake of getting the car a C probe or something. Oh my god. Yeah, he'll make you nauseous. He flies better than he drives, though. I'll give him that. But he freaking cannot navigate to save his life. He's like, where are we going? And I'm like, to Tahoe. He goes, where's that? We're in the air, by the way. Maybe the big old lake over there? You know, it's like, you could see it. No, I wasn't looking that way. Well, you understand that's east, right? East? Yeah, the Tahoe is east. Because, you know, we're not in Nevada. Well, which way's east? I have to look at my... No, you don't. The sun's setting over there in the west. It should... You should. Oh, never mind. This coordinate, this heading. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, this is good. I'll be right back. I just gotta clean up a little here. Because I don't want to leave my kitchen looking like a barbarian was here. Okay. Well, I'm definitely gonna call in to work sick today. Incredibly nauseous. Oh wait, I am at work. Okay. Okay. Bandsaw. Regina says, I appreciate your channel. Thanks for the knowledge. I've learned a lot. Thank you for being here. Now I want to celebrate this rain and stuff we've had. I think the alert wildfire camps. And do come back and see us, Regina. I was going to show you this, me walking around a burnout vehicle and stuff. This is actually a trailer. Not a trailer, yeah. RV. I'm done with that. I have had enough. I have to calm down now. Like, I don't even want to see these headlines. Ugh. Now, I wanted to show you guys Northern California, but most of the cams are offline. But look at that. Look like celebrate this moisture. Lowered evacuation levels. Dewdrops on the cams. The rainbow I chose as a thumbnail. JCAT, if you only get $500 for a car. Oh wait, what currency is that? It's not Canada. Crap currency. I mean, Canadian dollars, right? I would expect with steel prices being the way they are, that you get more than 500. That's why they're saying 500 for any car. They're kind of cheating you there. Better to part it out. You know, separate your aluminum, separate your copper, shoot a hole in that gas tank. This isn't the best cam ever, but you see what I mean? Most of them are down. Northern California. So what am I supposed to monitor here? We got a couple in Oregon. Death ball is in the clouds. Look at this raindrops on the lens. Beautiful. I mean, not the remains of the holiday farm fire in front of us and the millions of dead trees, but the rest is beautiful. Rainbow and McKenzie Bridge is still there. Oh, that was a weird sudden wind direction change. That was yesterday and this morning. And currently is, well, smoke. So what am I supposed to monitor? JCat says $500 Canadian. And that works out to $1.398 USD. It works out to $1.398. Oh man, you're getting ripped off. Hey Cheryl, I was just making a joke. The people who were donating in Canada dollars, I was like, guys, I need real money. It's just a running gag on the show. And one day it was an authentic reaction. I went, wow, $50, and I realized it was Canadian. I went, oh, and then everybody gave me a hard time about it. The rather undiplomatic, poor poker face reaction there. But guys, look at all the moisture. Dire Mountain. This is the Plumas County. Look at Lake Alamo. This is where we watched the madness of the Dixie Fire. That is the most diehard, I ain't gonna give up lookout tower that anybody's ever seen, huh? Dire Mountain's never gonna give us up. It's never gonna let us down. Like, you don't understand. Multiple fire tornadoes went over this hill. Bip, 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 bip. I'm live on my stream. I gotta upload those. Some of them happened past the 12-hour mark. I think it happened on the night of August 5th of 2021. It's 50 cents. Yeah. Yeah, with the prices of iron and steel these days, I don't know. Did they crash? Maybe I've been out of the loop of the scrapping world too much. I don't deal with steel much. I only do stainless. Like if I find pots and pans and stuff, you got to have like a giant barn or something to collect enough steel for it to be worth it. And I'm a petite young lady. I found it was more profitable, way more profitable if you, say, why would you deal in metals that have value by the ton when you could do value by the pound? Like copper is like a red gold to me. Huh? And then why would you deal with things by the pound when you could deal in the metals that go by the ounce? It's a lot lighter weight, a lot less work. And pound for pound, circuit boards these days contain as much gold as high-grade pay dirt. Rare earths. Especially telecom. Everything involved in routers and stuff. Save those. You'll want to. One day I'll publish all my videos that explain how to make money saving the world, saving the planet. I've done so much e-waste recycling. I've already saved like 2. I'm working on saving my 3rd planet already. Got a neat lookout. Okay, not a high quality cut of meat there. What is it with only the ugly lookout towers surviving? The one at Mount Lassen was so cool. I officially Like, my position is I want all lookout towers saved. I love them. Except for Del Norte. Red Mountain. Like, why do the cool ones get taken? But Del Norte's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. It's like Satan's airport has a tower. Your flight number is 666. And of course it's not on time. Like fire. Can we like sacrifice this one to you so you don't take the one that's better looking? I'm sure we could do better than this. In fact, you know, by all means, Wildfire, this thing's got to go. Its very existence means it's embarrassed by living. You know, like it's begging for it. It was always this ugly. I thought, well, you know what? Maybe underneath this sheet metal, there's some personality in there, some architectural value of some sort. Oh no, it's always been this ugly. But man, the one at Mount Lassen that was lost to the Dixie. God, that was beautiful. Wish we could have done a trade. Use the search box. Lassen. Well, click. That was how it was in the old days. Oh, where was the new one? Did it have a different name then? Yeah, like that's ancient. That's pre-eruption, actually. Yeah, didn't the eruption mess that one up? Yeah. Okay, so that one we can't get back. It's probably sitting on land that no longer exists after it blew its top. This wouldn't be Lassen County, but what was it called? It'd be Plymouth County, wouldn't it? Oh yeah, where's that county thing? Butte, Moore, Plymouth. I'm not wanting it to really burn down. I'm just proposing a trade. Take this one and spare a good-looking one, please. Argentine rock. Whoa. Never heard of that. Where the hell is that in Plymouth County? Whoa. That's a state of decay. 2008. 1936. Blah, blah, blah. History. 1994. They were seeking public proposal input to refurbish the Argentine lookout. The structure is no longer used as a lookout and is in a state of disrepair. The district would like to explore possible ways of restoring it and future uses. Heck yeah, did they do it? Doesn't seem so. Where in the hell is this? East of Quincy. Oh, I need to find this on a map. Now let's go back to Plymouth County. Quincy. I haven't been to Quincy in ages. Dixie Mountain. If I never hear that word again, it'll be too soon. Regina says fresh coat of paint while you're sitting there. Yeah. Wait a second. Jay Cat says the problem we have is the province has banned the scrapyards from reselling auto parts to the public because it's hurting the aftermarket parts business. That's the most ungreen thing I've ever heard. I thought Canada was supposed to be green, man. So the Argentine rock. Hey, I was almost there. Just guessing. Well, my God, there it is. Imagery 2023. It's still there. See, unattended lookouts can fend for themselves and not burn down, you know, when you put them in an appropriate place, like on a rock. Now that would give me anxiety. Oh dear. Oh, I want to help restore it. Amazing. Oh, dude, don't tell me they're going to base jump. Oh, that backpack's too small. Graffiti. Let's hang them up by their thumbs. Oh, it was a ride. Oh, I want to have a bike again. Caution, ongoing construction. Sure. Looks like a very busy construction site. Well, that's surprising and kind of cool. No, I'm going to say very cool, actually. That is so remote and windswept, too. Huh. How does the snow not cave it all in? If you have to walk on that to get to the top, oh my God. Latest image. August 2023. Wow. J Cat says there's a 10-cent environmental tax on kitty litter here now. Oh my God. You know, the best way to kill the environmental movement is make it annoying. And they're well on their way to doing that. It makes me so depressed. Don't tell people to conserve to save the planet and be uncomfortable. Yeah, make your home an uncomfortable temperature and wear a sweater. No, thanks. Let's have your energy bills be more expensive because we swear we're doing something special with the money and no thanks. You gotta make life easier for people and more abundant and cheaper. That's the way it's gonna succeed. If it's just all about guilt trips and burdens, people just get fed up. Make everything abundant and easier. Okay. What is something relaxing that we can watch? Oh, that even that moving around is making me car sick. The tabs. Yeah, what is very non-car sick making that we could watch? You guys want to see me and Sea Probe's flight to Tahoe? The really good one? You guys want something special? I mean, you put up with my anger and stuff. I would love to post this video. I haven't. So you guys get a sneak peek then. I hope I have it on the hard drive as attached. Yes. We did a couple of flights to a couple of camera tests and then a couple to try to document the Dixie Fire. It's pretty dang beautiful. Let's see, where is the takeoff? GoPro doesn't really organize stuff very well. Date modified. I haven't stitched it into a good enough video, so just bear with me. Yeah, that's the flight home. Yeah, so here's us at Placerville Airport. All right, engine starts up. I'll show you guys in a second. A whole lot of the taxi stuff is going to make me sick. And no, I don't want no airplane noise. So the GoPros are under the wing. This is a right wing GoPro. I have different lenses and stuff on each one. And we took off pretty late. I was sick as a dog. Kind of like I am now. That's a Cessna Skyline. Yeah. Hey, Joe Johnson. Yeah, baby. J. Cat says I don't throw out used kitty litter. I give it as a gift at Christmas. So with your kind donations, guys, I bought a GoPro. I'm pretty pleased with these results. Took off at dusk or till twilight, or whatever the hell this is. And yeah, the sun's too bright, but I knew we'd be filming to the east, so we have to do a turnaround. That's Placerville. We just took off from. I think what we do is turn and follow Highway 50, or at least we try to. See, the awesome navigator that he is. He cuts across Echo Lakes area. I want him to go over Echo Summit. But he was like, oh, it's so pretty over here. Look at that waterfall. I'm like, see, bro. I thought, oh, never mind. I'll just let him go. Anyway, we do our turn. So now we're looking back. A little bit of haze in the air, and electrifier and stuff like that. I almost got the horizon non-tilted. It's pretty hard to do. So we go towards Tahoe. As the sun sets, blah, blah, blah. It's Placerville below. And you kind of see in distance over there the Echo Summit and stuff up there. Let's see. Sorry. It's going to start with noise. I just mute that for you so it doesn't happen again. So Sly Park and stuff somewhere down there and to the right. And I was hoping to use Highway 50. There's some of the fire right there at the Caldor where it went over 50. Down there, dead trees. I haven't color graded or anything. So I'm like, there. See that? That's the road. I'm trying to line him up on it. Sly Park and stuff to the right. All this dead trees is all dead Caldor as far as the eye can see. Here to there. And all the way to the horizon. Kind of dead trees is beyond imagining. Like all of this is dead. All the way to the right. Color grading will fix that. And I'm like, hey, go back on course. Go due east. I lined them up in the mountains, and this is the canyon where Khyber's and strawberry and stuff is up to the front. But the enormity of the dead forest is just heartbreaking. And that's 50 right there. We line back up with 50. And the left side down there, it's all shadowed, but the hills burned there in the Caldor and went over the top. They stopped it around this area up here. Skin of their teeth. It was very possible for the Caldor's fire to like burn here and the embers to go whip all the way across, just hopped over. And Khyber's is down there somewhere. So I tell people, if you're a small community down in the canyon, sometimes that's the easiest thing to defend for firefighters. You just got to make sure the embers don't rain down on roofs. They saved Khyber's and Strawberry. Not so lucky was Sierra Tahoe, which comes up after a bit, but I think we veer away. It's all dead over here. Mostly now the right side of the screen and left. But here, I want him to go over to the right and see Sierra Tahoe, but he goes, waterfall. And starts headed straight over there, and it's beautiful. Quite beautiful. See where the glaciers just scratched all over the place. Scoured everything down to the bedrock and then scratched it. The big lines and stuff are. It's part of how it was much easier to fight the fire over here, but it made it up here. What is this, Echo Lakes? There's just an airplane droning noise, so I'll have some music or something. And there's a little mini lake south of Lake Tahoe, and that's where the airport is. I think this would be a nice thing to play in the background. flying above Tahoe at sunset in 4K. And the neat vapor and stuff begins to creep over the clouds. Excuse me, the clouds, the vapor begin to creep over the mountains, settle in the valleys. It's really subtle at first, but then it starts to move like the ocean, like it does in our time lapses. It is overcast out there. Skipping. I guess I should full screen. You want full screen? I can't. I gotta serve up the next video. Might be the last one in the folder though. Now we got another. There we go. I'll just do this. You got your Emerald Bay and stuff. Pope Beach. You gotta pay. You gotta pay for every damn beach. It's just pretty sick. Over here is where I parked the car, tried to get to the beach. I was like, what the hell? And they had this big iron fence and gate. Oh my, really? We were gonna fly over South Lake Tahoe, and do the big loop of the Caldor, basically, in a big circle, like go around the perimeter. And later we flew over the interior. And this is just for pleasure at this point. It's not like we're capturing usable documentary footage. There's a test navigating and test the cameras out. How long do the batteries last? And we could never complete a full loop because we couldn't squeeze more than 40 minutes out of them. And it's like 15 to 20 is being on the tarmac, pressing buttons and making sure flaps work, you know. Do you guys like this? Right around here is where the fog, cloudy stuff from Nevada just spills over. It's like a little moving sea all of its own. And at one point, I go live. I know you're not supposed to do that from an airplane, but I had enough 5G right here to go live. I guess I just sort of filmed myself committing a crime. C-Probe was like, you did what? No, you don't do that. I'm like, yeah, but commercial airlines have Wi-Fi and in-flight Wi-Fi. He goes, that's not us, and that's not allowed. I'm like, oh, crap. So we're going towards Christmas Valley now. Would have been more beautiful before the calendar, but hey. I wouldn't be here without it. Life is strange. It's just pretty amazing. At this point, I said, are you headed towards Nevada or what? Because why not? Yeah. See the clouds and what they're doing? It's just amazing. So far, I haven't been arrested. It only lasted like 5 to 10 minutes, I think, that stream. I found out something interesting on the internet. So I think, what is that channel's name? Trying to find something soothing to go to sleep to. It was a pretty interesting video, and it said why it's a mistake to pitch a tent here or something. And it showed a high alpine meadow, and there's a bunch of trees on the mountainside, right? But down in the bowl where there's some grass and stuff, you'd think as a hiker, yeah, that's a perfect place to pitch a tent. But he goes, notice how there's no trees down where the grass is. And he said, it is a weird phenomenon, but the way that cold air sinks off of the mountains, the coldest place you can be. Look at that. I filmed this. I didn't know what I was filming at the time, but when I got the SD card back, I was like, oh, I could make art. We're roughly trying to follow at 80 right now, 88, when it goes by. Kirkland. And we start to lose battery power right around here. And I can't really reach out the airplane window to change the batteries. And GoPros are a bit frustrating. Are you talking Burning Man? Shut up. They're not cool enough for me. That's passe. It's also a bit just weird. I'm pretty weird, but I'm not weird enough for that. So it's frustrating. I want to do a loop. And no matter which airport we... Oh, God, that's Lookout. Watch the... Oh, I forgot to check John Stoker's photo. I'm this out of it. In fact, I never got it. That's okay. What's Watch Duty saying now? A 3.0 earthquake occurred off the coast of Oregon. At least I haven't seen any in Plumas County for a bit. That was weird. Okay, commercial fires. French Prairie. It's a 3.2 magnitude quake by Shingletown. That's a pretty volcanic area. Okay, so where? Okay, Watch Duty. It's a new fire. Just don't even. It is in Linn County, Oregon. Right on the Santiam Highway. Highway 20, so it's north of the Lookout Fire. East of the Santiam Junction. So on the east side of the Cascades. Just south of Craig Lake. Well, did you enjoy this little treat? You saw it here first. It was like an unannounced premiere just because I appreciate the 20 people who are in here. Joe Johnson says, don't put me to sleep. Your voice is soothing. I can't help it. This is out of my control. You're going to have to maybe just just drift off to sleep. It's Sunday. Relax. All right, friends. I don't think we have a camera around the Santiam. This is what Tahoe looks like right now. Look at that. It's so cool and refreshing. We have entered the Tahoe Soul Wash. Today, you'll be getting the full experience, the ultimate wash. Several coats of clear coat. You can do a second round for free. Includes the wax. There's no extra charge for this. You get rubbed down, toweled with a true chamois from a real chamois. None of that microfiber synthetic crap. Feel the cool kiss. That fresh air. You little boats of the totally insane people going out there when funnel clouds are trying to form over the lake. Well, at your own risk. Godspeed, little boat. There has been a small craft advisory issued. Hope you have life jacket. Now, there's another interesting video called the Lake Tahoe Tsunami. A cliff crumbled into there a long time ago. Jane says, it's an FM late night radio voice. Yeah, it's true, J Cat. Burning Man was not a good place to pitch a tent this past week. God, they're wrapping garbage bags around their feet to ward off trench foot. Like, you cannot have your feet be constantly wet. Gangrene will set in. They're partying like it's 1919 down there. And I am actually sympathetic as much as I make fun of the extremely strange and bizarre festival. I guess I have a prejudice because I've never met a truly sane person who ever confessed participation in this event. But one day I hope to. Another thing that disturbs me is the whole Wicker Man thing. It's kind of a pagan human sacrifice thing. The effigy is in place of when they used to do real people. You've been to Burning Man twice? Well, that doesn't surprise me, J. Cat. I wouldn't exactly classify you under N for normal. But E for extraordinary. Now, do we have any Tahoe cams? Oh, that one is looking the wrong way. Zephyr. Zephyr's a nice one. Now we can go to the Tahoe car wash again. Is it good fishing, though? I never really inquired. This one is out of commission. This ride has broken down. Our apologies. Please follow the emergency exit lighting. Your tickets will be refunded. Dang. That happened to me in Disneyland. The first ride I ever went on, Mom says, was Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. We had just gone on it, and then it broke down. And I was apparently terrified. Oh God, that spins. Nope. That's right. There's a fire in Oregon. Yeah, we don't have anything looking at the Santee. There's Mount Hood. Oh, it may snow at any moment at Mount Hood. It almost snowed in August. Now, the funny thing was we've had a weird, really weird, because it's El Nino, you know. Had a bunch of weird weather here in Portland. Like during the summer solstice, it snowed in Oregon. And it threatened to snow in August. It's actually exceptionally mild, but just dry. Not that many 90-degree plus days. But when they came, they were like a week long, and it's always oppressive. Regina Corbin says there's one death reported there. Yeah, I read that out loud. That's sad. It could get bad if they have no clean water. That's extremely bad. I think I would attempt to walk out myself. Yeah, I've seen the Donner Party. You know, I've been to that museum. It's like, yeah, I ain't staying here. So this is Timberline Lodge. They filmed The Shining here. It's the mansion's exterior scenes. The interior was like somewhere in Europe or something. It was so weird. It got down to 37 degrees in August, right before the heat wave. It was like, yeah, Mount Hood is almost naked from snow right now, but it'll come back, hopefully. I need to look at some actual weather forecasts. Are we going to have an Indian summer or not? Like, what are the odds? If we're not, I'm happy. I will retire for the year within a few weeks. Unless, of course, there's a Diablo Wind / Santa Ana event. Oh, please, no. Watch duty, stop. I tried to make that ringtone for watch duty cheerful. I'm already just... I've got a facial tick every time I hear it. The Hamner fire, the acreage has been updated in Lane County. From 0.1 to 0.02 fires. 0.25 acres. These are probably new lightning strikes from what happened last night. But I don't know that they'll take hold because it's overcast and misty. I don't know that they could pounce on them with aircraft. I mean, look at this. This is Mount Hood. But it's not exactly like take off and run kind of weather for fires. Thank God. Joe Johnson says Mr. Tuggs does not sound a very appropriate name for a children's ride. Mr. Toad. You naughty person. However, I may sound like I do after midnight, but it's actually noon. This is family-friendly orientation time. Okay. I've always wanted an Astoria cam, but by God, I can't find one. Cooper Mountain. The Portland West Hill. Why is it in black and white mode? That's because it's dead. Last time it had a viable image, or sometime in the night. I wonder if it got struck by lightning, honestly. But we had some decent lightning. I mostly just saw it as flashes in the sky, and then we had some nice low intensity but good rumble thunder all night. Oh, much of the night. I just want to see Northern California right now. Snake River. Big lookout. Border of Idaho. Oh, God, no. Sorry. You know, when I got off Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, the next thing we were on was like the teacups. That is the most vomitous Disneyland ride of all. I remember the next thing I was like, I want to be on Dumbo. And my parents were like, please stop choosing rides that spin. I remember we stood in line for 2.5 hours to get on Dumbo, and it was like 4 minutes. Oh my God. They were like done with Disneyland. We hadn't even left the kid zone. Oh, okay. Mount Baldy, Oregon. Look at these clouds. Mountain Mike says, what's up? All hands on deck. What? No, 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 no. It's my 10th hour and 20 minute of stream. See, I'm in a time warp. I just looked over. It was my 8th hour stream. Good to see you, Mountain Mike. I'm trying to find something to relax to. Red Mound. I want to see the beach. Oh, Coin has live cam. That's right. They got a Coin live webcam. They got a beach cam. They got it at Seaside. I was telling a story that I abandoned and I can't remember it, so I apologize already. There. Enjoy the freshness. How you doing, Mountain Mike? All right, that's current conditions. Now, Watch Duty's probably going to have a bunch of these updates with. They'll be discovering all the lightning strikes, fires from last night. The 451 SRZ fire is updated to 0.1 to 0.9 acres. Oh, stop the presses. Now the Robinson Road fire has been contained. Hell yeah. That's in Lake County, California. New fire was reported yesterday. The Cedar fire containment reached 100%. Sweet. I just love the good news roll. Okay. The Emerson Creek fire. Oh, look out, guys. Its acreage has been updated from 0.1 to 0.2 acres. Oh, no. So, good news. That South Valley fire at Dufur. They lowered their evacuation south of Ridgetop Road to just get ready to a level 1. And same thing, the Smith River Complex, they lowered the evacuation. What? They decided to name something the Mosquito 2 fire? You can't recycle names like that. The Mosquito fire was last year, dang it. And pretty major. Wow, this is flippant. It's careless. We have a 2-hour go update on the lookout. Fire activity was minimal. Great. Today on the east side, they'll continue the work on the area where the burnout operations occurred along 126. They'll continue to work the spot fires across the highway. The west side still holds significant heat. It'll be patrolled and monitored. Tree fallers? I thought it was fellers. That would be pretty hilarious. Tree fellers. How you tree fellers doing, y'all? Fire crews and heavy equipped will continue preparing field breaks along Forest Systems roads to be used as primary and alternate control lines. But smoke will continue to impact the McKenzie drainage along 126. All right. It's time to put my phone in a fishbowl. That's full. Okay. Either that's not live or everybody's frozen in time at Seaside. Two people got stabbed on the Max train. Oh, God, I don't even know about this. The Coin Tower in Portland. So friends. Matt Mike says the tone works. I like that. Sweet. You gonna be around again, Mike? I've been epically streaming, and so I'm on a bit of a break as much as I can. In fact, I was just gonna do a 2-hour stream last night or something. We could try to figure out. Come on now. No, it's actually more important I get my rest. I've got a fever. We ain't figuring out nothing. We're just gonna relax. Jay Cat says, I seen the stuff Germany sent over to Greece to help with the fires there. The Germans had converted M1A1s. You mean the tanks? The Abrams tanks? Into fire engines? $6 million fire truck? Oh my God. That is the best example of sword to plowshares I've ever heard. It's like when we converted our Hercules. This is dead. Okay, Germany sends tanks down to Greece. If only we were doing that for each other all over the world. Let's convert our tanks. Wait, that is an Abrams tank, right? To fight fire. I don't see that. Germany converts tanks to fire. Okay. The firefighting tank was developed on the chassis of a German-made Leopard. What? In total, 3 tanks were converted to the level of firefighters. So that happened in 2014, so I guess they continued it this year. Germans pitch firefighting tank. That was, okay, here's a 2007 article. Apparently this is a thing. Dude. It was on BBC? Sweet. Now that is the future. Like, here comes the army. It's here to just help you. Well, when humanity reaches this stage, it's within our reach. Like, we all need to help each other. We have massive things to deal with. Crazy disasters. Why the hell are we fighting each other? Okay, BBC. I so don't want to hear about that war. Wow, Mitch McConnell had polio as a kid? No way. Is it like a recent headline? Tanks turned into firefighting things? Why is everybody crazy about Aperol? I don't know what that is. I'll look at that later. World news. Do they have a Europe? Germany, I say send to Greece. And then let's just see what the headline. Migrants, no. I really, this is another, this is depressing. Okay, when you find that, let me know. The popularity of Aperol is leaving some Venetians perplexed. How is a drink that until 20 years ago could only be found in humble taverns and bars conquered the world? It's Italy's cherished pre-dinner drink. Okay. Whatever. Alcohol is rocket fuel and a cleaning solvent to me. Okay. Firefighting tank in Germany. Sweet. Oh, that thing is badass. They've got bigger ones. Oh, they've upped the caliber. Hubba hubba. That thing launches. Sick. I want to see this in action. Reddit. The firefighting tank in Germany is based on a T-55. It's often used in forest fires where there's a lot of ammunition. Oh, God, that's right. In Germany and France, when they have forest fires, they got to tiptoe around the unexploded ordnance. Did you know there's still no man's land in France and Germany? They can't safely clean it up, so it's just they put up signs and say, please don't go over there. And nobody does. Because it's mostly the shells that contain the chemical weapons just rotting in the dirt. If you disturb them, it's not good. And nothing really grows there anyway. Because of all the weapons just leaching out to the soil. Oh. This tank has the name of Maria. Those crazy Germans. Wow. They're very industrious. Living up to their name like full tilt. It's the most German thing ever. Wow. Let's see here. Firefighting tank in Germany is based on a T-55 used in forest fires where there's still a lot of ammo. I would say unexploded ordnance from World War II. Well, World War I too, man. Okay, so this is Reddit firefighting. Let's sit back, get the popcorn out. Glove identification. Okay, that's not exactly exciting. How to stop EVs from moving after a crash? Oh my god. I was hoping for more cool stuff like tanks. Structural fire practice with Spanish instructor. The heck is that drawing? What? What the hell is that? Can somebody tell me what this is for? Is that... What the hell is that? Is that a... One, two... Is that a hexahydrant? What the hell is that? I believe it's a testing manifold for their fire pump and protection system. If I recall from a textbook, 2.5-inch discharge indicates a flow of blah, 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 blah. It's not a fire department connection to the supply system as some commonly think. And then there's debate. Okay. So it is a hexahydrant. But is it art? What else we got here? Whoa. Yeah. Now, this may not be as relaxing as I hoped. Hurricane walls. They have flashcards. That's like a... Oh, what's that game? Magic the Gathering card for firefighter training. Once activated, all hurricanes go directly into the graveyard. Okay. A little over my head there. Dude, firefighting tank. Oh, I remember the story I was going to tell. It was about how, cold air sinks. So in high alpine meadows and stuff, the cold air sinks off the mountain, and you're better off pitching your tent or making a cabin on the slopes, where the trees are, because the areas with the deepest bowls collect all the cold air and it condenses incredibly. And so it can be like negative 20 degrees down where the meadow creates a V or a bowl. But higher up on the slope, it's like a 30-degree temperature difference, Fahrenheit, of course. Like, really? What in God's name is that? Firefighting aircraft of the future. Oh, indeed, that's the future, guys. In the future, we're going to fight fires with children's bath toys. Oh, it's kind of cute, though. Flexible, autonomous, and it can land vertically. Sweet. And it just said have a cute name like Mikey. Dude, we should have a poll to name that thing, like Bodie McBoatface, Definitely should have a contest. All right, friends. It's hour 10 and a half of the street. It is nap time. Joe Johnson says more coffee. If you could stay awake till zombie mode, so could we. I order you to take a nap instantly, sir. You've been on the stream with me too long. OSHA requires you to take breaks, and I'd hate to have to write you up over this. I take rest and relaxation time very seriously. In fact, since you've skipped so many sessions, I order you to report straight to the dog therapy center and get in some pets. Maybe even a little bit of fetch, but definitely some pets. So, thanks for being here, friends. I'm going to go sleep off the fever. And we'll see what tomorrow brings. I'll probably, I don't know what I'll actually do. It's the anniversary of my channel, like, starting. When I finally went live. I'm supposed to do something to celebrate that, but it was Red Monday, the start of the Labor Day fires. Like, I don't really want to revisit that, honestly. So if I go to my videos, oldest, I mean, yeah, I once put a OHSU trim thing on there. Why does it say oldest? Did it goes to 2021? You have to go live oldest. There we go. See, Red Monday. Dramatic live firefighter radio in Washington County Oregon fires. I tried to do Multnomah County too, and it was just way too chaotic. If you go about the stream, the YouTube never even told me when we passed 1 million views. I would have had a party, you know? I would have had a party. Joe Johnson's Sweet Dream Gorgeous. We did too, Chicky Baby. And all the lurkers. All 15 of you don't say nothing, but you're there and I know it. You guys have a good day and a good sleep. Maybe I'll come on for some reason. But no promises. Okay, friends. Good night. Have a wonderful weekend. And take care.